You fucking slim.
Dog, do you recognize how good I am? I don't really know if it's so much that I am exceptionally good or if I'm exceptionally great. Which one do you think it is?
I'm gonna have to let the audience decide that important question.
All right, I gotcha.
Waddies?
Waddies, baby, and
Oh yeah.
I could have had a way better word than that, and I'm sad that I didn't.
You place the Z there or something, or the Q.
Dude, don't call it a Z. That's not even English.
That's literally Canadian English.
That ain't English, baby. That's not something different.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
What don't you believe, baby?
I don't believe there's a word there. Maybe you have a E.
Baby, what do you want me to do about it, son? Because I'm the greatest. I'm the strongest. I'm the best. You would think that I would suffer from narcissistic. What's the word? Narcissistic. There's a phrase, narcissistic syndrome, but I don't. I'm too good for it. Don't you understand? Narcissistic tendency syndrome, some bullshit like that. But I'm too good for it. I'm too sexy for that. That was a really good move because vibes is such a fucking hard word. I mean it. That was good. Oh, that is bullshit. That's not a word. That's cool. Thanks for the free points,
Wow, what a
baby.
shit. What a shit. What
baby,
a absolute
baby, baby,
shitball
baby,
of a word.
baby, 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 baby. What are you gonna
Wait
do?
till I dominate you.
I'm ready for it. I have a 19-point lead on you, and I'm slagging dick. I'm not even trying, dog. I've gotten the worst words ever. Earn? What the fuck is earn?
Or just tack on an S to my word again. Why don't you for like the fifth time?
Baby, baby, baby.
Just exploit the letter Q like you always do.
Baby, baby, baby. Look at this move. Look at this move. Oh, wow, you're coming closer.
Iron?
Yeah, higher. IRE, baby. You want me to spell it for you? It's the letter I. It's the letter R. It's the letter E. And it ain't no letter Z because that ain't a letter, baby.
There's nowhere to build.
I mean, look, I'm going to just tell it to you straight up. What do you want me to do about it, baby? Oh, baby girl, 14 points. 14 points. That was good.
Aren't you supposed to be winning by like 100?
Baby,
There's 11 tiles left. Are you just saving all your bullshit for?
I mean, I'm up by more than 20.
Really?
You know that would have been. You know that would have been tight as fuck.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Look at this move, son. 17 points, baby.
Seriously?
I mean, look again. If you're watching this either now or in the future, what do you want me to do about it? I'm good looking. I'm hilarious. I'm smart as fuck. I got a huge dick. What do you want me to do about it? Riser, are you inside?
Yep.
Is it possible to not be inside?
Yeah. I mean, you're never really inside.
Or you're always inside?
No. You're
Yes.
always outside.
No.
But
Or
good try. That was cute. That was cute, and I admire what you tried to do. But no,
oh
you're always outside.
no.
It was a very sweet little cute thing.
Or
that you
you're
did,
always
but it
baby.
failed
Or you're
miserably.
always inside.
And everyone heard that it failed, and
Not at
that's
all.
not how it goes.
Not at all. Dog. I might be able to help you big time. But I'm not going to. I'm just going to be sexy. At what point are you going to admit that you don't have the right word and that you're done? I want you to beat me. I really do. After all this winning,
Unfortunately, I didn't have a nest to get like 500 points there, but I'm sure you do.
no, I don't. No, but that would have been nice.
I'm sure that you do.
That would have been nice, son.
We're waiting, Mr. Always outside.
Everybody's always outside or everybody's always inside, according to your logic.
No, everyone's always outside. I think I've made this very clear.
No, you haven't. Not to me, at least.
No, you're the one trying to propagate this inside.
Baby, look at this move. 4 points, baby.
Are you serious?
What do you want me to do about it?
Well, let me place the Z there.
Oh, you have a Z?
Zest is a word. What the fuck?
Zest
Z
is,
also
zest
a
is
word.
not a word, and zest has never been a word. Look at you struggling.
Fez is a word.
Yeah, it is. F-E-Z, but up is not.
No, it's not.
That V is fucking us. Or it's fucking me. You passed?
Yikes.
You passed?
I mean, I placed down a word, but didn't.
Oh, because you were too slow?
No, it doesn't apparently incorporate the Arabic language.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah, I thought this was a multilingual game. It is, but only in certain. It only has like 8 languages.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking here. Do I? I don't want to give you any points. So maybe I just don't play
You're
anymore.
afraid?
No, just because I want to win.
Just play. It doesn't matter.
No, it
Maybe
does.
I'll make the comeback of a lifetime.
Is that what you want?
Yeah.
I'll,
Thanks for helping me out. I really appreciate
I'll do it on the next round, dog, or the next turn.
it. Okay, sure.
I mean, it doesn't matter. You just pass, and then I do it right now.
I ain't never gonna pass.
Look at you. He's in. Where? Oh, that was really good. I might regret this, but I don't care.
KYC isn't a word. Wow.
KYC, know your customer. That's not a word.
QIC.
QIC,
Yeah, no, I can't. There's no. That doesn't help me.
you have the Q, dog. You have the Q.
Yeah, there's nowhere to flop it.
Oh, that's what you think. That's what you think, folks. This person thinks that there is nowhere to put the Q. And there are so many places to put the Q. I've run out of places to count where you can put the Q. Look at me dominating by 31 points. 31, 30 points. Look at me dominate. I want you to just nail me here. Oh, that was really good. You had the Z and the Q?
Yeah, but there's nowhere I can't place a like 40 word Q.
How do you know?
Because IQ isn't a word, and they don't acknowledge that. But ag for agriculture is a word. Makes sense.
I can't make that one make sense, baby. All I know is that
You lost by 90 points.
no. Frizz is a really good one, dude. I'm serious about that. It's very good.
If I place this Q anywhere, you're oh, that would have been a 41-point word if this game wasn't rigged.
If you didn't put Frizz down there, you could have put the Q and the I in another place.
Oh, there's no. I don't have an I.
You
I
did.
had I.
You had the I for Frizz.
Yeah, but there's no U.
I have a U.
Oh, whatever.
Dog. Look at this
One.
Look at this desperation we're seeing here. Look at this desperation, folks. Folks, if you're watching at home, this is the most. Are
Oh,
you?
I found a key. Except Weck Weckern is a word
We're current without a U.
with a Q.
Oh baby. Oh baby. All right, let's do another. And this time, maybe you might come a little bit closer to winning.
One
We're
sec.
We're playing until you beat me.
I
And
was
that ain't
squeezing
never
a
gonna
lemon
happen.
one time.
You ain't never gonna beat me.
Yo, I want you. I'm joining the game. I'm just want to watch you. I want
Okay.
you to explain to me.
I'll explain
Why?
anything you want.
No, I want you to explain to me as if like AI but less shitty was explained to me why being inside is an illusion.
Because you're inside the universe.
No, your argument is not pro inside. It's pro inside is not is an illusion.
It's subjective, baby.
No, put all of your IQ points into this explanation.
Okay. Here we go. So what is the argument that I have to make?
That you know what it is inside is not inside. You're always outside.
That's what you need me to make, that you're always outside?
Yeah.
Okay.
Improv, go.
No.
1 minute, kill Tony.
Oh, is it supposed to be a joke?
Yeah, I think you'll do better if it's like that.
No, let me talk about it from a philosophical way. So you're saying that you're always inside. And I have to make the argument.
Always outside.
You're saying that you're always outside. So I'm saying that you're inside. You're inside the universe.
The universe is not in. Well,
There you go.
no,
I rest my
agree-
fucking
I
case,
agree with
people.
that, but the
I
universe
fucking
is
rest
a
my case.
physical place.
Wait, hold on. No, you're inside the universe. You're not outside the universe.
How do you know that?
How does anybody know anything?
Can you prove that?
Nothing can be proven.
Exactly. Wait, nothing can be. I guess yeah, sure.
So I just
can prove that you suck at mini golf and literati.
Dog. Do you understand back-to-back perfect games? Do you understand 3 literati championships in a row? We've only ever played one literati championship, and I'm the champion.
Unplayable conditions. Did that ring a bell to you?
Yeah, and I fixed your phone. What else do you want me to do for you, dude? I'm not gonna suck your dick.
You know, like it's like the equivalent of like claiming that you beat a PGA golfer that was golfing in like a Category 9 hurricane. And you're just like boasting about it.
Haven't you ever seen Caddyshack, baby?
Yes, they play in the rain.
Yeah, they do. They do. I'm glad you remember that.
Look, I still haven't heard a pro outside argument from you, and it's been I've asked like 500 times.
No, I gave you one, and you said yeah. So I thought I answered it.
You said you did not give any dissertation. You gave like you're arguing for inside. I want you to argue for outside.
Okay. So I'm arguing that you're always outside.
Yes.
All right. You are always outside of another universe. Baby, I rest my case. Do you recognize how sexy an answer that is?
That was the most dog shit argument I've ever heard in my life.
I mean, look, you're always outside another universe.
So what the hell do you mean by that?
I mean, if there's another universe out there, you are always outside of it.
Okay, I don't think you understand the topic.
I don't think you understand physics, son.
I don't think you understand the point
How is
here.
my
The concept of indoors, like being indoors, not being inside the universe. Obviously, we're inside the universe. We're talking about being indoors.
we're talking about being indoors. Okay,
Yes.
so um, I'm talking about but you're outside of another universe. You're outdoors of another universe.
Okay, you're still. Okay, It's okay.
No. I like this. What I'm saying actually to me makes sense. I don't know why it doesn't make sense to you.
No, I get what you're saying. That's not. That doesn't relate to the argument for proving why you're always like why the indoors is an illusion. I get what you're saying. So I mean, yes.
I mean,
You're
are
both
we?
inside and outside
Hold on a
at the
second.
same
Are we talking about a paradox though? Because I've both proven that you're always indoors and you're always outdoors at the same time.
Well, you're talking about a universe level. I'm talking about on planet Earth level.
Oh, okay, wait, that's different. So you're saying if I have to keep things on planet Earth,
Yeah, like we're not outside planet Earth physically, but we are always outside in planet Earth, is what I'm saying.
incorrect. We are outside the Earth's mantle.
Okay, fair point.
Yeah,
But
baby.
typically we measure things on the surface. But I guess if
No,
you want to
no,
look at
no,
it
no.
like
You
that,
can't say typically.
that is fair.
That is absolutely fair.
I completely agree with that. Absolutely. That is like the playing keys and you know, reference.
I agree. I would say it's part of what gives me my
I
sex
mean,
appeal is just coming up with amazing arguments like that.
last time I checked, keys and cows are perfectly acceptable in the game.
Big
Get
dog.
started. Are you gonna go?
Oh, I didn't know we started. I was adjusting my.
I just joined.
All right. So I'm
If
gonna
you're
let.
not ready, that's fine.
I'm gonna let you. No. I'm letting you go first,
No, it's fine.
Baby.
If you want to just give up,
Baby.
it's fine.
baby. What do you not recognize about two-time undefeated, untried perfect game players? I'm a prime time player. Dog, look at this guy. Everybody's just watching him like, are you serious? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? This motherfucker is jerking himself off raw. Ream. Cool story. Bream, baby. How you like that, baby? How you like that, son? How do you like
What
that,
the fuck
son?
is Bream?
How don't you know what bream
I'm
means?
serious.
How
What the
don't
fuck
you
is
know
Bream?
how dog, how don't you know what bream means?
Explain to me what Bream is.
Dog, do you want me do you need
Yeah,
me
tell me right now. Whatever, Google it. Let's see what bullshit.
you need me to look it up?
Bream is.
I mean I could. I'll look it up for you, baby.
Oh, so you don't know it?
No, I do. I do. It is the addition of the word be to the word ream.
So you just made it
Look,
up.
I'm going to tell you what it means, okay? It's any of various freshwater cyprinid fishes, especially Abramus brahma of Eurasia having a compressed silvery body. It's a small fish, especially a bream, and everybody knows it.
Okay, so we're just playing some bullshit.
I mean, do you not want me to win?
No, it's fine. Do whatever bullshit you have to do. Oh, it's gone past. Right? What the fuck? He passed? Why?
You had me focused on bream, a silvery fish. Dog. Lude. You think lude's a good play?
See your 3-letter shit word? No.
Did you know that even though you went first, you're still losing?
Dude, I swear I don't think that the game is giving me the correct amount of points. I think you're disrupting the integrity of the game. You're basically machine doping, and I can prove it.
All right. Machine doping? Why do they call it machine doping? Why wouldn't they just call it like engineering enhancement or something? I mean, I would call it what it is. It's an electric motor. Machine doping. That's a stupid ass phrase for something that it isn't.
I mean, blood doping, they wanted to make some parallel to that. But yeah, like doping, you're not doping up the machine. Like dope is attributed to chemical drugs. So
I
it's not
agree.
like the bike is like like getting blood transfusions, high altitude blood transfusions.
Dude, how did you get such a big lead?
I'm good.
But you're not. That's the thing. Nam?
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
You played key? You played key?
So I'm sorry. Is that a problem for you? You gonna complain about that? Oh, you played it on like a 2 word or something, I guess, too, somehow. Yep, 44.3.
Baby, you're up.
Wow, that would have been amazing.
Lady.
Are you serious?
Oh, look who the fuck it is. Mr. Everybody's on my fucking time, and I'm on no one else's fucking time. Mr. I'm the #1 prospect of comedy in all of South Australia.
That's not fair.
I think you're better than.
That is not fair.
No, you're the best.
I mean, there's 45 people competing. There's only 33 people that are better than.
I don't even know if that's true, but I want it to be.
I don't know. To be honest, I looked at the competition.
Yeah, baby.
It's really dependent on who the judges are that night. Whoever wins is just who the judges like. I don't know if the judges are gonna like me.
Dude, why don't you just suck their dicks? And then you win.
That's probably most of the other winners.
No shame in that game, son. You got to do what you got to do, baby.
I just feel like my comedy style is about 12 years out of date.
Okay. Why do you feel that way?
If I was dropping these things 13 years ago, holy shit. If I actually thought of these things that go through my head 13 years ago, my fucking career would have fucking blown up. I would be fucking bigger than that, right?
Dude, people would think you were amazing, especially with that RFK bit.
Yeah, too early. They'd be like, holy shit, this guy predicted the future.
Right.
It was just like RFK is gonna fucking go after all the autistic children. They're gonna raise the diagnosis for autism by like 200% in the next 12 years, 13 years.
Can you imagine? People would be like, Donald Trump is still president?
No, Donald Trump was president.
Okay, whatever. I mean, 13 years ago, you're right. You're right. Then they'd be like, Donald Trump's going to be president? You'd be like, actually, this is going to be the second round of it.
Not just that, but he also gets accused of rape a lot. He also has connections with billionaire rapists, child molesters. He also gets involved with some very heinous crimes. And he still becomes president somehow. Oh, he also gets shot in the ear. Do you think Trump will ever go to jail?
Nope, it's too old.
Too old?
Yeah, it's too old. It's too old, too powerful. Riser, you're playing like a G, baby.
Yeah, darling.
Where the fuck did you just play that? Your?
Do you think he'll go to hell?
I don't believe in hell.
Sorry?
I don't believe in hell.
Hell's on Call of Duty.
No, if anything, the closest thing that we have is something called Gehenna, and You're not there forever. At most, you'd be there for 12 months. Zoot. So, are you ready for your performance on Friday?
Yeah.
Give me odds that you think there's a 25% chance you win.
Depends on the judges. I know how oral comedy has been judged in the last 7 to 8 years, especially in South Australia. Remember that?
Yes, sir. I'm listening intently.
And someone who fits the profile of like what the raw comedy judges are looking for is probably Chelsea. Why don't you just clean up your fucking material? PG shit. It's funnier if you do family friendly shit. It's not about the material. Yeah, it's about who they can market as a person.
But, Zoot, you're a bisexual. Like I said, man, if you need to be for one night and it gets you on the front of your comedy dreams, maybe you have to be.
All you have to do is suck a dick once and you can start saying homophobic shit on stage as a comedian.
Dude, is that something that you want to do?
Like all Eminem needs to do is like revive. Like all Eminem needed to do was film a video of him sucking a dick and post it on Twitter, and like the homophobic community would have supported him. Sorry, the homosexual community would have supported him fully.
Would you have supported him?
Yeah, why not? Like they tried to destroy his career in like the early 2000s. I don't know if you remember. And the 2010s, like from like the late 2000s and the 2010s, that was like LGBTQ community that just solely the whole purpose was just to take down and cancel Eminem. Do you remember that? Like that was their whole existence.
A little bit.
And then people started getting accused of sexual misconduct, sexual assault, and they left them alone and started going after them. But back then, in the late 2000s, it was more serious. Like people got cancelled over homophobic comments more than they did over sexual assault.
Zoot, are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're almost done. I've beaten Riser 3 literati games in a row and had 2 perfect games in bowling against, or in mini golf against him. What the fuck is that, Riser? Riser, what the fuck is that?
What is your question? We're outside. Who do you think is going to win tomorrow night?
You.
Really, me?
No, I don't think you have a fucking shot in the world. But I didn't think you had a fucking shot at getting this far. So I want to tell you that I don't think that you have a fucking chance, and then you'll surprise me and I'll shit myself and have to book a flight to fucking Australia to see you in the championships.
National?
Yeah, dog. Raw.
Do you know who?
Do I know what, Zoot?
Do you know who's going to win?
You are, baby. You have a good chance.
Dude, you need to work on your fucking improv, dude. Like, you tried last time and then you got scared and ran away.
Zoot, you suck
Why
dick
did you
at
get
improv.
scared away, run away?
Zoot, you're one of the worst improvisers of all time.
You're gonna love this one, really.
What the fuck is that? XU is a word?
Slew, dog. Slew.
Oh, dude, that's a good one. I am gonna love that one. Oh, I hope you win with that, because you deserve it.
Such an amazing, innovative word in their audience. Dude, are you gonna dodge the question for the millionth time, or are you gonna answer it? Well, why did you get scared and run away when we were playing improv? Or we wanted to help you with your improv skills. You got
Improv, yeah. Improv sucks.
no, it doesn't.
Zoot, we'll play in a second.
Rabbi,
Yeah, baby.
I don't know. I got this weird feeling that death is fucking cool.
Zoot, don't talk like that.
What if death is awesome?
Oh, 3 tiles left. How many do you have? Oh, nice one. Fuck. There's not good.
Dog, you won.
You don't have any places to go.
No.
Two tiles left. How many do you have? What the fuck? Are you serious?
Oh, what a good move. You got me with that.
Oh, wow. I won.
All right, right, Zoot, are you ready? I was just excited to play with Zoot. Zoot, are you ready?
No, you weren't.
Yeah, I was. Zoot, are you ready? Zoot,
Hey, Rabbi.
Zoot, you're up, baby. Riser, you're up.
Is there even in this call, or is he gonna just dip halfway through the game?
Oh, he's definitely leaving halfway. Riser, you're up.
1 sec.
Zoot, can we tell you, Zoot, the thing that
Your
we,
favorite hole.
Zoot, the thing that we like least about you is that you just leave randomly. We can't fucking stand it. We want you to say, I've got to go when we know that you don't have absolutely anything to do.
Did you know there's 117 people that have existed on planet Earth? We are part of them.
That doesn't make any sense.
117 people that have ever existed on planet Earth.
That's not true.
I hear what you're saying, and I still don't think it makes sense.
It makes sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
There's 117 people that have lived on planet Earth. Majority of them are dead. 90% of them are dead.
You're saying 117 billion?
Yeah, people have existed on planet Earth.
Okay, well, you said 117. Like twice.
No, I said 100.
Riser, be my witness here.
You said 117 times.
Life would be better if there was only 117 people on Earth. Because some of you are fucking assholes.
Look at this shot.
Knocked his ball or blocked his ball.
Hit it in, Zoot. Hit that in.
Yank it off the sheet. Oh, he actually
Holy
good
fuck!
shot.
Holy fuck! That really went. That Russell.
Oh,
Why would you do that?
wow. What a shot. Oh! Alright, dude, you got so lucky. Wow.
How does it feel, Rabbi? Oh, Rabbi, should have where is it right now? With the luck I just have, I think I'm fine with it.
Riser, why are you such dog shit?
I'm in the lead, so what does that make you?
Dog, you didn't even know how to do the 10th.
You're less than dog shit. So. Dude, I think there's a hidden hole up there in one of these trees.
Why don't you discover it for us? That's a miss.
I actually do. I don't think there's a hidden hole in one of the trees, but I think there's, at the top, I think there's a hidden hole in one of the trees down the bottom.
There's a hidden hole somewhere.
Riser, what are your thoughts on that shot?
It's a 2 out of 10.
Thank you, Zoot. See, Zoot gives me rankings right away when I ask him these questions. Riser, on the other hand, jerks himself off until his dick is calloused.
I was just thinking of 114 people on Earth.
Rabbi, I just saw a post on Instagram saying I think dogs should have guns. Do you agree?
Has guts?
Guns. They should have guns for dogs.
Did he? You think that dogs should have guns? That doesn't make any sense.
They should have an equivalent to guns. They should have guns. Yeah, gods should have guns. Dogs should have guns.
But didn't you originally
They
say?
can with like Neuralink. Maybe train them, maybe.
You got the time.
Yeah, we are.
It's okay because I'm gonna win the next hole.
No way. Not even close. Not even
I'm
close.
good at this hole.
Look how good this shot is. Gentlemen, look how good this shot is. Gentlemen.
You try to steal my fucking pass.
I didn't steal anything. You're going to help my ball.
You mean to do this?
No, that's exactly what I didn't want to do. Because I wanted my ball to have a chance at going in the hole. And Zoot might help me with that. Watch Zoot help me with that. Come on, Zoot. No way. Oh, Zoot fucks Riser. Almost.
This is bad.
You have an easy shot.
I'm poor.
Well, Zoot, you used to come in and tell us how you used to be a millionaire, so just do that again.
Yeah, because I'm retarded. There is no one we have met that has lost more money than me in a shorter amount of time.
How fast did you lose $1 million?
Oh, thanks, dog. Thanks, Big
Probably
Dog.
probably over a 3 month period.
That's not that bad.
Have you met someone a lot quicker than that?
Yeah. A lot of crypto.
Yeah.
A lot of crypto bros. Yeah. Right. So, what did you think of that shot?
I was pretty damn lucky.
Sexy.
No skill involved.
Dog. I'm surprised Zoot doesn't miss more of these shots. Zoot, are you gonna go? Zoot, quit with this bullshit. Zoot. Zoot, go. Did he disconnect? His thing disconnected.
Oh yeah, well, stupid thing. Why is his Wi-Fi on? Oh, this bolt sucks.
The same people who run Australian comedy run the telecommunication systems in Australia. Look,
Oh, great shot there. Oh wow. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious?
baby, baby,
What was that?
baby,
Fucking got in the water.
baby. Did you see that?
That was one of the most incredible shots I've ever seen.
Did you see that? Did you see that?
Unbelievable.
Thank you. One of the sexiest shots that anybody's ever had in the history.
Even when Zoot is like, yeah, I'm gonna not disconnect and rage quit, he still manages to find a way.
Oh, for sure. Did you like that shot? Did you like that shot? Did you like that shot?
He should have got in the water. I don't think he meant to do that. Is that Zoot?
Yeah.
What happened to you, big dog?
You disconnected.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay, well, we can forgive you. What's going on? What happened?
My mom's like, come out, meet your brother's girlfriend.
Is she?
Okay.
Scale it from 0 to 10.
Oh my god, that's my brother's girlfriend.
Yeah, I know. So it should be super easy. Your brother either landed a babe or an ugly chick. Let me just ask you this, Zoot. Is she masturbatable?
Oh my fucking god.
So it quits after 2 holes.
All right, Zoot, are you ready?
It's not that personal as well. It's attractive.
I'm not gonna say what she doesn't have a fucking work.
That means no.
Yeah, that's enough.
Your brother got a dog, son. Tell him to go back to the fucking ocean. There are other fish in the sea.
I'm gonna punch you in the face one day, Rabbi.
That's what I want to hear. Zoot. So then you actually think this bitch is hot as fuck?
I had no idea Zoot had a brother. Are you older or younger?
Older.
Are you guys buddies?
No.
Why not?
You're cunt.
Wait, do you live at home?
Yeah.
Does your mom know about the $1 million?
It was 2 million. So, no.
It wasn't 2 million.
You didn't tell her about the 2 million supposedly now?
He
That's
calls
what-
it. He has a great word for it. It's what's it
I
called?
was gonna tell her when it was 20 million, but that didn't happen.
What do you call it? Unrealized profits or something?
I was gonna tell her when it got to 20 million, but that didn't work out the way I thought it did, did it? $2 million.
And you didn't take anything off the table. $2 million.
Oh, I did.
You did cash out some of it?
Yeah. Then I dated a girl. I was in a fucked place where I was a lot of money. I was dating a girl with a heroin addiction who had multiple sex work jobs. It was not like a smart decision to do that.
You're dating the girl from Breaking Bad.
She was a heroin addict and she had multiple sex work jobs.
Did your mom meet this woman?
No.
You didn't?
You wouldn't even. You wouldn't even, like, if you met her during the week, you wouldn't even know she was a heroin addict.
Would we have known she was a sex worker?
Probably not.
What do you think your mom's reaction would be if she knew that that's your date? Wow, what a terrible show.
If she knew?
Yeah. Fuck. What's that term?
I think she would have liked. I think she would have liked it.
Scale of 0 to 10, the heroin addict girl.
Well, no. Here's the thing.
Zoot, I just need a number. I don't need a thing.
Probably an 8.5. But here's the thing.
Okay, an 8.5 for you?
If I met her while I was in high school, like I actually do think if I met her when I was in high school, she wasn't into heroin, and I met her during that time, and she didn't go down the heroin route. I think we would have been together for a long fucking time.
Okay.
But this girl was probably like, the problem was, like, I met her when I was 28. She probably would have been everything I wanted from a girl when I was in high school. Apart from the heroin. that like she probably like if I met her before she became a heroin addict, she would have been we would have been we would have been really, really, really good together.
All right. Do you think you would have been better together than you and Chelsea? Dude,
Chelsea's not my age, so
how old is
I
Chelsea?
prefer
How old is
to date people my age.
How old is Chelsea? How old?
Very young.
I mean, what is she? 5?
22.
Okay, you can still date her.
So, do you realize you could win this comedy show tomorrow or whenever it is if you didn't suck?
Rabbi, let me put you to how young she is.
She's 22.
9/11 didn't even happen until 2 years after she was born.
Okay. Look how sick this shot is.
If I date someone, I need them to at least be born before 9/11.
Okay. That's a terrible shot. Riser, what are you gonna do?
I forget the percentage, but
69.
But she was born before Shrek 2 came out, so that counts as well.
I don't get why that's funny. Why Shrek 2 and not Shrek 1?
Nah, because I remember Shrek 2 better than Shrek 1.
Okay, why does that matter whether you could date her or not? Are you serious, Zoot? Zoot opened up a secret portal.
I don't know. I just find it weird talking to people that were born after Shrek 2 came out.
I love how that's your high watermark.
What, Shrek 2?
Yeah, that's hilarious. Riser, I have a question. Do you recognize that you only have 1 point?
no, I don't realize that.
Oh, that was almost amazing.
But
That was
That was
almost
my
amazing.
rule when I was 18, 19 to remember is just like don't date girls that were born after Shrek came out, and you'll be fine.
Dude, when's this fucking comedy bullshit?
It's Friday night,
Tomorrow
baby.
again?
Yes, man.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, man.
It's Friday night.
Yeah, I know. Did you hear what I said before though?
Yeah.
You could actually win it if you're funny. And me and Rabbi can help you become funny.
We already tried.
No,
Have you seen
we didn't try it. We did not try
I gave him the dirtiest joke of all time. And instead of saying it on stage, he just whispered it to a bunch of people backstage.
it. Did they find it funny backstage?
He said they did.
Oh, is this the grandma one? Because that one.
Oh no, it's the dirtiest joke of all time. It's hilarious. Alright, so do I even have to play this whole?
Queen.
Is Zoot still in this call?
Do you want to?
Zoot, what did you think of that shot?
Rabbi, I do think in the next 5 years plus you'll be weird stuff. I don't know. I just get that weird feeling. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
She's not that funny, I guarantee you. She cannot be that funny. Maybe she's funny.
It's not that she's funny.
It's that she's bisexual.
Yeah, it's that she has something that she has something that's marketable.
A mouth.
Being bi, what's her marketable skill? Her sexuality?
Yeah,
Everyone has a sexuality. That's not a skill.
yeah, but it means that both women and men want to fuck her.
No, it doesn't. I mean, she is open to that.
Yeah,
It could just.
if she's open to that. It means
Gay men don't want to fuck her.
Rabbi, I could discuss something with Rabbi. You know how being gay is just based on how boys are. I think it's the truth of being. I think the same thing rule applies for gay men. Gay men.
I agree. Zoot. No, I 100% agree. That's absolutely true. It's just how bored are you? If you want to spend all your time striking out with chicks, then then like you'll be bisexual or whatever. I can tell you this as well. I can tell you this as well. Hold on. That if you like girls, it doesn't really matter anything aside from you like that there's a little bit of fat in their skin when you touch them. If you like guys, it means you like a little bit of muscle and in their skin. It's just like, do you like a harder body or do you like a softer body?
Also, it's a lot easier to get guys. I think it's a lot easier to be gay and get guys than it is to get girls.
For sure.
There's more places you can go to. Like you can go to a gay sauna, and you're just gonna get your dick sucked right there.
There you go. Riser, do you remember that time that we sent you an invitation and you just jerked yourself off? Literally on camera. You just jerked yourself off the whole time.
If you want a woman, if you want to get a woman as a guy, there's a chance. You have to spend money.
Word, dog.
You literally have to spend money.
Word, dog.
Like,
No, that's not true.
Oh, generally.
oh, maybe if you're in fucking high school.
Or you're super good looking.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's exceptions.
No, I don't think good looks matter.
Yeah, they
Good
do.
looks matter at all.
Yeah, they do.
Chicks have one night stands with guys all the time.
Exactly. Look at this shot.
When's the last time a girl invited you back to her house?
I don't know.
Look at this shot by Riser. Or by Zoot.
Oh yeah.
They actually made a fucking shot.
Zoot, that was amazing.
Usually the girls go into your house.
And what difference does that make in that equation?
Fucking sucks. You gotta clean up the house. Takes a lot of fucking effort.
How big of a mess is this chick fucking creating?
Oh, dude, that's a terrible shot.
Or that was
The good looks only help you.
wow. Feel my fucking idea. Good job, Rabbi.
You're welcome, baby.
Good looks
you're
only
on
help
your
you in great Good looks only help you in great situations to get women.
No, they in
You wanna go with that?
all situations, dog.
Now, travel, travel when you're in university and you're young, and when you're in high school.
Uh, uh, no, that's incorrect. You could be 150 years old. Literally could be 80 years old, and being a good-looking or 80-year-old guy will allow you to get some 80-year-old ass.
How many good-looking 80-year-olds have you seen?
Um, I don't know. A few.
Were they in a sauna by chance?
No, they were television presenters. I knew a lady who was the first television presenter in San Diego, and she was, I would say, a very attractive, like 80-year-old woman. Like when I saw her in synagogue, I thought she was 35.
Are you ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen?
Yeah.
Botox.
It wasn't like that. She was like naturally really pretty. When you come up a little closer, you could tell she was older, but from far away, she looked really, really pretty. And I mean, up close, I mean, she's, she's, she's.
There's 50-year-olds that still look. There's 50-year-olds that still look like 30 or 20s.
Yeah. I mean, up close, this lady looked.
That girl, that woman, the woman from Modern Family. I can't remember like the place. I can't remember her real name. But Sophia something.
Sofia Vergara.
Yeah, she looks 30.
Okay. I can't believe I'm going
So
to
did, so did Selma Hayek. Selma Hayek looked like, she looked like, she looked like 19 when she was 29.
I like how Zook calls her High Mag. It's Selma Hayek.
Hayek,
Hayek.
she's a beautiful woman.
All right. Well, she speaks very highly of you, Zook.
Who else is beautiful?
Dude, there are a ton of older chicks who are hot. Like any woman in Hollywood.
Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah, dog. She's hot as fuck.
She looks a bit older now, though.
Who the fuck cares, dude?
She's fucking like 60 or some shit, probably.
She's 57, I think. She's like 2 years older than my mom, so it's a bit weird.
Why is it weird? Did you jerk off to her?
But I fucked someone older than my mom once, and it was really weird.
Well, tell us the story.
Oh, I know this story.
I didn't fuck her. I titty fucked her. She's even weirder.
Wasn't she in really good shape?
Yeah.
The places Zeus fucking
Dick has been.
is like wild.
One of the greatest shots we've ever seen, folks. Oh,
You're taking L's on your goals.
baby, 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 baby. Who won the last game? Who won the last game?
Take up the ball.
Is Zook gonna go?
Take up the ball. I disconnected.
Go.
This green light is disconnected.
I hear it. Good call. The same people who are judges in Raw Comedy South Australia also run their That's a hilarious joke.
How is his internet this horrible?
Zoot, can you hear us? Oh,
Yeah,
is it?
after this game, we're forcing you to do it. We can actually. Dude, hit the ball, go. Nice.
That actually was a good shot. I'm going to show you the best shot ever, though. That was amazing.
Luke, make it. Mathematically eliminate Mr. Rabbi.
Sorry, I had a phone call from group chat from like everyone before not.
Did they say that they think that you're funnier than Chelsea?
You had a 1 minute phone call with everyone.
They were like, hey, Zoot.
For 1 minute.
But hang on, I was like, I gotta go. It was like, yeah, we'll go perform. They're like, oh, like, this is hell.
Zoot, I'm going to collude with you to help you win.
Here's the thing, right? No one really wants to fucking win. Like everyone there is just doing it for fun. No one, like I spoke to them, and most of the people don't want to win.
You spoke to them for 1 minute. How could you, like, poll them all on their opinions?
Because we spoke to them, it's like shit. We just want to have fun. We don't want
Zoot, Zoot, your shot was so shitty. I have to help you.
This is a perfect game. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. He's having a perfect game. My bad.
Rabbi, I'm not trying to win tomorrow night. I'm just trying to have fucking fun. I didn't do this to go, oh shit. I didn't think I'd get this far in. I'm just fucking surprised with you.
Thank you. Zoot,
But you think you're good at comedy, so why wouldn't you think that you're good at comedy?
oh my word. That should have gone in.
I never said I never said I was good. I just did this for fun.
No, you said several times your goal is to be a professional comedian and make a career out of it.
No.
And you are not just doing this for fun, you're doing it to try and be professional.
I'm doing it for fun, bro. I don't know what else I'm good at besides losing money on this.
That's a good point. Hey, Zoot, did you ever get tested?
Did I ever get tested for gonorrhea?
Yeah.
And
Dog, they called you specifically to tell you you need to get tested for chlamydia or gonorrhea or whatever the fuck it was.
Symptoms, and I haven't had sex with anyone. No.
Zoot, what did you say?
I don't have any symptoms of gonorrhea, and I haven't had sex with anyone since
It could be dormant.
I don't know. Maybe like the next time I have sex with someone, I'll get tested before that.
Why wouldn't you just get tested now?
Yeah, that's probably a good point.
Riser, how many invitations do you want me to send you?
I told you, after this game, we're forcing Zoo to do improv.
I'm running from gonorrhea. Have you ever had? Brian, have you ever had an STI?
Nah.
Rabbi, you ever had an STI?
Fuck no.
If you had to have an STI, which one would you get?
The curable one.
Yeah, I don't. What ones are curable?
Chlamydia just goes away. It's kind of like COVID. It just goes away.
I don't know if chlamydia just goes away like COVID. Oh, I would want. I know what I'd want. I'd want crabs because they give you a little, like comb, and you can get rid of them, and then they're gone.
No, you want. I want chlamydia.
They're actually.
They put a tank and keep all the crabs like that.
No, did you know in the Western world they're actually an endangered species because like a lot of people shave their pubes and they're just not that apparent anymore.
So there's a movement to protect the crabs.
Yeah, dogs.
Yeah, I mean it's important for them, for the crabs, the microscopic crabs.
Zoot, we're gonna give you a topic and we want you to improv it for 60 seconds. Do you understand? To improvise it. Are you ready, Zoot?
Yep.
Genital warts. Go.
Genital warts is not good warts.
See, I don't think you know what improv means, do you? You have to keep talking continuously for a minute, doing a stand-up routine for 1 minute, just winging it on the fly. Even if it's bad, just keep talking.
Yeah. So, what was the improv?
It's, the word or phrase is genital warts.
Oh yeah. So I was with a gal. She told me she only wanted to be with men that were sexually active. And I was like, well, how do I prove that? So I showed her my genital warts, and she didn't want to be with me.
All right,
That is terrible.
you
When
got
does the comedy start?
you got another 45 seconds to fill, big dog. Let's go.
Let's give me another word.
No, that's not how it works. You have to work
You gotta
on
wing it, bro. You gotta wing it. Come up with your opinion on the fly.
South
Say
Australia.
crazy shit.
South Australia.
Like,
South
you think
Australia.
genital warts causes autism? Or how are you gonna spin it off as autism?
No.
RFK. What would RFK think of fucking genital warts?
They probably have.
There you go. So start talking about that.
They probably have. Now Trump probably has genital warts because he probably doesn't date anyone that was born before or born after Shrek 2 came out.
Are you gonna watch the Melania movie soon?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
You know it's rated
Wasn't that
PG.
graphic?
That movie looks like the absolute worst movie I've ever seen.
Melania is probably one of the most boring people in existence.
She's the hottest first lady of all time, though.
Well, Michelle Obama.
Was Hillary Clinton? Did she come from money?
Yeah, of course.
So why did Bill marry her? Did Bill Clinton have money and he still married her?
Did you ask, did Bill Clinton have money and still marry Hillary Clinton?
Yeah.
She was a. I mean, they met at Yale, so they were both like hippies, and then they went to. Um, they got their law degrees, and then they went to work at the Rose Law Firm in Little Rock, Arkansas, and then Bill Clinton went on a ran for Congress, and he only ever lost one election ever, and that's his first run for Congress. And then he eventually became governor, and then eventually became president, and then eventually, um, you know, basically became what you know him to be.
Alright, dude, you ready for your next word?
Who's the second hottest first lady?
I think Laura Bush is a beautiful woman.
Or a Bush?
Laura Bush, yeah.
What about Jackie Kennedy?
Yeah, she's beautiful as well. I used to think she was prettier than. I still think she's very pretty, but I think Laura Bush is gorgeous. I really think her daughter Barbara Bush is like incredibly hot though.
Did they call them first ladies in Commonwealth countries? What is it called?
I don't live in a Commonwealth country, so I don't know.
You know, Katy Perry could have been like the first lady equivalent to Canada.
What are you saying?
Katy Perry could have been like the first lady of like the equivalent of first lady in Canada.
I mean, so could have like Margot Robbie or anybody. It's like you're talking after Justin Trudeau's been out of office, that is the woman that he's dating just so happens to be Katy Perry. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that could have happened.
I don't think Katy Perry has the best taste in men.
I know you say this all the time. You're anti-Russell Brand.
Am I anti-Russell Brand?
So you talk about 7 different subjects: Puff Daddy, Jeffrey Epstein,
God has autism.
the Holocaust, um, the fact that James McCann's coming to Adelaide. Russell Brand and Dave Chappelle. Wait, and Kanye West. That's it. That's everything you talk about, dude.
I mean, to be fair, there's no evidence of Russell Brand sexually assaulting someone on camera, but there is evidence of Katy Perry sexually assaulting someone on camera.
Yeah, that little boy.
Yeah, that was his first kiss.
Right.
Maybe that's why they're together.
Where to go?
All right. So we're gonna give you another phrase, Zoot. We want you to be on your toes, okay? And you have to give us a minute of jokes. You just can't be like, genital warts is bad or whatever the fuck you said. You have to be like, you have to keep giving us stuff. All right. So you ready for your phrase, Zoot?
Yeah.
Do you want easy or hard? Okay. Trees.
It would be pretty funny if Drake fell over right now.
Dude, you don't understand how improv works to be.
Doesn't think that. Oh my god.
Dude, you have.
Great. Imagine if you just like
Dude. I cannot believe that there's a chance that you are the funniest person in a state anywhere in the world. Like,
made it to the finals in Australia.
like, literally, who did you beat? Who? I wanna meet those people and I wanna ask them, were they breathing? Did they have a pulse during this? I mean, maybe one of them was like, "Hey, I was unconscious. You can't blame me." Or another one was like, "I've never even heard of what this event was." I might be able to give them the benefit of that. But if anybody up there is like, I would just ask them, "Have you ever told a joke before?" And if any of them say yes, then I recognize that somehow, some way, this is a flawed system. Because, dude, you are in the finals. Like you even talked about you're gonna start taking you're gonna start taking money to open for people. Do you recognize that? Like, do you hear yourself?
I mean, when someone heckles you, you're gonna get destroyed if you just go, trees.
Exactly.
Imagine if trees.
No, the best thing is what Reiser says, which is, I don't come to you where you work and suck all the dicks. Um, I I I have something I have something funny about trees. I have something funny about trees. Absolutely. I have something funny about trees. Um, so on Reddit, the subreddit r/trees is actually for people who like to smoke weed, and so it's the red subreddits are on a first come first served basis. So the people who are into trees took the subreddit r/marijuana enthusiasts. So if you go to r/marijuana enthusiasts, it's all about like uh, arboretums and trees and species and things. And if you go to Reddit trees, it's about weed. How funny is that? Well, I think it's funny.
Confusing for someone who wants to find actual trees, especially.
Oh, wait, I'm in agreement with you. Wouldn't you think Reddit would just switch them and just, but they'll allow that inside joke to go? Okay, so we're gonna give you another word and or phrase, and you have to be funny for a minute. Are you ready, Zoot? Zoot, are you ready?
Dude, affirm.
Wait,
Affirm that you're ready
wait,
to bond
Zoot,
again.
Zoot, I will help you. I'll give you a word that you'll love or a phrase. Zoot, are you there?
He hasn't raged quit the call yet, but he's not talking.
He's done. There's no way. This happens.
Perhaps
This
it's an Australian internet connection.
this happens to him all the time. He will. It'll be like 2 minutes of him just like this, and then he'll be gone.
How is he
There he is.
like?
He's back. He's back. Zoot, can you hear us?
Hey, sorry, I had to go. What was the question?
Okay, here's your phrase. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Autistic Amish orgy. Go.
Um, what's he think of Amish orgy?
That's like your thing.
Yeah, I went to an orgy and everyone was doing mathematical puzzles there, like like everyone was just weird and just like there were Amish people there, but none. It's really weird.
Do you not know how improv works?
Yeah, but there was people playing Pokemon. But there's no Amish people playing Pokemon.
Zoot did have a joke one time that made somebody laugh. I told Zoot's joke to somebody, and they thought it was really funny. It
What was the joke?
um it was it was like a three-part joke that you had. The first part was about an Amish orgy. The second part was about some other kind of orgy or something. Bonnie Blue. Oh yeah, it was about Bonnie Blue. And then the third part was about the punchline was everybody was watching memorized all the Pokemon. What's that joke that you have?
I memorized all the Pokemon.
But you didn't.
Yeah, I memorized all the Pokemon. Got autism, and they gave me the autism diagnosis. And then they said, then I just said I made them up halfway through, and then they told me I have go for the ADHD, and I didn't even do my homework. They still gave it to me.
No. That was my joke. I said it was something like I went in to the ADHD clinic to get tested, and they gave me the test, and I quit halfway through, and they said, "Congratulations, you have ADHD." I'm not saying it's the funniest joke ever, but I'm saying that was at least my take on that. All right, Zoo. So give us your 5 minutes that you're gonna do tomorrow night. We're ready for it.
No. Improv. This 5 minutes is garbage.
It's terrible. It's absolutely
That's why we're doing
the worst. All right,
it. Zoo, frisbees. Go. 1 minute non-stop talking and jokes, laughter. Try and actually do something funny. Hello, Earth to Zoo.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, are you ready for your word?
Yep.
Okay. Um, Scarecrows.
Scarecrow. Have you ever seen Batman?
What?
How cool would it be, right, if the Scarecrow from Batman was in Wizard of Oz? Right? I don't know where I'm going with this.
that's okay. I'll take over. You know, there's something called the scarecrow, but have you ever seen this being ever really scare a crow? It's either crows don't go near it or they end up landing on it, but I've never seen a crow actually get scared from it. I wonder why they call it a scarecrow. It should be called a crow be gone as opposed to a scarecrow. But I don't know. I don't name these things. Crow be gone? Dog, that's fucking brilliant.
one of the greatest names for a product.
Dog. It's up there with Salmon Cannon. Probigon.
I think you're referring to the lay grenade.
The mermaid grenade. Riser, would you please accept the invitation I sent you like an hour ago for basketball?
I still haven't gotten a minute of Zoom's comedy yet.
You'll be here all night.
He's failed 4 times in a row. Dude, are you still there?
Yep.
Do you want an easy one?
Hey, everybody.
I'll give you the easiest one in the world, okay? Are you gonna not fuck it up this time? Okay, next on. Go.
Yeah. So if you turn the McDonald's sign upside down, it's a W. You're winning. But okay. I think they should make Ronald McDonald obese. That would make sense. If they were true to marketing, they would make Ronald McDonald obese. And no. Why is the hamburger skinny?
He's not.
The hamburger?
He's kind of fat, or at least medium.
The hamburger is skinny.
Not really. He's kind of chubby.
Let me say it. Nah, the hamburger is skinny.
No, he's not.
He looks like the guy from that magazine.
No, that kid's skinny. The Hamburglar's like medium, not skinny, and not necessarily fat, but in the middle. Ronald McDonald is skinny, but the Hamburglar isn't super skinny. He's medium.
Do you think you could put the hamburger in a pot?
No, but why wouldn't you go with something like, why do they call him the Hamburglar? I've never seen him steal any ham.
Dude, you had a good start of it by just saying why didn't they make Ronald McDonald that? I like that part. And then shortly after that you just started questioning the hamburger. That wasn't comedy anymore.
They should make Ronald McDonald fat.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, baby.
What the hell? There's a McDonald's birdie? Who the fuck is the McDonald's birdie? I've never heard of that.
When Subway got skinny, really, really bad things got really, really, really bad things happened.
Okay, there's a joke.
Really bad things happened. Like,
Grimace looks like a butt plug.
I mean, would you trust a fat Ronald McDonald around children, or would you trust the skinny Ronald McDonald around children after what you saw with this? After what you saw with the Subway mascot. Oh, they took away the Ronald McDonald in 2016. I didn't realize they banned Ronald McDonald. Did you know that?
What'd you say, Big Dog?
People are horrified of clowns.
Ronald McDonald got banned from McDonald's in 2016.
He's not a real person, dude. They didn't give him a restraining order.
No, they banned it.
They took him out of the marketing. Ronald McDonald is not a real person. Just so you know. Alright, dude. All of my, what's the word? I hope of you being able to do comedy is just gone now, so we can play basketball.
There you go. All right. You have an invitation, Riser.
Okay.
That's not fair to Zoot. Zoot, that's not fair to Zoot. Zoot, go. The basketball game.
Start a new game.
Okay, let me ask you something.
No, we'll just
You ready?
don't play the first round. Yeah, we're ready.
If you had to find mascot from any fast food franchise, who would it be?
I don't know all of them. Zoot, go to the basketball game.
A mascot.
Um,
A mascot's like a fucking
Wendy from Wendy's.
Okay,
when I thought a mascot is like a fucking cheery person.
Get the fuck.
Wendy from Wendy's, dog. I answered the question.
No, I'm asking another
She's
question.
not hot though. She's not hot.
Dude, they used to have an adult Wendy, and she's super hot.
Okay, you should have specified that.
Dude, that's who I mean. The Wendy from Wendy's. She's super hot.
Wow.
You said mascot, not logo.
Who's the hottest cartoon character?
Jessica Rabbit. Next question.
Who's the hottest anime character?
I mean, isn't that kind of the same thing? What, one's Japanese? I don't know. There's a lot of anime.
Yeah, actually, I'm not gonna go into that. I watched some weird anime before.
Zoot,
Just randomly.
Zoot, no words out of your mouth have ever surprised me less than that.
I watched an anime once when I was 16, and I was only 16. And now, if I watched it, it would be super weird. But the whole anime plot is about these two teenage girls that are trying to fuck their stepbrother.
What was it called? Just so I can be sure to never click on it.
Hey, don't Google that. I don't know. Don't Google it. There's probably something.
Zoot, what fast food mascot would you fuck?
It'd be funny if I said Kevin Sanders.
I don't think that would be funny. I would think that that would, you know, show homosexual tendencies, which is fine, but I don't think that's what you want to be.
Nah, I'm joking.
Zoo, what else is on your list of things that you should never Google? That's the
The Jim Jeffries jokes where there's a TV show in Australia called Come On Kids. Don't Google that one.
What?
Yeah, that
was
was,
it a real show?
yeah, it's spelled CMON. Come on kids. Come on kids, like come on kids. Not come on kids, but yeah. Don't Google that.
Okay.
Dude, have you ever heard of Holy Moly?
Rabbi, what should you not Google? What are the things you should not Google?
Ask Rabbi. I'll think about it. There's a lot. There's obvious ones and try to come up with a funny one.
Who is the funniest person in South Australia?
I was gonna say James,
Yeah, until Friday, when you knock him off of his throne. Hit my ball. That's what I'm talking about. Zoot helped me so much. Riser, did you know that Zoot helped me?
Yeah, I saw that.
And then I had one of the greatest shots in the history of the game.
He was never gonna make that shot. Oh, I should have gave it to Bean.
Look at this. Look at this shot.
Yeah,
Zoot, let's hear your 5 minutes of stand up.
I just wanted something fucking funny.
I don't know if you know what funny is. Let's hear it. Unless you mean funny as super perverted and you never want to mention it publicly, I still have doubts that you know what funny is. But let's hear it.
Funny by Australian standards or by the rest of the world standards?
But I was in the northwest of Australia with someone, and it was really hot, and they just blurted out, "Fuck northwest." Don't. This is a time where you really don't want to have Google Assistant open when you say "fuck northwest."
Once again, this is a Kanye West joke. That is like you talk about literally Zoot. You talk about 10 things, and tell me if I'm wrong. You talk about children, and then you run away from that topic. You talk about Jeffrey Epstein. You talk about Kanye West, Puff Daddy, autism, ADHD.
Wow.
Hold on,
Wow, you just
hold
named
on.
You just named what the topics of every comedian of the last fucking 10 years. Congratulations.
No, nobody talks about those things.
What they do. So there's never been a Kanye West joke on Kill Tony?
Not recently. No,
There's never been an all-season joke on Kill Tony?
there are tons of those.
Never ADHD jokes on Kill Tony?
I'm sure there are a lot of those too. But wait, hold on, Zoot. That's it. That's what you talk about. Like, I wish I could name other things, but you don't even talk about cryptocurrency like you once did.
No, I haven't said.
What's your cryptocurrency joke?
I compared Bonnie Blue to Bitcoin.
Okay, how did that go? That kind of sounds funny. Oh yeah,
I
but
said
hold
it's
on,
still
hold
early.
on. Bonnie Blue,
I said
Lily Phillips.
I said Bonnie. I said it's still kind of early. Bonnie Blue's still kind of early to fuck. I think she's gonna go for more. It's kind of like getting into Bitcoin. You're not super early, but you're not late. You know, you're not gonna, you're not gonna like, you're not gonna lose money if you fuck Bonnie Blue right here, this point in time.
Hold on. There's children,
I said,
Jeffrey
I
Epstein.
said,
Hold on,
if you
hold on.
feel
Puff
yourself,
Daddy.
I said, if you feel yourself fucking Bonnie Blue right now, there's a good chance you'll make money. I said, in 6 months it might be like too late, like buying Bitcoin.
I'm gonna go through them again. These are the 10 topics that I think I've only ever heard you discuss. There's children, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips. Dude, you talk about kids all the time. You talk about, okay, so children, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips, Jeffrey Epstein, um, Kanye West, autism, ADHD, the Pornhub list, the Pornhub list. Dude, what number is Bonnie Blue right now?
Like 11? It depends on
Lily
what.
Phillips and Bonnie Blue are the same person.
Even I know the difference between these bitches.
They're like arch enemies or something.
No, they were best friends.
Look at this shot. So.
So Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips were very close at one point, and then Lily Phillips just Lily Phillips Lily Phillips had the idea to fuck 1,000 men, and then Bonnie that she couldn't organize it properly because she doesn't have as good as management as Bonnie Blue, and then Bonnie Blue took it and then got mad at Bonnie Blue because she beat her to the 1,000 man challenge. And then Lily Phillips actually fucked more than Bonnie Blue did, but no one gave a fuck because Bonnie Blue beat her to it.
But they both look the same.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
They're both blondes and like Australian, aren't they?
British.
Okay. Well, they look close enough.
But Bonnie Blue did lose this early.
And Zoot met her, and she said that she wanted to drink Zoot's pee out of a condom, allegedly. But it could have not been her. Zoot met so many hot chicks that day that he forgot it. I'm telling you this right now. But chick said, "I want to drink your pee out of a condom." I would remember that woman in a light up 6 years from that day, like it was the back of my hand. But that's okay. Make it, Zoot. Just make it. Just make it. Oh, what a shot.
Why didn't you do it the first time, Todd? Whatever. And mathematically, I'm in the money. This whole sucks.
Why do you think this will suck? Zoot.
First mover disadvantage for sure. So that's weird.
So, but Zoot, you don't mention some like topics that are really popular on Kill Tony, like um, Donald. Well, you talk a lot about Donald Trump. Um, you don't talk about the NFL
Why don't I talk about the NFL?
because it's a popular thing that comedians talk about.
What the fuck, dude?
Rabbi, I might have just gave you the win.
You didn't give me the win, but
Oh,
you.
what a fucking shot. I got 1 point, then I'm good. You have to hit me in the Black Lagoon.
Get it in. Why didn't you get it in?
I tried, baby.
You could have got it in, and then I could have won Riser, and you would have won.
Tied for the win. What a great shot, Zoot. Riser, don't fuck it up. Short,
Are you fucking serious?
short.
You would have won.
Dude, what part of I just need 1 point to win? Oh my god. You're going in the tar, buddy.
No, I'm
We're
not.
both going in the fucking
No,
tar.
I'm not. You can't put my ball in the tar.
Zoot put himself in the tar. Oh, and I make it.
Oh,
You
that
see
was that was amazing. You deserve to win if you pull that shot. That was amazing.
Zoot straight into the tar. Nice.
Rabbi, you got a small dick.
Zoot, I have a larger dick than most men on earth. I'm happy with that.
So,
You haven't
Zoot,
proven
play
you
me-
haven't proven
play
that,
his
Zoot.
literati.
You haven't proven that, Zoot. Riser,
I
we
mean,
got,
I have $10. If I have $10, I have more money than most men on earth, right?
that's not true.
Really?
Really, yeah.
How much?
You lose
How much?
$2 million, you lost more money than almost everyone on earth.
Right.
Do you think I'm like go down as the biggest retard losing $2 million in 3 months?
No, definitely not. You might go down for other reasons, but not that reason. That is
Probably
something.
go down for worst comedian of all time before that.
Yeah. Well, the judges of the Raw Comedy South Australia will go down as the worst comedy judges in the history of comedy. They, Zoot,
Yeah, if he pulls off a win,
oh my word! If they,
then we know that Zeus eat. We know that Zeus sucks him off. If he pulls off a win.
I didn't win. I was a wild card.
Zoot, the fact that you are
Tomorrow's
still
your big day,
the,
dog.
the fact that you are still in this tournament is shocking to the entire world and anyone who ever has heard you do comedy ever. You're a finalist for your state. You beat out 7 people. I mean, did these people not speak English? I think Mimes would beat you. That was an amazing shot, Zoot.
I beat out 33 people.
Zoot beat out 33 people.
Finger slip.
Zoot, so what are your jokes? You don't have to tell them. But there's the JFK RFK joke. That's your first one. What's your second joke?
You're the Bonnie Blue Bitcoin one. That's fine.
Yeah, that's an okay joke. Zoot, what's your second joke? Zoot, do you remember that time I asked you a question and you answered it? Because I don't.
One of my jokes is people loved it. I say that when I die, I hope God has Down syndrome and not autism.
Okay, so that's your second joke. What's your third joke?
I was on when I called up Lifeline. They told me suicide was never the answer, and I thought back to my year 9 history test, and I answered. They asked me how did Hitler die, and I put down suicide.
Oh yeah,
And
I forgot.
now,
You're obsessed with
thinking back,
Hitler's on that list too.
I was very fucking wrong. Looking back, I think I was very, 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 very. I don't think it was.
All right, so Zoot, here is Zoot's.
It's just a guy he escaped to Argentina.
Yeah, I don't think he killed himself.
We know you came in and told us that in the last 24 hours.
I don't think Hitler killed himself.
Okay,
Why would he kill himself?
dog, I wasn't
The
there.
empire was in shambles.
Yeah, but he was loved by like half of Germany.
Zoot, who
There's
did
a
you?
comedian with a bit. I forget who. It was what's his name? Mark Norman.
Yeah,
Is that his name?
yeah.
Greg Norman.
No,
He died.
Mark Norman.
When
Yeah,
Hitler was
but he has like this bit about how Hitler's dog just like absolutely was like the one creature on earth that just loves Hitler.
was Hitler hated by Germany when he was in reign?
He was elected by a huge amount in 1933. Dog, Reiser, that was a dick move. That was a dick move,
Did the
right?
German people turn against him?
Like rebel? No,
Why not?
I don't know. Ask them. Reiser,
I mean,
you just fucked me.
I would say more Americans hate Trump than Germans hated Hitler during Hitler's reign.
Okay,
Why
Is that an unpopular opinion?
Trump's loved by a lot of people in the United States. Hit my ball,
He's
baby.
also hated by us. I mean, Hitler was loved by a lot of people. He's still loved by a lot of people.
Yeah, like those guys you were
No way.
with at the James McCann concert or whatever.
Make it, dude. Make it. Just hit it at the edge.
I mean,
Oh my god.
Kanye loves Hitler sometimes.
Dude, you're like a parrot. Somebody says something to you, like these people at this James McCann thing, and you are obsessed with it for days later.
People love Hitler.
Dude, quit with that.
That's another thing you shouldn't Google.
People who love Hitler.
Yeah.
Riser, what
Yeah,
did
I
you
don't love him.
Riser, what did you think of my shot? Riser, do you want me
All I
to
know is I'm winning. That's all I know is that I'm winning. I don't care about your shot. All I know is that I'm winning.
I do.
Zoot, make this shot.
I do.
Zoot, make this shot.
I is not gonna make this shot, bro. No way.
I do think
I'm not
if
gonna
Hitler.
do that.
I do think.
Or the one after that. Or the one after that.
I do think if Hitler was rejected from art school, the Holocaust wouldn't have happened.
Okay, Zoot.
Called the butterfly effect. Dude.
Zoot, I'm gonna say, I want you for the rest of tonight to not talk about the 10 things you love to talk about the most. And I want to see if you can do it. Lily
Dude,
Phillips.
I want you to come up with a fucking joke that's like for once. Like joke about Christmas.
Wait. I asked him to do this and he could not do it. I asked him to do this and he could not do it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He needs to work on it. Yeah, if you can make mundane shit really funny, it's even funnier than like some heavy.
I agree.
Look at this shot today.
That shot sucked dick, dog. Zoot, tell us a clean joke. Pretend we're 80-year-old ladies. Zoot, tell us a clean joke.
Um, what did the polar bear say to the Eskimo?
What did the polar bear say to the Eskimo? Zoot, is there a punchline? Did I miss it?
Polar bear can't talk.
Okay, then why did you say that the polar bear said something to the Eskimo?
I don't know. I was just thinking of something. I was just trying to do like clean jokes, but I couldn't think of anything.
All right, but give us a joke, not a scientific fact. Hey, Riser.
See that shot at the end?
I don't have any clean jokes.
Fucking serious?
Okay, well, Zoot, give us a clean joke. Imagine you were at the mall and some lady comes up to you and says, "What do you do for a living?" And you say, "I'm actually the funniest person in South Australia." And she says, "Oh, wow, that's great. Can you please tell me a joke?" What would you say? Riser, you have an invitation.
Where's the...
Okay, after this, we'll play Word Box.
No, no, no. I need a break.
Okay, send Zoot an invitation.
I sent you an invitation. Dude, hurry up and accept the word box invitation.
I don't think you can get comedy.
Zoot, all I do is watch fucking comedians.
Comedy isn't 24/7. That's what it was.
It's 047 when you're fucking there.
Now that's a funny joke. Now that's a fucking funny joke. That's hilarious. Zoot, accept his fucking invitation. Riser, now that's a fucking hilarious joke. Zoot, come on, man. Riser just had the joke of the night.
I was having the joke of my career, dude. Don't leave me hanging.
Zoot,
Dude.
sorry, I just got sorry, I just got
I
a
don't know
call.
what's worse, dude. Comedy or Wi-Fi?
Sorry, I just got a call from the chief of comedy of
They call me for 1
Queensland.
minute.
They want me to.
Everyone for 1 minute.
They want. They want me to perform tomorrow night.
Second phone call.
Zoot, come on, man.
I don't think I have a... Dude.
All right, play me. I'll play. I'll send you an invite.
Literati.
Oh, it's on, dog. I'll dominate you easily.
So,
So strange. It's over.
you can go first. I mean, I'm already at a disadvantage. If you can see the tiles. You... Okay.
Baby, you're up. Do you know that? Are you proud of that move?
I'm pretty good. Todd's a great word.
Big dog, you're up. I hope you're aware that you're up.
What the fuck? How is Tom not a word?
What the fuck is it? What the fuck is a tum? I want to know what a tum is. What's a tum?
The tummy?
That's tummy, not tum.
Look at this fucking word, folks. Look at this fucking word. 33 points. How do you like that? Are you proud of that move? That was a four-word block. Oh, wow. Big word. Sanders for 36 points. He fired back. Holy shit. What? Are you still rifle?
RIFLE. I think that's the first time I've ever had like quadruple word scores on something. Like 2W plus 2W. I've never seen that done.
Back-to-back quads, folks. We're seeing unprecedented levels of skill here. Too heavy. This is what two heavyweights look like. Thought at it.
I mean, you can consider it two heavyweights, but I do have a 15-point lead on you.
Yeah, you played a Y. Not amazing.
Do you remember that time when Zoot came in, talked about being perhaps having a 25% chance of being the funniest person in an entire Australian state, failed to do anything funny, failed to tell us even any of his stand up routine, and then left without any. Well, actually, took two phone calls from the chief of comedy and I remember.
Don't fuck this up. Wow, this is your word? You don't even have a word?
My
What
app,
the
my
fuck,
app
dude?
just my app froze.
Oh no, I don't know. Uh, um, what is this bullshit? Family. Kind of sucks. Oh, get out of here with that bullshit.
You're up, baby. And I hope you recognize that. I hope you recognize that you had the best letter, perhaps for the time, the place. I hate the letter V right now. It's always it gets in my way. The letter V and the letter J. And the letter C. They suck for this game. I feel like the letter H is way easier. Letter Y is pretty easy.
That wise man.
W is pretty easy.
S is like a free pass. Oh wow.
S is they almost shouldn't have the S. Do you remember that time when I had a 23-point lead on you? 23 points. That's a lot. I don't know if you're going to be able to overcome such a. That was good. You should get more points for like science words. That's It's a good one.
I agree.
You're up though. I hope you know that you are up.
We're French Noel. Okay.
What about what did you say in French, Noel?
Noel means Christmas in French.
Does it?
Yeah. What did you think it meant?
I just thought it was some holiday word that you used.
Oh, I fucked up. Oh my god. Oh, I should double checked it. I left like, yeah, maybe it's still worth it. I fucked it. Sanders, like Colonel Sanders.
No, like multiple types of Sanders.
What does Sanders mean?
Like someone who sands shit. Like multiple
Uh,
like if you're standing a boat, do you know what a boat is?
yeah, no, I get it now.
Doug, I hate the V so much. It sucks.
Okay.
V is terrible. V and J.
Oh, me. Yeah.
V sucks. At and Zoffer 13. Did you
Yeah,
take
I
the
should. If I played that out once, I would have got like 30 points. I didn't see anything.
That's a cool story.
Yeah, I would double check.
I know
I
I
love
get
getting multiples of the same impossible word or like letter. Like, there's no word with four Q's.
baby, you're up. I just hope you know.
Speaking of the Q, nice.
I mean, I just took the lead. I don't know what you want me to do about it, but you had the Z.
Oh, this sucks. This sucks. Oh, there we go. Finally.
Weld? You think weld is a good word?
Seeing some excellent things.
Well, is it as good as vow, baby?
Mm.
Are you proud of the way that you're playing right now?
Oh, apparently Italian isn't in this
Why? What did you?
shitty
What were
game.
you trying?
Some Italian word.
What
How is
Italian
nano
word?
not a word?
What Italian word?
Nanotechnology is a word.
Nano?
Yeah.
That's not Italian.
No, I had another one. Nano is a word. It means small.
Mano means small.
Nano.
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 Yeah, I know what nano means, baby.
How is that not a word?
It's not a word. It is
Only
a
fake
pre,
word?
it's a prefix, dog.
That's a word.
Baby, it's a prefix. What do you want me to do about it?
Are you proud of that?
Yeah, I am, dude. 1, 2, 4 words.
What fucking are you seeing this bullshit?
Baby, what do you want me to do? Dog. Okay, so here's Zoot's top 10 things: jokes about children, Jeffrey Epstein, Puff Daddy, Dave Chappelle, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips, Hitler, autism, ADHD, and sexually transmitted diseases. That's Zoot's top 10. What the fuck is net?
It's like a net.
No, it's not like a net. That's not a fuck. That's not how it's spelled. That's not how it's spelled.
It's in that game. You didn't even know what Noel meant, man. Where's like, where do you put it?
I still don't think Noel means whatever the fuck you said it is.
I did French and right now.
I don't think that's what it means. It doesn't mean that. It's the period extending from December 24th to January 6th. It's a term
It
signifying.
also means Christmas in French.
It means to be born.
That means Christmas in French.
Incorrect. It's the period between no, December 24th and January 6th.
No, it means Christmas in French.
Dude, why do they keep giving me V's?
On here it has excuses.
You're up, big dog. Man, do I have a big ass lead on you. 32 points. $32 points. 32 points. This better be a big fucking word for you. It better be. I mean, you gotta make quite a comeback. This is heartbreaking to watch. Oh no. This motherfucker used the word oh no, folks. Oh no.
Well, I'm sorry, but there's nowhere else to build because your words suck.
Baby, 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 baby. I have a 56-point lead on you. That's giant. Giant. It's really too much for you to ever be able to overcome. I'm just going to be honest with you. You're my friend. I love you. I love your belief in miniature golf. I think you're very funny. I think you might be the second funniest person in this call, and definitely the funniest person if you were ever to move to South Australia. Definitely. But right now, up. You use up. Are you proud of that? Are you proud of using up?
I don't know where your point even came from. Honestly,
Do you want me to review them with you?
yeah, I'd like to see a replay. I think there's some machine doping happening. Sure. Fuck you. I was literally gonna go there.
I mean, my friend, what do you want me to do about it?
Um,
Dog. Dog. How many tiles are left?
7.
Thank you. Sir? What the fuck is that? What the?
Everyone knows what sir is. I'm not gonna explain it to you.
No one knows what that is.
You live in California, big sir.
That's spelled S-U-R, douche. I know what a sir is, but like that, nobody knows what that is.
Short for sir? I don't know.
No, that's not a word. I know what sir is, but it's not spelled like that.
Oh, you are? No,
It's a city in ancient Mesopotamia, which is a proper noun, baby. Rub.
I don't believe this. Yeah, you're not. You don't have a four-letter word that starts with you.
I almost did. You could destroy me right here. Too bad I have a 56-point lead on you. But let's see. Let's see you fucking come out of nowhere. That's what I want. I want the competition. That's why I put that down there. Because I want you to have, like, bang for, like, a shitload. You use dog. I give you the.
I have the shittiest letters known to mankind. I mean, I don't know what you did in like the mid game to
Just
fail
collected
me.
points, baby. The thing that destroyed you was such genius like O's and Sanders and I don't really know what I did either. Chop, I guess, was a lot.
Random ass keys.
Lit, that was good.
Netty.
Yeah,
Wow.
like a neti pot. I think that's spelled N-E-T-I. Dog. Look at the desperation. You know that your opponent is desperate when these tiles start going everywhere on the board. Just
HIV and Anna is a word.
HIV is not a word, dog.
That's good.
No, Zoot would be gonorrhea, which it'd be a big word to spell.
And and the tied with
There's some show, it's really funny. I think it's a Friends episode where they're playing, and so it's like Joey. Have you seen Friends before? You know the characters?
yeah.
So Joey's like the stupid guy, and they're like Monica and Rachel are playing with Joey, and Joey's like playing like words like um and dog and cat, and then all of a sudden he puts down the word like trapeze, and he's like trapeze triple word score 75 points, and they're like trapeze. Oh, trapeze isn't a word. And he's like, yeah, it is. I read it in a book. Like, that's what they have in the circus. Like, oh, yeah, that's a proper noun, though. And he's like, oh, really? They're like, yeah. And then he just puts down us, U.S. So they basically gaslight him into thinking he's dumb when he's really not that dumb.
Nice.
Was that the best story you've ever been told?
I didn't know there was a literary episode or Scrabble.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, but
I didn't know
the
you
best
watched
one,
Grimm.
the best one is a Seinfeld where they have it, and um, Kramer's in there, and Kramer keeps making up words, and they're like, "That's not a word." The Kramer's like quone, Cuone, quone, and they're like, "Quone isn't a word," and he's like, "Oh, absolutely, look it up in the dictionary." They're like, "That's not a word," and they look it up in the dictionary. And they're like, it's not in the dictionary. He's like, well, you need a medical dictionary to quone something. All right, I'm sending you another invite because I want to lose. And I refuse to lose. Oh, you don't like it when it goes up and down. Or you don't like it when it goes left or right.
You played Jew?
Yeah, I did play Jew. That's what I am, and that's what I played. You're up, baby. I like how you're coming up. You're taking all this time. And when I talk about all this time, Joe, oh wow, Joe, you use Joe? Joe is your word?
Isn't there a name?
Yeah, but it's also like a cup of Joe means like um
Oh,
uh
coffee.
coffee. Dog.
What?
Can't believe you're going there.
There is a word. Best word. Okay, this is some bullshit.
I mean, what do you want? What's some
I might
bullshit?
have to swap. I mean, the tiles would be four of the same fucking word.
I mean, do you think that I am the tile? distributor.
You could be.
Welcome.
Hey, Rabbi, what's up?
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son?
Good, bro. It's just okay.
Just okay. Why just okay?
It's alright.
Okay.
You know, I'm having one of those days where everything is just okay and like nothing special is going on and everything just becomes too boring and shit.
All right. Well, that's why you came in here. Because your favorite person is playing Scrabble against a friend.
Scrabble.
1,000%, dog. I'm not just winning. I'm not just playing. I'm winning, and I'm winning by a lot.
Yo, by the way, what are you doing up so late?
Dude, that's an excellent
Question. Because my man Riser loves to fuck with my hours.
Lol.
No, I'm gonna go to sleep soon. This is the last thing. Thursday. 5 of the same letter. Unbelievable. Shouldn't be allowed.
I mean, Doug, what do you want me to do about it?
Uh, Stop breaking the game. Or probably host advantage.
How is that host advantage?
Because it gives the host every time. Everyone knows. Like literally asking like why did the New York Yankees win like 65% of their home games?
Doug, the Yankees haven't won a World Series since 2009.
Okay, these piles suck so bad.
Dog,
Insane.
do you know that the Yankees are in the biggest World Series drought of their entire dynasty? Did you know that?
Um, Depends on who you ask.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Dog. I don't know. What's good in your neck of the woods? You slinging dick?
Lol. Yeah, we launched the coin. It went to like 1.6 million. Then we fucking started dipping, and we kept on fucking dipping, and now we're at fucking 50K.
Of course. That's how it goes.
You didn't rug it like you're supposed to.
Dude, we're still holding like 50% of the total supply. We don't drug it, man.
If you rugged it, how much would you have made?
Like, 1.6 million, I think about 25 bands or something.
You would have made $25,000.
Not been that much.
You would have made
Yeah,
25.
but then, bro, why would I fucking rug it at this low of a market cap? Nah, I'm not doing that. And we're still continuously posting on X like shitheads. Even after we fucking dumped so hard and like, everyone called us fucking scammers and whatnot. We're still working on it though. I mean,
Does the coin do anything, or is it a meme coin?
it is a meme coin, but it's in link with the text that we made. So the text calls bundling, decentralized bundles basically, where you can launch anything. So bundling is basically like an accessory of Pump Fund, right? Where you can sort of buy any coin before it gets deployed on Pump Fund as OTC, so you get the floor price of it. And then once it gets deployed, you get to stake the coins as well using the creator fees. So whatever the creator fees gets generated, 50% of it goes to the deployer and goes to Bundly, and then the other 50% of the creator fees gets distributed amongst all the holders who bought using Bundly. So Bundly was supposed to be our mascot. The meme coin that we launched using our own tech was supposed to be our mascot. It did pretty well, but then some fucking KOLs got in. A guy named Cupsy and this other shittard called Gay. They all fucking bought. Right after they got in, the chart started fucking climbing. Then they fucking dumped like 13 bags at the top all at once. 13, 17 something bags. And then they moved it over from there.
Riser, what are your thoughts that I have a 71 point lead on you? Riser, what are your thoughts that I have a 71 point lead on you?
Absolute bullshit.
I mean, does it make you feel good inside? Riser, did you know it's your turn? Riser, what was the least favorite word that I played of yours?
I think that's 61 or 68 point like.
Oh no, not all time, not all time. I don't want you to rate my greatness all time, just in this game. Was it Tonger? Tonger Bay? What S? Oh, hates.
Alright, have fun, guys.
Take care, Arnold.
Yeah, take care, guys.
Riser, did you know that you're down 63 points? That's a lot. Hex and Z for 21 points. Where the fuck did you put that? Oh, good move, dog. Good fucking move.
I feel like there's somewhere or some letters that you like they never did to you.
What'd you say, baby?
It feels like some words will just never get to you. Or letters.
Oh, I feel they always give me these. Lated? You played lated? You think lated is a good word to play? This motherfucker thinks lated is a good word.
I don't know how late it is worth like 38 points.
What are your thoughts on this move?
Wow. Funny I hadn't asked. Oh, how is there nowhere to build? Fix that start. Nowhere to build. Wow.
Alpha's good.
Yeah, I hope you have some some way to build up upwards.
I do, but I'm not gonna use it. I'm gonna make us suffer.
Mm.
Dude, there is nowhere to go. What are your thoughts on that move?
Um,
Doug, you're down 61 points. I want to try to get that. I'm trying to wrap my head around being down 61 points and what I would do if I were down 61 points. How would I react? I would not give up. I would play a word like Q for 33 points, and then I'd make one of the greatest comebacks, if not the greatest comeback in the history.
These letters are just straight out fucking. It's horrible.
Dog,
I'll help you out.
how does that help me?
There's so many adjacent letters you can place because of that. It's just insane. the amount of assistance.
Dog, you're up, and everybody's waiting on you.
Aura?
Aura, yeah, O-R-A. How many letters are left?
Clue is not a word.
How many letters are remaining?
4.
Oh, that's nothing. This bitch is over.
Those are hands down the worst tiles I've gotten all day.
What do you think my answer to that is gonna be?
What would you like me to solve?
What do you want me to do about it? Do you want me to give us more places to
I
play?
should still find the best possible.
Do you want me to give us more places to play?
It's still not over, technically. It'd be very soon. I think I might have been missing a word that was right staring in my face.
Well, isn't this
Oh,
appropriate?
wow, fancy. Wow, fancy. Nice. Um,
Play something good, because you're down 64 points. 64 points. One of the biggest embarrassments that we've had the opportunity to witness in the history of the world has happened right here, folks. Folks, if you're watching this, either now or in the future, and you're studying this, you're taking notes on this ass kicking, you should know that it has been a privilege to be able to lead this ass to belt to ass, BTA, belt to ass door. Are you proud of that word?
New York Times left.
You don't.
This is called Crunch Style where I'm from.
You don't have anything left.
Yeah, here in Canada, it's called Crunch. I have 6 tiles left. So it's no 0 tiles. I'm just waiting for my moment to strike.
Big dog, you're up. I hope you know it is your turn, and everybody's waiting on you, big dog. Everybody. I talked to
Where I am.
I talked to Chelsea. She said she was ready for you. I talked to the judges of World Comedy, Raw Comedy. They're ready for you. Vim. You played Vim? That's a fucking word.
Of course, it's different. Door and Vim are words. Dude. Sorry that you are not familiar enough with the English language to keep up. They are in fact words.
That's not real.
My phone might die. One I have a plug. There it is. Procrastinating on playing this.
Dog, you are up. Everybody's waiting for you. I don't like the B's. I don't like the J's. I should like the J though. J's a big number. B sucks though. B should be more than 4, and I feel like H is pretty powerful, and so is W. I feel like X could be 10 and not 8. I feel like Z is um, over.
No, don't go there. I want to try something.
Do you really?
Like make me win. Yeah, I can win.
All right, I'll let you. I'll just pass because I want to see you go. I want to see your greatness.
Wow, it doesn't like it.
So you just wasted everybody's time because I was about to win. Boy, are you struggling,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it.
dog. This is
You have the
embarrassing.
worst
This is
childhood ever.
embarrassing. This is embarrassing, son. This is embarrassing. Good night, sweetheart. You had Q U E.
Yeah, and there's nowhere to go with it.
What were you trying to do with the? You were like, hey, pass. I could win on this.
I don't know. I thought, well, it doesn't acknowledge IQ as a word, which is bullshit.
Dude, that's the third time you fucking said that tonight.
I know it's bullshit. It's the game is broken. It's a disgrace to the right players. You're gonna have Door and fucking like Remy and like all these weird words. You're not gonna have IQ.
Door? Door's a word though. It
No,
has a
DOR.
oh. So are you indoors or are you outdoors?
I mean, you're once you walk through the door frame, you're outdoors. But
Uh, what was your question?
also, okay. Oh wait. Also, I can prove that you are outside all the time based on your own definition. Because your definition is okay. We're inside the universe, but then we're outside the universe because um, like we're really outside or we're outside other universes that we live.
Yeah, it's paradoxical.
Okay, but since okay, hear me out. Since arguably the other universes are part of a bigger omniverse,
Multiverse, which is part of the
we're
omniverse.
outside of that, so we are outside.
But then we're inside the omniverse. And you can't get outside the omniverse.
Well, I mean, our universe is outside of all those other universes in the omniverse, so therefore we're outside of the omniverse.
No, that's not how it works. We would be inside the omniverse.
Um, I mean, I guess, but we're outside of. other universes more so than not.
You had a funny joke when you said Zoot is funny. 047 or whatever. 07. That was very funny. That
He
was
said he's like, I'm funny 24. So I'm like, dude, this one's zero.
047 though would mean that he's still funny 4 hours a day.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
On a scale
4
of
hours.
0 to 10, how hot do you think that Zoot's brother's girlfriend is?
If he's anything like Zoot and he's just willing to fucking stick his dick in God knows what, I can't imagine.
I bet she's a 6.
Do you think she's inside or outside?
I think she's both. I think she's outside Earth's mantle, but inside the atmosphere. What are your thoughts? Discuss.
What are my thoughts on what?
The fact that she's inside the Earth's atmosphere, but outside the mantle.
Okay, as far as buildings though go, like you can only be outside.
As far as buildings go, you can only be outside. I disagree. What if
Well,
you're what if you're stop? What if you're in a biodome? You can be inside the building of the biodome, or like inside the structure in the biodome, but outside of that structure, yet still inside the biodome. What are your thoughts?
all of those materials came from the earth, so you're really just reshaping the outside into a shape, and therefore you're still outside.
Okay. What if you? Oh, I wait. I think I've got it. Maybe. Let's say you're in an elevator, and then you move outside the elevator. Aren't you outside the elevator, but yet still inside the building?
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many of these like Russian doll things you want to pick, like go inside or out. It's all made of outside, so you're still outside. You're
But
just in a configuration of outside.
but didn't we agree that you said that everything is made from something else? So everything is organic, so nothing synthetic exists in the universe?
Um, yeah, I mean, what we define as synthetic, it comes from things are like alterations of natural things, but they're all derived from something on Earth,
Or somewhere else?
or yeah, anywhere.
So you're saying that synthetic doesn't exist.
It exists, but what makes up the things that are synthetic are natural, unaltered things. Like
Yeah,
you could always deconstruct something synthetic to get organic, natural things.
so then it's not synthetic, it's just actually organic.
Yeah, I know, but we just classify. I mean, like there's unaltered organic material, and then if you're altering it, then you classify it as synthetic. But yes, it's still ultimately like plastic or whatever. Still comes from wherever, like rubber trees, chemicals. But all those chemicals in rubber are natural.
Okay, so um, let me just summarize this for you. Okay, you're saying that nothing synthetic exists.
Yeah, I mean,
No, not I mean. You're saying that nothing synthetic exists. Stop.
well, did
Full
you
stop.
not get what I just said? I just said like all the synthetic things originate from natural organic material, and so by like association of that, they are there's these processes that are done, but yes, ultimately everything stems from these organic materials, and whether you want to classify an altered organic material as something synthetic, that's what people do. But
Dog,
it all comes from
just
natural.
just summarize it for me. Yes or no? Synthetic exists.
Right? No.
Okay, so then everything that you'd be saying is inside because for you to be outside has to be outside of some kind of organic material, and we've already agreed that there is nothing outside the organic material, so everything is inside.
No, everything is outside. How could you possibly think? But I would agree if you're saying everything is inside.
Because
You guys are gonna
everything
agree with that?
because everything is in because everything is inside the universe.
Oh, so now we're talking about the universe. I was talking about shelter.
Oh, okay, shelter. Okay, so you're saying everything is outside.
Yeah, like when you go into a building or a house, you're still outside.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, it does.
Um.
Like
So
if you're chilling in your New York City apartment, like when people say like go outside or whatever, you're already outside. You're already surrounded by natural materials, natural woods, natural whatever. You're basically outside. It's just outside is taking a new configuration.
so if I were to ask you to go inside your house, you would just say, I can't go inside my house because I can't go inside anything. What you're technically asking me to do is go outside my house, right?
Yeah. Inside is just a reference point, like a direction that we use to have have a point of reference for it. But technically, I believe that we are still outside.
Okay, but aren't we inside the universe?
Yes, I agree. I agree with that statement. We're
Okay,
outside.
and aren't we technically inside the solar system?
Well, no, technically, we don't know what is outside the universe,
Okay,
and so we don't
that's
know.
fine. That's fine. We don't know what's outside the universe, but we're in. But we can agree we're inside this universe, right?
Well, no, wait. If we don't know the boundaries of the universe and we assume that there's something outside of our universe, then we could be outside of that.
Okay, fine, whatever. Then, okay, we're inside the Milky Way galaxy, right?
Yes.
Okay, so are we inside there?
Yeah. No, but like when you say outside, I'm referring to like Earth, nature, like forests, mountains, cities, anything within the atmosphere of the Earth on like the surface. Not talking mantles and stuff. Like when you say go outside, you're like, okay, you're outside in the city, the street, buildings, whatever. It's all outside.
Aren't we inside the atmosphere?
Yeah, but when you say I'm going outside, you don't say I'm I'm going inside the atmosphere. You say I'm going outside.
Okay. Aren't we inside the clouds? Well, no, we wouldn't be inside the clouds. Okay. If it's foggy, wouldn't we say we're inside the fog?
Um, you can say that. I'm not saying that they are conflating, but that fog is going to be outside typically, unless you have a fog machine, which is also outside. What we typically say it's indoors.
Indoors is different. Okay. Can't we say that? So at what point? So you say that we're inside the solar system, inside the Milky Way. We're inside the atmosphere, technically.
Yeah.
Um, okay. So how about this? Can't we say, well, and then you get into like the materials. And I feel like your definition just frankly sucks. That you say everything is an organic material, but so synthetics don't exist. If synthetics don't exist, then and something needs to be built out of something, then inherently, according to your definition, it's organic, which means that it everything has to be organic. It can't be synthetic. And if you're in anything, according to your definition, it has to be organic, so you can't ever be outside of anything, right?
Yes, because
Okay, what about this?
the
What if I say you're outside of your element?
well, that's a expression.
Okay, well, what if I'm what?
The concept of
Wait,
inside
wait,
or
wait, wait,
outside,
wait, wait,
I feel
wait.
like
You're
is
using the
outside
idea.
of
You're
just
using the
like
idea as being a physical place. I'm saying that it could be a hypothetical realm.
no, I'm not saying that the word inside cannot be used to describe things, but I'm just saying in like the context of like residential or um, homes or buildings, like in that particular context, when you're saying I'm going inside, you're really still outside ultimately. Is just what I'm saying.
But that's not correct because we've even said that you're inside the universe, perhaps inside the Milky Way, inside the solar system.
Well, those things are still up for debate because we don't know what's outside the universe.
No, no, that one's
But
different.
those are reference points.
The,
Those are
the
reference
solar
points.
system is not up for debate. We're inside the solar system.
Okay. Yes, and we're inside the atmosphere. I agree to that. But when you shrink, when you go down to Earth level, like there's the outdoors,
Okay,
which
stop,
is
stop, stop,
the
stop,
vast
stop, stop,
majority.
stop, 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 stop. So then, if I take and I put you in a space capsule, like the International Space Station, we could say that you are outside Earth's atmosphere, but inside the space capsule.
No, that space capsule is still made of natural things. So
Yeah, but wait, wait,
it's
wait,
like
wait. Okay, so here's it's a definition issue. You're saying that if you're inside something, it has to be organic, and that just doesn't necessarily correlate.
Well, it could if futuristic building materials were all organic compounds, but it's not that far of a stretch to say that every material, whether it's been modified, originally comes from an organic material.
What if we create a replicator? What if we have a replicator that creates something from nothing? Then that would be synthetic.
Well, what are the atoms constructed of in the replicator? Is it a carbon copy of the synthetic thing, which is an organic derived thing?
Okay, how about this? We are. Uh, I mean, I see what you're saying, but your definition is wrong. You're saying if you're in anything, any physical object, it has to be it has to be organic, and you get down to the point where from a definition, you say atoms are organic, and so everything is made of atoms. So if you're ever inside of anything, you're really outside because that doesn't make any sense. I get what you're
Oh, it
saying.
makes a ton of sense.
No, you're not outside. If you're inside a house, you're not outside.
No, but you are.
Would you? No, you aren't. If I put you in a shipping container, I'd say you're inside the shipping container. I wouldn't say you're outside.
Well, that it can be used in the context of a reference point, but in the grand context of where that shipping container is, that shipping container is made of natural elements, and that so you're surrounded by natural elements, which is also surrounded by nature, which is also a bunch of natural elements. So just because you construct a little dome out of natural elements to temporarily shield you from the other natural elements outside of you, you're still ultimately in natural elements.
So how
Which
isn't
is
so how isn't the solar system a natural element? Oh wait.
it is, yeah.
So then aren't you technically outside the solar system? But you're not. You're inside of it.
Well, no, if your concept of is like the same as Earth, where just going outside into nature, like wherever else, where like pick a place on Earth. Like, imagine outside
I
anywhere on
don't give
Earth.
a
You're
fuck
outside in the deep
about that. I
Australia.
get your stupid thing there. I'm talking about the solar system.
Yeah, so I mean, in a sense, yes, the like it's all just a big natural space, which is outside. Like outside kind of means like not confined in a way. So like
No,
just
no, you
natural
keep
and not
changing the
confined.
definition, and I don't like that. It's illogical.
Okay, what do you think the definition of outdoor or
Out,
outside? I outside.
generally, it means external to a structure.
Yeah, outside refers to the area beyond an enclosed space, such as a building or structure. Often implies being outdoors. It, it describes an outer surface, a location away from the interior. Or in a metaphorical sense, the limited possibility. Um, Physical location, the area, space, or region beyond a boundary or enclosed surface. The outer part of an object. Yeah, I mean that definition's wrong.
Okay.
I, I mean, I just think it's just a thought experiment. It's fun.
That was fun. I don't agree with it, and I think it's illogical. It's not logically sound, but it's still cool.
Yeah, I mean,
How about this one? What really is
the solar system is outdoors, correct? Would
the?
you say that the solar system is outdoors?
I would say we are not outdoors. Is not the word you used. You said inside.
No. Do you think that the Milky Way is outdoors or is it inside?
It's outdoors.
Right. So if the Earth is in the Milky Way, isn't Earth by correlation, by default, outdoors as well?
You're using different terms. You're using outdoors and inside. That's inconsistent. It was outside and inside. That's how you originally posed it. Now let me ask you this.
No, but outside and outdoors are very connected,
No, no,
by
no, no, no.
definition.
There's a logical fallacy there. Okay, I have a question
No,
for
no,
you.
no, no, no. No, they're very much connected.
No, they're not. Outdoors and outside are two different things.
Uh, okay, no, I think they can be used.
They can be, but
Because
they don't.
if I say, okay, I'm in my house right now. If I say I'm going outdoors, that's one way to put it. Or you can say I'm going outside, and those both mean I'm exiting my apartment and going to the outside, which is also considered the outdoors. So they're interchangeable. Can you agree on that?
No, absolutely not. I would say that the Milky Way is outside, but I wouldn't say Earth is outside the Milky Way.
That's not what I asked.
Okay, I don't know what you asked earlier. I know that I'm defending this from a logical standpoint. Here's what I want to know from you. This is kind of along the same lines. Uh, who defines whether a door is outside or inside? Or who defines whether a door is outdoors or indoors?
Are you talking about indoor doors or outward facing doors?
Isn't every indoor door in its own way an outward door? Like it's like a portal. Like some people may consider a door to be going out into something, other people may consider it going into something.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not one or the other. It's like both. Because there's a part of it facing the outside and a part facing the inside.
But couldn't they both be facing the inside and both be facing the outside? Yeah, they could.
What do you mean?
If you
Like
just
there's two sides to a door.
if you put a door frame, just the frame in the middle of a field, both sides would be going to the outside. And if you had a door that was put just in the middle of a room, both doors would be going to the inside.
Like, are they facing each other?
So imagine there's just a box, like a container, and there's a door with a wall. Both of them, that door, when you walk through one side, it goes inside. When you walk through the other side, it goes inside. There isn't an outside to that door, arguably,
Is there a door or is it just a door?
or a door frame. So there's a door frame in a box, in just like a 10 by 10 room. You walk through the door frame, you're still walking through the inside. You walk through the other door frame, through the other side of the door frame, and you're still inside. There is no walking outside.
Why? Because both of those frames are in a room.
I think that's an argument that could be made.
Yeah, I mean, if it was set up like that, you don't. How would you describe walking through the first or second door?
The first door that's outside,
You're walking through the door.
I would call it like a. You would say, walk.
You'd still say I'm exiting the door.
That's a different story. So you're saying, how would you describe it if there's just a door frame in the middle of a field? Walk through that door to the outside. Walk to the outside of that. Walk through that door to the outside.
Okay.
And if it were in a house, walk through that door inside the other room. You could say they'll walk through that door outside this room.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, your question before was how do you judge whether a door is inside or outside or something?
Yeah. Okay, if you really want to get, if you really,
Arguably, you could argue depending on which way the hinges are configuring. If the door opens,
there are no,
outside
there are no hinges. There are no hinges.
From the inside or from the outside.
It's a door frame. There are no hinges. There's no door.
Well, yeah, no, that was an example later. If it's just a door frame, there's no front or back side. If it's just an empty door frame.
All right, I got this one for you.
Unless you want to use that.
No. What are your thoughts on this? Every opinion is subjective except this statement.
I disagree.
No, it's paradoxical. It's absolutely right.
No, I disagree.
Okay.
I just disagree. I disagree.
But that's just but that's just your opinion. It's subjective.
Which, yeah, but by me not agreeing that every opinion is whatever it is,
subjective,
or whatever, then I'm disproving that.
No, you're not. You're just proving
My
that.
Opinion counts.
Yeah, it's subjective.
Yeah, but your statement is every opinion is subjective except this opinion. That's your statement, and I'm saying no, I disagree.
And that's subjective.
Oh, you're saying that.
Yeah, that's your subjective opinion. What I'm saying is this: everything in the world is someone's opinion, or every opinion in the world is subjective. The only I should say every statement, every opinion in the world is subjective, except the fact, except this statement. Every opinion in the world is subjective, except this statement. Basically, what I'm saying is that one thing has to be objective, and that's the statement that all opinions are subjective. Does that make sense?
Yes, but what if I disagree with that statement?
Then that proves it that it's your opinion. It's subjective.
Okay, I guess. Sure.
What are the odds Zoot wins his heat?
It's like his improv today was the worst improv I've ever heard.
It was worse than the other night.
You know, he kept giving him like so many chances, and it's like so bad. It wasn't even like a little bit good. It
We
was
gave him
all
easy
extremely
words.
bad. Horrible.
We gave him easy words. Then we gave him like his bread and butter stuff, STIs and autism. I'm gonna ask you what, aside from these 10 things Zoot talks about regularly: children, Puff Daddy, Jeffrey Epstein, Dave Chappelle, Lily Phillips, um, Bonnie Blue, ADHD, autism, and Hitler.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
That's Zoot. That is Zoot. Like, um, what else does he talk about? He does talk about a few other things, like raw comedy and uh, James McCann and his dog and cryptocurrency. But you didn't even know he had a brother till today. You've known this guy for like years, and you didn't know he had a brother.
Did you know he had that?
Yeah.
I don't think Zoo even knew
I do. And he said he's gonna punch me in the face because I asked if his brother's girlfriend was masturbatable.
that was just a typical question that any rational person would ask.
Doug, I've been live streaming now for 4 years. I've come to the conclusion that that's the question that everyone wants to know whenever they hear about someone of the opposite gender.
Yeah. Also, the amount of crude shit that Zoo blurts out constantly
Right,
is wild. And then, yeah, we never say we want to punch him in the face.
right.
I
You
don't
know,
know, maybe
you know,
too close to home.
you
Too
know,
close to home or whatever, even though.
that's a felony in the United States to say that to somebody, or not in the United States, in the state of California to say that to somebody. That you're going to cause physical. It's considered like a terrorist threat. That you're going to do physical harm to somebody, severe physical harm.
Or if you have Tourette's.
That's Zoot. Actually, that happened to him. He threatened somebody or something, and they prosecuted him, but he got away with it because he said that he had some kind of behavioral issue, and they threw it out.
Wow.
Which he
What,
does.
what,
When was that? Like 5 years ago. And I'm not exactly sure what he. Dude, did he tell you he got punched in the face?
yeah.
And they never did anything about that. Um, and I, for as much shit as I give Zoot, I do like him a lot. He's annoying as Zoot. If you, I don't give a shit if you're watching this. You could be watching this live right now. I'm gonna tell you straight up. I hate that you are very difficult with whom to, difficult person with whom to communicate. I hate that you leave. I hate the subjects that you bring up, but I still love you to death. When you come in, I get happy. Just you make me laugh not because you're funny, but because you're
personality is so strange that it makes me smile. And um, I will say this: I'm very proud of him for making it this far in rock comedy. It is
He's doing it for fun, apparently. He definitely lied about that. I'm like, yo, dog, you literally have come in here, told me, like, personally, that you want to be a professional comedian, and then say, like, nah, I just do it for fun.
he's just saying that because his friends are saying that. They're all saying that. They don't want to say that they're doing it because they want to be in the national finals of raw comedy.
Australia, who can't do comedy at all.
Right. If I mean, it would be like saying, well, this is what Zoot said he was gonna do. He's like, if I win and I beat one of my friends, I'm gonna give them the. I'm gonna say that I want them to take the award. Which I'm like, what if they don't accept it? What if they're like, no, Zoot, you deserve to win? He's like, well, like he was just trying to be like extremely
He's not
humble.
gonna have to worry about that.
What'd you say?
He's not gonna have to worry about that.
I, it, but I mean, he got this far, which isn't that far. He basically had to have one good 5 minute set, and he didn't even win his heat, but they did let him back up. Uh, he had to win. I'm absolutely shocked that he didn't stumble over something, or say shit, or fuck, or go into something embarrassing. Like that's why I'm proud of him that he was able to get one good. I mean, we didn't see it, but like apparently, like it had to be good enough that he got it off, and they um
They did not find that he was offensive or any of that other shit.
Boo him off the stage.
Well, I'm just saying this, dude. Like,
Like the fact, yeah, the fact
people,
he didn't get booed off the stage is like a miracle.
yeah,
Based on his improv today.
just based on
But I don't know. He thinks that improv skills are not important as a comedian. I do not agree with that.
they have to, yeah, especially if you're doing crowd work. That's like really important to be able to think on your feet like that.
Even not doing crowd work is just very important for coming up with material or brainstorm. It's just like brainstorming basically.
If Zoot were here, I would, and I've told him this, so it's not like a surprise. I would tell him his comedy is predictable. None, these never had a joke that I just think is really outside the box creative. Everything that he has said is something that I've either thought about, or the punchlines are um, easy to anticipate. The Kennedy one, that's like people have been making jokes about that for 60 years. It's not topical. I mean, I guess it is sort of, but um, his joke about like Zook could have a really good misdirect or callback joke, like the misdirect where he's saying like, "I did this, this, and this. I did this, this, and this. I did this, this, and this," and then come back and have a punchline that we're not expecting. But he doesn't have anything like that. His jokes are just very predictable. And if I had to tell him from 0 to 10, with 10 being what I think is just absolutely the most brilliant comedy I've ever heard, and with Dave Chappelle being like a 7 or an 8, 'cause I don't even think Dave Chappelle is like he's a good comic, but he's not like almost making me think from a philosopher standpoint. Sometimes he does, but other things he doesn't. So maybe, yeah, Dave Chappelle maybe a 7 or an 8. Dude, so you're a 1. Your jokes are easy to anticipate, and yet I'm not a finalist for South Australia Comic of the Year. Zoot is.
Your your bit about the like it was just like your improv bit about the using light poles for strippers or whatever. That was funny.
I
That
appreciate
was
it.
like a legitimate funny riff that I would like. Literally, you could be a pro comedian and do shit like that. I mean, dude has the potential to. He says funny shit. He's like the premise of like shit you should absolutely never Google in your life is funny, or like why why is Ronald McDonald so skinny? Why is he not fat? And then you can just go on a tangent with that. Like he has the ideas and potential. I know he does. I mean, yeah, he has he has potential, but I don't know if his current 5 minute 5 minutes total routine is anywhere near that level.
I thought your hummingbird thing was really funny. They don't even hum. Um, I do think he has a 25% chance of winning. He has a less than 1% chance. I wouldn't say zero because all the people could simultaneously get in car accidents who he's up against. But I didn't even ask him how many people is he up against on Friday.
Like final 12 or whatever.
Oh yeah, that's what he said. Final 12, 45. So he had to beat 33. Yeah, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. If
Unless
he,
Natalie, I mean, he could do it if his jokes did not suck. But
Yeah.
that's not the case.
Well, that's the thing. He could, and I would say this, if he practiced, he. I, let me say this, dude. If you practice it, or anybody out there, if you practice it, you can get it down, and you sound professional. Anybody can do it. As I told him previously, if you just take 10 street jokes, simple, easy, set up punchline, set up punchline jokes, and memorize them, you have a 50% chance of winning this contest. I really mean that.
I don't know if you write the jokes yourself, I'm sure.
Nope. You could take street jokes. Jokes that are directly just common funny jokes. Look here, I'll do it right now. I'll just get street jokes.
No, it's not fun if you're doing that, just stealing jokes. You're gonna call it out.
No, no, you don't understand the definition of a street joke. A street joke is something that you can do that with. It's so well known in society, it's not traced to any single individual. So you could,
There's no creativity in that.
if people haven't heard it before, there's a lot of creativity.
No, there's zero creativity. If you're stealing material, you're
It's
not
not.
creating it.
It's not stealing. It's already available. It's allowed.
Okay, well, you're still using material you did not create. So explain how that's creative.
You would find 10 really good jokes. There's some creativity in being able to sift through what's funny, what's not, and you memorize them.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's how you get to James Chappelle level by just copying jokes.
Um, his aren't really even jokes in a lot of ways. He does have some jokes, but his are cool stories and that have a meaning at the end. He's really getting to the point where he's a philosopher, and he does a funny impressions too. But um, he's not like a setup joke punchline, uh, uh, setup punchline kind of comic either. Very few people, once you get to that level, do that. Nor do they want to do that. That takes a lot of work. It's a lot of work to fill an hour with joke punchline, joke punchline, joke punchline. Nobody, very few people can do that. It's a lot to memorize, and they would rather get bigger punches by telling a story.
Yeah. I'm currently outdoors, and would you agree that I'm outside?
Okay. Uh, are you? I mean, basically, you're saying when you say you're outdoors, you are not. There's no roof, right?
Um, no, outdoors does not necessarily have to contain no roof. You can be outdoors with a roof. Like if you're under a tarp, or do you consider the tarp a roof? Do you consider a pergola a roof?
Is a gazebo outdoors? Yeah. Is a gazebo outside? Yeah. Can you be inside the gazebo? Yes. Can you be indoors of a gazebo? Yes.
You could also say you're under the gazebo, but outdoors.
You could say you're inside the gazebo as well. You could do the same for a house. I mean, we could do outside the house. Your gazebo's
Now
a
you're getting it.
no gazebo's an interesting one. You can say that you're outside the gazebo, that you're outdoors in a gazebo, that you're inside a gazebo, and that you're indoors in a gazebo.
Okay, if you're on a patio of a restaurant, you're outside. If there's some makeshift like roof, you're still considered outside on the patio,
Um,
depending on how the roof is constructed and if it's connected. If they're just umbrellas, like on the outdoor patio, an umbrella does not constitute indoors now,
you're
but
in.
it's still a roof.
Um, I mean, if there's an awning, aren't you inside the awning?
Yeah, but I think it depends on how the structure of the building is
I agree. Okay,
attached.
so if,
One sec, I'm going in the elevator. I'll use 1 second.
no, fuck that elevator.
I'm going outdoors to the elevator.
Dog. Do you listen to this motherfucker? Are you all listening to this motherfucker? Are you listening to this motherfucker?
I fucked that up.
Yo, dog, are you there?
Yeah, no, I just got back outdoors into my apartment.
Outdoors
Did you
in
know that there's a
outdoors in your apartment?
elevator oligarch?
Outdoors
Yeah, I'm now outdoors in my apartment
outdoors in your apartment. Why wouldn't you
Yeah.
just say inside your apartment?
because I'm outside.
Oh, okay. So then why wouldn't you say
I am in my apartment, but the apartment and me are outside.
uh dude, this goes back to your thing.
About synthetics not being a
But
real
the
thing.
majority of buildings, or at least residential housing, are wood frame, timber constructed.
Okay, but
There's
this
the
just
odd
goes back to your
concrete
thing
one.
that synthetics don't exist because everything can be taken back to being organic, right?
I mean, do you agree with that to some extent? You can say no, but
I mean, The fact that then you would say that atoms are organic, then I would say yeah. But I would say that there's a process that can be done usually, and that's when something is considered synthetic. So, like metal, you take like iron ore and you melt it, and then it becomes steel. Steel is more synthetic material.
Yeah, I know, and I said that earlier. I said, like, after you alter an organic element, then it's typically classified as synthetic, but
But
they're ultimately derivatives of organic material.
usually, organic, uh, a lot of times it's connected to organisms. Doesn't necessarily need to be, but something that was once living. But I understand, like rocks aren't living and they're considered organic,
But what do you mean by living materials?
like wood.
Okay.
All right. What about this one?
Well, okay, sure. Chuck me an outdoor edge case.
Uh, let me see if I can remember this one. I don't know if it's a riddle. All right, but I don't know if I'm gonna say it correctly. Um, this is between. Wait, hold on. What is it? The thing about which wait
Wood chip. What would a woodchuck chuck wood if a
no,
woodchuck
it's something
could
like
chuck wood? That one?
the the I'm thinking about something between 6 and 7. It doesn't have a decimal or a fraction. What is it?
Uh, um, the the clock hand.
No,
Oh, that was a good answer.
that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it does. Like the clock spins around to tell the time, and at some point the clock hand will between 6 and 7.
Yeah, but that's not it.
Well, it's a shit riddle. What's the answer?
The answer is the letter and. 6 and 7. I'm thinking about something between 6 and 7. The word and is between 6 and 7. It doesn't have a decimal, nor is it a fraction.
Neither does a clock hand. But okay. Both answers are correct.
No, the clock hand doesn't make any sense. The clock hand would be representing a fraction or a decimal.
It's not a fraction. Time is not a fraction.
A clock displaying time is a fraction. Or it can be
No,
it
it's
can
not a
be
fraction.
it can be
Fraction is a,
it can be
is a
reduced it can be
denominator and
it
a
can be reduced to
numerator.
it can be reduced to a fraction.
Explain how 634 and 635 are fractions. Because 35 is 35 out of 60 minutes.
Exactly. So it'd be
Yeah, but
35.
no one tells time like that. They're not. No one ever describes time as, oh, I'm 6 out of 12.
Yes, they
And
do.
then
They say it's 2:30, and that's 50% or one half. Or they'll say 1/4 past 2, which is 1/4. They do that all the time, dog.
Sure, but that doesn't make the actual time itself a fraction.
Yes, it does. One
No,
quarter
you're describing. You're
when
describing.
when someone says
time
quarter
as a
after,
fraction,
they
but
mean
that doesn't
one.
just make it a fraction.
They mean 1/4 of the hour.
Yeah, and you're describing it like that. You can describe many things like that.
But you can't describe the word "and" like that, or it wouldn't make sense.
No, okay. Just because something can be divided into parts doesn't make the thing itself a fraction.
Yeah, it does.
No.
Give me an example.
A fraction is like 6/7 or 5/4.
If something is divided into parts, it is by definition a fraction. It's either whole, which should be 1/1, or half, which should be 1/2, or a third, 1/3.
Yeah, but you're inserting the fraction over time. The time itself isn't like inherently a fraction until you insert this fractional math on top.
Doug, what the fuck are you saying? If I say to you, it's 6:30, that means it's 1/2 of the hour, which is 6:30.
Yeah, I'm just saying, just because a clock can be like spoken of in fractions and divided in half does not make the concept of time itself automatically equate to a fraction
And
or being fractional.
yes, it does. Now, we might not discuss it in those ways,
I
but
think I
if
have to ask AI on this one. I mean, I think you could, you might very well be right, but to me it seems like you're
right, yeah, I know it does seem like you're right.
forcing a fraction into something.
No, it just wouldn't be referred to that generally, but many people would. If you say midday, that's halfway through the day. That's the midpoint. Or 3:30, 3:15. Is anything that is able to be broken up into parts also technically a fraction from a theoretical sense? A fraction is a mathematical expression that represents a part of a whole or a ratio between two quantities. Okay, but fraction division ratio. Theoretical perspective, fractions of divisibility. From a theoretical standpoint, any quantity that can be divided into equal parts can be represented using fractions.
Time itself isn't a fraction. Time is a fundamental dimension, a measure of change and sequence. It's a human construct to help us make sense of our experiences.
Can everything be a fraction? Yes, in a broad theoretical sense, any divisible object or quantity can be represented as a fraction. So that includes physical objects. A pizza cut into 8 slices gives 1/8 per slice. Measurements, time. The first thing it says is time, distance, or volume can be fractional. For instance, half hour, 3/4 of a mile. Abstract quantities, probabilities, rates, and proportions are often expressed as fractions.
Now, just because something can be divided hypothetically doesn't automatically make it a fraction. Instead, we're using fractions as a way to quantify and relate.
Yeah, it does.
No, my AI just said I'm correct. Your AI is some shitty fucking human AI. I'm talking to the real AI.
Okay, here we go.
Your AI sucks. Let me just put it that way.
Can every
I guess.
mathematical number, can everything, whether it's a pizza or a dog or a human or a time, be represented as a fraction? Like a dog would be 1/1, and time might be half past the hour. Everything could be a fraction. Two dogs would be 2/1.
Fraction is a tool, not an inherent property of time itself. Dog, this is not even up for debate. Not even a debate. I was right.
It is.
I was literally right.
Uh,
To everyone here, 50 million years in the future, I was right
no, no.
on this
From a
particular.
from a theoretical
Thing.
standpoint, steel man this argument.
No steel manning allowed. Okay, we've already confirmed.
Here we go.
It's been debunked.
No,
Been debunked.
it is
Your theory,
steel man argument.
trash garbage
Everything
theory
can
has
be
been debunked.
represented as a fraction. Ontological neutrality. Reality as quantifiable relations. At the most fundamental level, reality can be described not as things, but as relations between quantities. A dog is not a primitive object. It is a stable pattern of mass, energy, time, and information. A human is a more complex but still finite aggregation of those same measurable properties. Time is not a thing but a rate of change. If reality is fundamentally relational, then ratios or fractions are sufficient to describe it. Measurement collapses into en- measurement collapses entities into ratios. Any attempt to describe something scientifically requires measurement, and measurement always produces ratios. Length is object over unit length, mass is object over unit mass. Time equals event duration over unit time. Count equals quantity over unit, dogs per reference dog. Thus, one dog is one dog over one dog, which is 1/1. Two dogs over two dogs. Half an hour is 30 minutes or 60 over 60 minutes, one half. Even discrete objects become fractional relative to a chosen unit. Whole numbers are a special case of fractions. Mathematically, every integer n equals n/1. So if integers can represent discrete objects and integers are fractions, then fractions are sufficient to represent discrete unity. This makes fractions a universal numerical language, not a limiting one. Apparent indivisibility is scale dependent. Objects like you can't half a dog fall under scale analysis. At different resolutions, a dog is divisible into organs, organs into cells, cells into molecules, molecules into particles, particles into energy distributions. At every scale, quantities are expressible as fractions of a reference whole. Indivisibility is a practical constraint, not a theoretical one. Time as a fractional change. This is for you, Riser. Time does not need to be absolute to be real. Time can be defined as change relative to a periodic process. Thus, half past the hour equals one half of a cycle. A moment equals delta change over reference change. So time is fundamentally fractional, a ratio of changes. Information theoretic frame. I mean, do you need me to go on? Because I can.
No, I think we've heard of that.
But wait, but wait. This inherently, there's an issue that arises in this discussion. Did you recognize what it is?
What could that be?
In the riddle that I gave, I said, I didn't give the riddle correctly, but I said, the answer is not a decimal, nor is it a fraction. Technically, and I guess would be a fraction of 1/1 of the word and. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it
So
does make sense. So, yeah, the riddle has been debunked officially.
okay, now that may
No
be
one's
true.
talking about this. No one's talking about this except right here.
So that may be true that that riddle is incorrect. But the idea that everything is divisible into fractions is correct.
I think tomorrow morning on CNN there's going to be some crazy story about this.
It's going to be this. Our top story, Zoot is 24 hours away from being the funniest person in South Australia. And additionally, everything is divisible into fractions.
No, that riddle has been debunked, and
Let me get the riddle correct. Okay, because
you can just impose a bullshit fraction
Hold on.
over anything apparently. Because
what is the riddle? It's something like this thing is in between 6 and 7. It's not a decimal. It does not have a decimal point and is not a fraction. It's something like that. The best brain busting riddles for today. So, so it could just be what is between 6 and 7. The word and. The riddle plays on the way numbers are spoken in English. When you say 6 and 7, the word and is literally between the two numbers. Hold on though. So um from that perspective, dude, let me just go to ChatGPT, baby.
it would be a good troll to just go onto Reddit and like the riddles Reddit and just like make up a riddle that just like doesn't make a whole lot of sense with no clear answer and then
What is the
never
riddle?
answer it.
What is between 6 and 7? It does not have a decimal, nor is it a fraction. Wow, that's not. What is the riddle? It's something like this is between 6 and 7. It does not have a decimal, and it isn't a fraction. Yep, classic riddle answered, and because it's literally between 6 and 7, no decimal. Okay, but what is the formal version of the joke that I just gave? Uh, what comes between 6 and 7 has no decimal and is not a fraction. But technically, the word "and" is a fraction. It would be "and over 1." That's what you should do. Go on Reddit and tell everybody just every answer that they have. Just absolutely everything you just say. The answer is a fraction.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, okay. So then, how about an answer?
So I watched this hilarious video yesterday.
What was the hilarious
This
video
guy's
that
on
you watched
YouTube.
yesterday?
He has a YouTube channel and he like always is like trapping scammers in like these like mazes or whatever. And you'd love this one. He has like a bunch of scammers that are trying to steal like this like $1 million of Bitcoin, but it's really a fake site. And then so he had a bunch of his subscribers create these like really like unsolvable like silly captchas, and then the scammers had to like go through and do all these like try and do like these like infuriating like ridiculous captchas.
I would love that. That's amazing. Did you know that that story can be simplified
Written
into
as a fraction.
into a fraction?
Yeah.
It would be whatever that story is over 1.
Wow, thanks. I really didn't know that. Thanks. So glad that I know that. Does that even make sense? Do words go, you divide them by 1? And then it's just
I think so.
And you consider them out to be outdoors. Do you consider a tent to be outdoors?
Oh,
A tent is a good middle gray area.
it's the same as a gazebo.
It's the same as what?
A gazebo. I was thinking that too.
But it has walls.
Not all
Okay,
tent. Not all
I think-
tent.
Okay,
Not
so
all
this
tents.
this is a
Not
very
all
good
tents have
point for
walls.
it being outdoors.
Not all tents
And
have
roofs
walls.
And walls.
Not
you still consider
all-
being outside.
Do you recognize what I'm saying? Not all tents have walls.
What tent doesn't have walls?
Like those tents that you have at like at the beach.
What are they, like a half, like circle or something?
No, it's like just a canopy with metal frame.
What do I search in the Google? Beach tent canopy?
I would just,
Oh, like like so it looks like okay, I think I see what you mean. Only the top part, right?
yeah. You know what I would do if I were you? I would type in easy up tent. Easy like the letter E, the letter Z, the letter U, the easy up tent.
You mean Z?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, these things, just like 4 sticks. But those are definitely outside. But it's more of a philosophical debate of whether the tent is outside, like a tent with actual sides.
Like a tent with actual sides. So wouldn't that just be a
Camping tent.
yeah? Wouldn't that be just a structure, just like a house?
I mean, one could argue that, but I don't know. I
One,
think you could argue.
you
that
know what
it's
one
very
could
much
argue?
outside.
Is that it's a fraction.
That's true. It's actually 1/10 over 1/10.
That is no, that's incorrect. That would mean it's one. It's actually 1/10 over one,
Oh,
which equals the tenth.
you can't divide 10 by 10. Because that would just
Because that would just be one. Like if you had 2/10, then it would be tenth and tenth, 2/10 over one. Now here's a question for you. If a gazebo is in a tent, would you be inside the gazebo, indoors of the gazebo, outside in the gazebo, and outdoors in the gazebo all simultaneously?
yeah, I think that would be correct.
I think so too. I don't even think you need the tent. I just said it.
Yeah, I zoned out on the third thing that you said, but
All right, so
I
just
get the point.
take a gazebo. Okay, you could be outside in the gazebo, outdoors in the gazebo. Those make sense. You could be inside the gazebo and indoors of the gazebo. That makes sense too.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, but when you say inside, it's like a reference to where you are within a certain object.
The hard one for me with the gazebo is there isn't a real door. So let's use a tent. You could be outside in the tent inside in the tent, outdoors in the tent, and indoors in the tent. All of those work.
So you're able to justify that. How do you justify the being outdoors and outside, both while in the tent?
Okay, you can be outside in the tent. You can be outdoors in the tent. You can be inside in the tent and indoors in the tent.
Yeah, I heard what you said, but I'm asking you to explain why you can be the first.
Okay, if you're outside in the tent, it means you're in the outdoors or like, in natural, like in the natural setting in the tent. You can be outdoors in the tent, which is the idea that you're in a natural setting in the tent. And then the other two, which were inside in the tent and indoors in the tent. The big issue is, can you be outside out of the tent?
Yeah, of course. That would just
Be
mean
out,
that your body is not actually in the tent.
right? Can you be
Oh,
out?
but you
Can you be outside or outdoors out of the tent? Yes, you can. Can you
can you
be?
be outside of the tent, but also in the tent?
Can you be
No.
outside of the tent? Can you be outside of the tent but also in the tent? Yes, you can. If your body, like your head, were outside of the door, but your
You're
body were,
halfway through.
yeah, exactly. That would be you're outside of the tent, inside the tent, and that's how I would describe that. Oh, that person stuck their head outside of the tent while their body was in the tent. And if I weren't being so specific, I would say they stuck. That person was outside the tent while in the tent.
Have you ever gone camping before?
Not a lot, but yeah. And
No.
it
So you agree that you're outside the sleep. You're outside the sleeping bag.
uh, outside the sleeping bag. You're outside the sleeping bag. What is that? What in comparison to what?
Like you're just same principles as before. You're just always outside.
No, not if you're in the sleeping bag. Then you're inside the sleeping bag.
You just said that you can be outdoors in the tent, outside in the tent.
Yeah. Okay. So you would be
You
outside
just
in.
said that.
You'd be outside in the sleeping bag,
Yeah,
just like you could be inside in the sleeping bag.
sure.
And just like a sleeping bag is sleeping bag over one.
Well, yes. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, and just like your clock, whatever time that would be, is a fraction. And if anything, you could describe the clock as a fraction of just being whatever between the hand between 5 and 6 over one. But that proved that riddle is incorrect if you say it's not a decimal and not a fraction. So the riddle is just this is between 5 and 6. If you say that, then
No, this is also this over one.
if somebody
I
said
think
that,
I
I
think
would
the
say
only answer could be like nothing.
if someone said that, well, there could be a lot of answers to it. Nobody says there has to be one. You could say a word. You could say a three-letter
No,
word.
but if it's if you can like if by this rule that like tenths are tenths over one and time is time over one and is and over one, then everything can just be put into a fraction.
I agree.
Unless you can somehow be outside of a fraction.
That's impossible.
I don't know about that.
Well, um, let's think. I'm sure there's some kind of mathematical way to say that you would be dividing by zero, which you can't do.
I think you can do it, but the answer just becomes infinity, isn't it?
No, you can divide anything. Zero divided by anything is zero, but you can't divide by zero.
What happens when you divide by zero?
Like in a
It just
calculator,
instantly evaporates.
it says error. Why can't you divide by zero?
Division by zero is undefined because it violates fundamental rules of arithmetic and leads to logical contradictions. Core reason: division is defined as the inverse of multiplication. For money, it's like a bunch of math stuff. Any number multiplied by zero is zero. That makes it impossible. Oh, it's too much math. Okay. Specific cases: non-zero divided by zero. For instance, 1 divided by 0. No number equals, okay, so why not infinity? Why, well, uh, since the result depends on the direction of a consequence. Allowing division by 0 breaks the consistency of mathematical operations, such as the distributive property, and leads to absurd conclusions. To maintain a coherent mathematical system, division by 0 is simply undefined. I always felt like it should be infinity, but it's not. Why isn't it though? Why
Well,
it?
it's just
Why
the top
isn't?
number. Okay,
Why
with
isn't?
1/2, you're
Stop!
going
Stop! Stop! Stop!
one
Why isn't?
divided into two parts,
Doug, Doug,
which is
do you not know what
0.5.
stop means? Do you not know what stop means? Why isn't dividing by 0 infinity? The logic for 2 divided by 0 equals infinity goes something like this. 2 over 1 equals 2, 2 over zero point zero 0.01 is 20, 2 over zero point zero 0.01 is 200, and so on. Dividing by a really small number makes a really big number, so dividing by 0 should be infinity. But what if you start from the other side? 2 divided by negative 1 equals negative 2. 2 divided by negative zero point 0.1 equals 20. 2 divided by negative zero point zero 0.01 equals negative 200, etc. Dividing by a really small number makes a really big negative number. So dividing by 0 should make negative infinity. 2 divided by 0 equals infinity, and 2 divided by 0 equals negative infinity can't both be true. So we say 2 divided by 0 is undefined instead. There's no definite answer to the equation. Okay, I get that. So because negative infinity could exist, we have to say it's undefined. They can both be true if negative infinity equals infinity, which is possible. Yeah, but when people ask questions like these, they're talking about regular numbers or extended reals. Number systems with a single infinity do exist, but I think it's safe that say that the person isn't asking about them.
Did you go to college?
Fuck yeah.
Oh yeah. Did you get a degree?
Fuck yeah.
What was your degree?
Dick slanging.
Did you actually get a degree?
Yeah.
In what?
Politics.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You got a political degree?
Yeah.
I thought you don't like politics.
I don't. I don't like talking about it because I know a lot about it.
Was getting the political degree difficult?
Uh, it, it wasn't easy. Um, it was challenging at times. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of writing in it, but that's why when people want to come in here, they always want to talk about politics. It's almost like someone who wants to talk to somebody about a war, but they don't know that that person's been to war. It's like I'm like the silent veteran on the matter. It's like I don't want to talk about this. I've been talking
I
about
just burned out of it.
yeah, exactly. I've been talking about politics. Like, the first half of my life is talking about politics. I don't like to talk about it, and really because my people's views change. Nobody's perfect, but
Were
it,
you going to try to be a politician ever, or why did you choose to get that
no,
degree?
I love politics. I love history. I love leadership. I love how to manipulate mass amounts of people with opinions and marketing, and um, it was certainly of interest to me.
So
But
you
yes,
think you're well set when you become the world's most popular human
100,
being?
100%. That's the end game, baby. I don't talk about this thing, and then I go viral, and then I'm the world's expert in it. I'm not the world's expert in politics, but I know a lot more about politics than any of the people who come into my space and are like, "Hey, I want to talk about Nick Fuentes and fucking Ben Shapiro." Like, okay, I've been hearing these things. That's fine. But yeah, it's kind of it's my forte, but I don't like to talk about it. Again, it's like the veteran who doesn't want to talk about the war.
Don't I get burnt out? Well, friend, somehow I've been on this fucking call for literally 12 hours. Did you know that?
That's got to be a record.
That's crazy. I literally have been on this call for 12 hours.
Are you proud of yourself?
It's just like a black hole. Every time I come in here, it's literally a black hole. My day is gone.
That's what I like, dude. I was just saying the same thing about you to people in an X space. They were um, like, what are you like? What's your normal day like? And I'm like, well, it really depends. Like last night, this was a couple nights ago. Uh, I was talking to a friend of mine from Canada and Australia, and whenever I talk with these guys, like I'll be up till like 5 in the morning, and that screws up my whole week or perhaps a month of sleeping because my hours get all reversed. But we have a good time together, and we play games together, and make jokes and things like that. And they're like, then this one person's like, okay, well, um, what time does this happen? I'm like, it can randomly happen. I have another friend who comes in every evening about 7 p.m. to play bowling, and they're like, okay, well, what time do you get up? I'm like, it depends. If my friends are there till like 5 in the morning, sometimes I just stay up the whole day, or I try to, or I'll go to sleep and then awake at like 4 in the afternoon. It just they were like trying to get me to some kind of schedule, and it's like it just doesn't work that way.
No, I didn't want to be back at the 5 a.m. schedule. I've been trying to not do that at all.
Well, guess what?
Too late.
5 a.m. is 5 divided by 24, and that is outside the realm of normal thinking, but inside the
You did.
world of mathematics. And you can know with good faith that your friend maybe has a 25%, which is 1/4 chance of being the funniest person, or already is the funniest person
He has no
in all of South
chance
Central.
of being the funniest person.
He's got a 0 divided by 1 chance at being the funniest person in all.
Yeah. I was gonna say you earlier in there, Roddy, before you had to insult me afterwards or whatever for doing shit yesterday, Roddy. You said like, oh, something kind about you how you like being my friend or something, and then funny or
Yeah. I do mean that.
you know, good time or something.
Oh, I absolutely
And
do.
then yeah, no, I appreciate that. I was just gonna pay back the compliment and say thank you as well for being the one person on the planet I can talk to about like these like mini putts for like 8 hours at a time with talk about all these random things for long periods of time.
Absolutely. You're a good person. And you take my shit exceptionally well, and you don't get offended by it. And if at any point you ever did, I would stop immediately. Like, um, I just know who can take it and who can't. And you understand it's part of my cockiness and being like extremely confident and things like
I
that.
find it hilarious.
Exactly.
Like your own,
Exactly.
your own moment.
But like Miss Aquarius, I don't do that to her at all. It's amazing to see when I play with her. It's very much you win, I win, you win. No. It
Yeah,
absolutely
the polar opposite.
polar opposite. It's polar opposite.
Shit
And
talking.
I know because she wouldn't play me if I shit talked her. That's not her way. And so I never do that. I absolutely never do that. I don't even really we don't even pick. I mean, I'm always kind of keeping an eye on the score, but she doesn't, and we just do it to have fun, and that's fine. But then when I get you, I know you can take it, and I love giving it out because it's so over the top, and I can. And there's a lot of content for me to do that with, like, oh, I'm the best fucking Scrabble player on the fucking face of the earth, or this is the greatest shot in the history of humankind. It's just like so over the top. Like, who talks like that? You're playing about a mini game, but to me, it's very, very funny. And if I've watched my streams in the past, and I watched the shit talking, and it is so funny. It's like it like enhances it because we're playing this little mini game, and I'm just like, oh, that was the worst fucking shot I've ever seen. It's very much like when you watch William Montgomery and he's like, what? Who said that? Who said that? No, bitch. Who said that? No, bitch. You want to come up here? Fuck you. That's the like when he does that and he's just like so over the top. It's very much like that. It's very funny, and but well, I'll say this: if at any time it ever offends you, or I ever do offend you, you blow a whistle, you throw a flag. I will correct myself, and I'm very good at generally
I
not
doubt that'll happen.
not making the same mistake again. And if I didn't think you could take it, I wouldn't do it. Like with Zoot, do I do it to Zoot? Not, not like you. Not
We
like
chirp Zeus all the time, but it's like a friendly bugging.
yeah, but I don't.
We're not trying to hurt him. We're just chirping him.
Right. Well, like with Jacob, like I don't know Jacob as well. That's why I'm giving you tons of shit, and I don't really give him shit because I want to warm. I want him to warm up more than just be like, oh, that was the absolute most dog shit shot I've ever seen. This is absolute bullshit that you would even try to contend with the world's greatest mini golf player. Like, who the fuck are you? Shut the fuck up. Like, that's what anybody can say. But when you get to know me, you recognize that this is someone who can be humble and can be kind, but also can be extremely cocky and extremely confident. And if you let them go, it's actually a really fun, it's a really funny show that they'll put on to just tell you how good they are at some minute little activity. So I'm glad you get it, and I do it. I do it even when you're not here on the stream. I do it all the time. Oh, I wanted to tell you this. This is something that I thought you might think is interesting, though I don't know. So this was a stand-up joke that I thought of that I've never heard anybody say, but I'm sure somebody said it. But it just was like a little quip. It's not that funny, but it was this. So there's a summer and the winter Olympics, but why aren't there a spring and fall Olympics? And then you go into what sports would be spring and fall sports, and I thought that was kind of funny. You even laughed at it. It's like a funny thing. So so
Can you do an improv minute on that right now?
yeah, I could. So there's a Summer Olympics, of course, and there's a Winter Olympics, of course. But I thought to myself, why isn't there a Spring Olympics or a Fall Olympics? Naturally, some of the fall sports that we might see are American football and maybe perhaps rugby. But what would we have in the spring? There might be gardening. There might be rainfall precipitation measuring. You could potentially have who can pollinate the most amount of flowers. In the fall, you could have who could harvest the most. You could have like farmers involved, who could grow the biggest crop, who could harvest the most amount of pumpkins. You could have pumpkin carving as a fall holiday. You could certainly have who could scare the most amount of people or who could make the largest Thanksgiving dinner. You certainly in the spring could have who could potentially be able to have the best opportunity to find the most amount of sunshine in the day. That's a tough one. There's not as much to do in the spring, it seems like, in terms of fall. So that got me to thinking we need more spring sports, more things that you do in the spring. It's like all of a sudden there's the sun and it's warmer and everybody's happier, but we don't have any sports to play. So, with that being said, I feel like we should invent some new spring sports to correlate with the fall sports. There you go.
Nice. Really, I like the ending. That's pretty funny.
So
Very good.
I have this thing. I think it's really funny. So I literally from the moment I wake up, I've been doing this like more regular. Like this is how my life is. But okay, so when I awake, I say a quick prayer. It's called the Modani. It's something that Orthodox Jews say right upon awakening. And then I go to wash, and when I wash, I always make a joke about, and I've told you this before, but basically, like I imagine like there are like an announcer and a play-by-play guy, and they're talking about me like an athlete, and I'll say like, look at this footwork, look at the agility out of this athlete. This is unprecedented agility. This is an incredible phenom that we're seeing here. Then I'll go and watch and do whatever. And then when I'm resetting my streams, because it's so mundane, I'll be like, look at this. Like sometimes I'll have to go like where I am here, and I have to like stretch over here to like mess with that computer. And I'll be like, look at this athleticism. This is unprecedented athleticism. We've never seen a stretch like this before in the history of humankind. We have never seen a stretch like this before. There's so much sexiness that is oozing out of this person. It is unprecedented that we have the opportunity to witness this. This would be like if Wilt Chamberlain had sex with Zacharias, Babe, Babe Zacharias on the 50-yard line of Dallas Stadium on the 4th of July, 1975. This is like if we had an orgy at the Olympic. What do you call that thing? The Olympic. What do you call that thing? The Olympic, where all the Olympic athletes go. It's called Olympic. Let me find the name of it. Olympic. Yo, dog. What's that thing where they have all the Olympic athletes? Olympic something. It's like where they all like eat and like meet each other. The reason why I say this, um, it's called not canine. Oh, because I said dog. Yo, what do you call that part of the Olympics where all the athletes meet and they eat? It has a name, and sometimes they hook up with each other there. It's called uh, Olympic Village. That's what I'm trying to say. And there's a lot of sex in Olympic Village. It's like a well-known thing with Olympics people. And I don't know. I just do this thing, and it's my joke to myself. But then it moves into when I talk with people. I'll be like, I'll just be extremely cocky and confident and such. Anyway, I think it's hilarious. And Riser, I'm glad you get my humor, and I'm glad that you're my friend. And 12 hours can go by really quickly, and come back whenever you want. You know that, okay?
Yeah, man, I gotta go to sleep, but
Peace, big
I don't
dog.
know if you saw that message that I sent you.
Uh,
That was just like, there's this video, this fucking game show that I found. I've seen it before, but I watched it for the first time yesterday. This thing is fucking, it's so bad. It's like the most boring show ever. It's 5 hours long, and it's like, it's just so mundane. I mean, you'd be good at it.
Thanks, baby. I'll take it as a compliment.
Eventually, it will get like it can sometimes be like challenging, but like 90% of it is literally like it's literally that it's just like you. There's a bunch of pictures that just come up, and you have to just say what's in the picture, and it's literally like so easy at first. It's like horse, cat, dog, turtle,
Dude,
and you're playing against some person. And
I played
yeah, I
this.
sent you a video of it. It's just so bad and unentertaining,
I
and
put.
it's horrible.
I played
Believe
it. I played a game like this. It was a crypto community like a week ago Sunday, where they just would show you a picture, but it was a hand drawn picture. It wasn't like a live picture like this, and you had to guess what it was. Whoever could do it fastest gained tokens in the um,
Well,
cryptocurrency.
I like that game where you have to hand draw it and then a bunch of people are guessing. That one's fun.
You fucking love Pictionary, don't you?
What? Whatever the draw one is, where you draw one, I haven't have to guess that one. But this one, this game sucks. So this game sucks.
Okay, well, I have not seen that message as of yet, so I'm glad I saw it now. And I see you sent me. What's the Coca-Cola thing? Oh, the guy who
Oh,
remade
this
the
guy.
Coca-Cola. It took him a year, and then and the thing about the scammers. So I will do my best to check it out when I have time. But like you, I need to be
Yeah,
getting
no
to
rush.
bed. So again, thank you for your time. I hope Yellow is not feeling neglected. Go take your nap that you were going to take 12 hours ago. And sweet dreams, big dog.
Alright, you said.
Peace. Shout out to Riser. What a good sport. You feel that he's a good friend? Yeah, he's a really good friend, and I like him. He's changed. I've never known anybody from Canada that well. I've known people from Canada, but never um, somebody. I don't know. I've talked. I guess I know. I've known some people from Canada. I've talked to a lot, but not this much. Not this so well. Anyway, is that the end of your story, dude? I have this fucking ramen that has been sitting for like a day. I think I need to fucking sip that. Yo, what up, XP? Shema Israel, Adonai, Adonai.
Yeah, like 2 minutes later, you just fucking told me the story. Like, you don't remember anything. And now George St. Pierre is a good example of someone I feel like he made it out of fighting before. Yes, like he looks very healthy. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. Looks very healthy. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. But he's he's a very intelligent guy. He does a lot of things to keep his mind very active. He plays chess, and he's very like proactive. It seems like even like I've just seen him on social media where he's like, "Hey guys, this is how I do." Like he's just like a very it seems like a very positive, fun. Does not see best case scenario for both another guy in the argument for the all-time great, for an all-time great MMA champion who has a successful, happy life outside of it. Such a sweet guy. Such a sweet guy. It's just like for him, it was just this incredible challenge, and he was really good at it, and just figuring out a way to express himself that way. And, that was a legend. Like, I don't imagine he's like trash talk before. Right. He's not just like, no, there's no trash talk. Unless someone was disrespectful to him, you know, and even then, it wasn't trash talk. You know, he always seemed like he was like, no, he was one of the best representatives of the sport of all time. Like, never got into trouble outside the octagon. Never, was never drunk driving, beating people up. You know, just a great guy. And I would have to tell people who he is. Like, he was, I was like, what do you think? And like, I don't know, he seems cool. Like, sort of, he's about 5'9", 5'10", maybe. And now he probably weighs 180 pounds, 185 pounds maybe. Fought at 170. And it's not like a scary looking person. I'm like, that's one of the greatest fighters that's ever walked the face of the earth. Like, no way. I'm like, yeah. And he's like, hey, how you doing, man? What's going on? He's like, jovial. Sweet girls, they try to tell me, like, you know, he looks like he's really smart. He's always like watching documentaries and reading books. Yeah. He's fascinated by ancient history, dinosaurs, aliens, dinosaurs. No, it's just crazy. Everyone's really hunting good on. No, I did. Unfortunately, I wanted to. I wanted to. She's gone, right? She just died. I wanted to talk about Bigfoot because she was convinced that Bigfoot was real. What? Yeah. She was convinced. Yeah, she did this interview. She said she's still working on it. Yeah, we'll find it. Jimmy's I don't believe it. I just don't find it. I know. I was stuck. I was like, what? This is by the time I had been convinced that Bigfoot was fake. But this is the camp. There was an animal that coexisted with human beings for sure. Those called Gigantopithecus. I know the whole story. So Gigantopithecus, they found bones in a apothecary shop in China in the 1920s or 30s. And an anthropologist found these molars and said, where did you get these? These are primate molars, and they're fucking enormous. But whatever this thing was absolutely huge. So they went to the site where they got it. They found mandible bones that indicated it was bipedal. So it was an upright walking primate that was 8 to 10 feet tall. Like, what the fuck is this? And so I'm sure you've seen the images of what a Gigantopithecus looked like in comparison to a human being. It's an orangutan family. And so that thing existed and also existed in Asia, right? So you look at the Bering Strait, you look at the Bering land bridge that we know existed during the Ice Age, and so we know that humans migrated from Siberia into North America. We know that for a fact. You know, one of the reasons we know that for a fact is one of the Native Americans were part of the lost tribe of Israel. Yeah. So some rich Mormon guy did a DNA test on Native Americans and found out that they emanated from Siberia. And so it was incorrect. So we know humans came down from there. Why wouldn't other animals? Sure. We know they did. Short-faced bear, a bunch of different animals that find their bones in Alaska. You know, they probably made their way down to North America. It just makes logical sense that if you have a variety of different things going on,
Yeah, Mr. Clary.
Good
morning. How are you?
Yeah, right. Rain is popping. How are you?
Well, I've been up all night with Riser. We spent 12 hours together. Yeah, it was fun.
Wish I could stay up, but can't do that. I can tonight if I want.
We'll sleep over, Mr. Aquarius.
Yeah, right.
Yes, ma'am. Did you have your coffee or your tea?
I had tea last night.
You drink coffee?
That one.
Okay.
It'd be like a frappe or something like that.
Yeah.
Taking my vitamins now. Yeah.
Good on you.
You're doing you over there. You getting ready for your class later on?
Yeah, perhaps. I just prayed, and I'm in the middle of a Twitter space waiting for them to let me speak, and I'm watching a podcast.
We're trying to get all of them mentioned.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
She said that in reaction to a previous interview. The previous interview she did, she said, I hate showing up every day and trying to play really hard. Well, you gotta realize this is a lady that lived with primates in a simple area where there's very few human beings, and she had these interactions with them. I don't agree with her, but I think that it existed at one point in time. One of the other reasons why it exists is that different Native American tribes put this into perplexity. How many different Native American terms were there for a hairy wild man or Bigfoot? And I believe there's more than 12. Now, they don't have a lot of mythological creatures in Native American culture, right? And so in different tribes, right? But they have a name for this hairy, wild, giant man that lives in the woods. Yeah. They also have the other thing that's really fascinating is giants. There is a lot of ancient cultures have stories about giants, and Native American tribes have ancient stories of giant red-haired men, which, God, it's in the Bible, it's in a bunch of, okay, 40 to 50 separate terms across different languages and regions.
Oh,
Hairy,
right.
wild, giant man. No single agreed upon count, but dozens of distinct Native American names.
You remember I had to come say hello to you before I start my day.
Excellent. I appreciate it, Mr. Corey. I hope you have a wonderful day. God willing, I'll see you tonight.
All right. Good night, God willing.
Yes, ma'am.
She's saying that, and the reason why she's asking that is because he had exactly seen this. He had seen the previous interviews. He found another interview with her talking about Bigfoot. She was awesome. She's the reason I have no really. Her being awesome. I was two stories I tell people. The first one was everyone goes, "What's your room?" Yeah, no, it's true. Everyone wants to know. It's controversial. So I was the nicest fucking guy in the world. The first time you sent me a message, you said something about like, "Hey, don't worry about a thing. Like I'm gonna bring my dog." Like it was very nice. A little pat on the back. She called me Jane Goodall. I went to a talk when I was like 22 or something, and I was just writing chapters of my first book, Mother of God, which didn't even have a name yet. And I had chapters in an indoor envelope. And I went to a talk that Goodall was giving. And I've been read stories and seen the black and white pictures. This is like, like Einstein, Abe Lincoln, Jane Goodall. It's a really historical figure. And so now she's talking in front of me, and I had brought these chapters, and then I wanted to ask her, because I already sent the chapters to the publishers. They all like, kid, none of this is true. No way did you jump on a giant anaconda. No way did you raise an anteater. They just didn't believe me. And then when it was my turn after hundreds of people, I get to her, she goes, she takes a little picture with you. And I said, would you read these chapters? I said, I would love it because I loved your stories as a kid. She goes, thank you. And she puts it to the side. 48 hours later, her staff gets in touch. But Jane actually read what you gave her, loved it, and said, finish the book, get a publisher, and I will write your endorsement. She waved her magic wand in my direction and gave me a career. That's so cool. And what's really great is that earlier this year, I emailed her, and it was because this book was coming out, and I said it would be amazing to have. I said at this point, no one's the conservation, the voice of Mother Earth. And she just said, keep protecting the outside. That's your mission. She was always very, it was like, believe in yourself. It was like, she was just like, your job is to protect this forest. That's amazing. So yeah, right. 6 months ago, I I got to tell her, I was like, look, because the last time I spoke to her, we were protecting, I think it was like 100,000 acres, and then the last year we had 30,000 acres to the reserve. So I said, you know, we're making strides forward. It was good that I got to tell her that. You know, that she died, but what a legacy. What a legacy. What a legacy. Yeah, I mean, we know so much about primate behavior because of that woman. We know so much about, I mean, man, that's what made her. We said, there's humans that use tools. And then we know that, you know, cabbage monkeys use rods. Otters use rocks. I've seen elephants use a stick to scratch. I've seen camera jump with elephants using a tree to knock over an electrical fence. Like, animals use tools. So she was the first one. I mean, she went out there when she was, 20-something years old in Middle Africa, farm crazy. And then spent the whole rest of her life. But the lesson that I take away from that is that even as famous as she was, that she was traveling 300 days a year. I mean, she was, you know, an icon for decades. And that she still took the time to actually read something that some kid handed to her. That's unfathomable grace to do that. And then, literally, if that didn't happen, I never would have overseen God. I never would have started Jungle Keepers. I never would have been protecting the rainforest. She empowered that. She did that with her practice. I think that's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. Did you find any other? No? I guarantee it exists. But it's okay. You don't trust me. I don't think she's correct. But I do think, not Bigfoot, but I do think that it's entirely possible that there is a small, hairy primate, human-like primate that's still, that's like the hobbit people from the island of Flores. You know, there's the thing called the orange paddock. The orange paddock, I think Indonesia, perhaps Vietnam, there's a bunch of places that have this creature that gets sighted on multiple occasions, and they used to think of it as like just silly legend. But now, because of the discovery, which was it in the 90s when they discovered the hobbit people on the island of Flores? You know about that, right? Yeah, Homo floresiensis. Those are real. Yeah, very real, very real. It was a very small, like hobbit-like creature that was a type of primate that was bipedal. That was like a little tiny, hairy human being that lived on the island of Flores, but most likely lived in many other places as well. And there's a possibility that it still exists. And it's not me saying this, it's like some actual anthropologists that believe that this thing might still be alive because you're dealing with incredibly small populations. But are those islands so small that not that small. Like how they're incredibly dense forest, and no one's going out of their bushes. Right, it's like the Tasmanian tiger. I was just going to say Exactly. Small population, like there's a lot of sightings of the dial scene. You know? Yeah, but something about all these sightings is never clear. No. That was well, it's also, there's no one there. Yeah. Here's the thing. I mean, let's pretend that you saw Wolverine in Montana woods, like Montana woods. It's 100 yards away. You see it briefly for a second. You might have seen Travis on the trees, but like how are you going to get it on your phone? You're going to have to do steps on where we live at Zoom. You're not going to be able to zoom space up, you know, like there's always big phones that are you're not going to get good footage. But we know that Wolverine is real. But finding a Wolverine in the woods, God, I'm talking to 100 men who spend a giant portion of their lives in the woods, and only a few see Wolverine. But what about the mountains? They're everywhere. I've seen 3 in my entire life. That's why I've probably been around 100 of them, not knowing. You know, that's my connection we got with the tribes. Look at uncontacted tribe life. Photos of uncontacted tribes. It was like blurry, crappy. Because we was out I saw him and I ran for my life. Everyone went, I don't mind that. Rights didn't happen. Right. And so what it is, when we started actually showing people what we had, it was like, this has never been. It's like a vision into the Stone Age. Right. I mean, we're not even the Stone Age like that. Even the Stone Age. I showed it to an anthropologist, and he was saying the Stone Age isn't necessarily accurate. They're not using stone. They don't have clay pots. This is something. This is. I think about it as actually like a time machine. Because you're standing across the river talking to these people. You guys are a couple thousand years back, and so it's like this is such a strange aperture. Maybe like 30, 40, maybe. I feel like somehow to me the number seems like 2, but it's like little truck. It was 2,000 years ago. The Egyptian pyramids were already 2,500 years old. That's true. But again, the civilization isn't homogenous, right? Like different, of course. So obviously, there's uncontacted tribes still right now. Yes, that's crazy. It's like a man with a cell phone from the future filmed people. That's what I'm saying. I felt like that. Back to this is. They have no idea, and my people, everyone else back home, I was like, you don't realize that these people are still out there, living life, and probably in dense forest, probably more. In fact, when we were watching them out front, there was this terrifying rhythm. We heard something behind us, which we never saw. The women came lightfoot behind it, and they pulled up all the new guys and bananas, and they were raiding. So for a second, we were like, there's an ambush. And everyone was like turning the shotguns away from the river. And they were like, we thought there was going to be arrows flying. So like my guy Ignacio were at me, like, put me down, and we were hiding behind trees waiting for it. I was like, no, we're just stealing all of the food and all of the crops. And they just raided our whole village. Wow. But I really did feel like, you can all imagine what it would be like to go back and see the Comanches, watch them ride across the plain and feed the buffalo. It's like we can't. But in this case, they were right there. Right now, these videos are going out across the world. It's like, we're trying to explain to people. First of all, a lot of those saying, what kind of bring people? Like, leave them alone. And it's like, literally, the people trying to make sure that they're left alone. But that's okay. You gotta ignore those folks. Especially, you're not the type of person that's interfering with their life at all. They're giving them a stand as people really helping them. Well, and again, I was that was happening between the tribes, right? And so, but for all the indigenous cultures that have been destroyed in the last few centuries, we can do it right for once. We can actually respect these people. If they want to come out, they can come out. If they want to adapt, they can. But they need to have forests to live in, right, in order to make that decision. Right. And so that's where it's like, how does it make that decision? How can we make that? I mean, I think it would be very slow. So crazy. I think it'd be slow. I think it'd be a few more bananas chases, maybe without the arrow shot afterwards. And then maybe it starts to be like, okay, you guys can come. Maybe the communities teach them how to grow bananas. Maybe they don't want to come, but they want a few things. Right. Maybe they want a couple of machetes because it'll just help. They want to keep it to themselves, maybe. But I mean, other than them, the thought of the most uncontacted people is North Sentinel Island. Yeah. And North Sentinel Island, the interesting part of that is one of the reasons why they're so distrustful of people is because they had been contacted in the 1800s. Yeah, by a fucking river. There was a guy named Commander Maurice Vidal Portman who was an explorer / pilgrim. The reason why I say that is this guy had weird journal laws where he's like, this one has testicles the size of a sparrow's egg. Dress them up like Roman soldiers and take pictures of them. They kidnapped a few of them. They gave a bunch of people the flu, a bunch of people died. So they had this intense distrust of people because of this guy and his explorations onto that island. The island and other islands like it. So they didn't have the right language, right? There's no evidence they have fire. So there's this story of these because they have this incredibly wet environment. So they have stories that they probably have these oral traditions of these white people that come and fuck up everything. So when someone shows up on a boat, like there's been a few instances when people are killed, obviously just missionary a few years back, but not just him. There was a boat that sank there. So washed ashore and sank, and they were headed to go kill those people when they were rescued. And others spotted them. People that spotted them. But they believe that the body of God was salvaged from this war. These three guys head over. Yeah. This is the boat that shipwrecked. That's my 1981, a cargo ship named Primrose ran around on the coral reefs around the North Sentinel. The crew radio for assistance and cell for a long ways. In the morning, they saw baby boats on the beach with makeshift boats to swim out there like fuck that. Yeah, they have a severe distrust on my left eye. So I was on the Andaman Islands, which is right next to these. I'm not a respectable lawyer on Twitter. It's one of my information from. He documented the whole story of this role. We don't really talk about that guy. Race the Delphi. See, look at you. Yeah, I'm interested. That's the guy. So, let me tell you. So he's hanging out with you. Look at him. He's got wonderful testimony. Yeah. That's what I wanted to do. Yeah. He's from the English Royal Navy. Portland. Or he's been out of Portland. Yeah. Look at these guys fucking row. Those guys are doing some spell. They're out there. I went to the Andaman Islands, which is right out there. That's where they originally landed. And if you want to feel like you fell off the face of the earth, go there. That's where it's called. You can only, I think, if you still like this, you can only get there in the Indian city like Chennai or Calcutta because it's an Indian territory. You don't think only people can travel. And they brought elephants there because they didn't used to have bulldozers and stuff. So the British brought elephants by boat. This is old archival footage. Photos of them lifting off of like pirate ships, lifting elephants on the rigging and putting them in the island. Now the Andaman Islands have elephants. There's still people riding around on the elephants, pulling trees off the road, doing that. But when you go from one place to the other place, exactly what you said, because they don't want human safaris, because they want to protect the indigenous people, you have to go with a police escort to cross the island, because you have to go through and the police watch you like a hog. And I take a picture of everything. I take 300 pictures a day on my phone.
Yo, I shoot my life 24/7, bitch. Hey, like, so far.
Was in control. And it meant okay, at least, many times for the Jewish people, because the government had seen them people of commerce, people of business, people who they were useful. Why eradicate and shun a whole bunch of tax givers? No real reason to do that. So in that time, you were talking the great monarch, the great king of the time, the king of Germany, soon why. The name Crusade came about because they would make a ceremony with a cross, and therefore in Hebrew it's known as Matzah Hatzolov, the travel of the cross. The travels of the cross. That's what's known as in English crusade. The word crucified from the word cross. Matzah, tzlav is a cross. Matzah is the travel. And so they had a whole ceremony where they would do the take for the cross, whatever it was, and that's where the name crusade came from. Now it's interesting that in the beginning, the Jews were not alarmed really by this whole thing. They thought that, and maybe even rightly so in the beginning, that this was just to be something that they were to be expected to feed and give board to the soldiers people who would be traveling through their towns, to facilitate this war. They were going to Israel. They were traveling to Yerushalayim to free it from they didn't have anything to do with that. But unfortunately, they were mistaken. Now, the reasons for which they were mistaken were as follows. By the way, they also had reason to feel safe, but because there was a whole segment of society who was against these people, which were the segment of the governors. They didn't want anything like this happening. They knew exactly what the Pope's plan was behind this. It's not exactly that he so dearly cared about his poor brethren in Jerusalem that he wanted to work up the masses into a mass following. So they knew exactly what was behind this, and the Jews thought or understood maybe that they would be under good protection of the government and their armies lest anything happened. Now, especially this was thought to be true by the German Jews, by the Jews of Ashkenaz, Jews of Germany, because they had the King Henry, who was the greatest rival of the Pope and extremely powerful, very powerful man. And if they're not going anywhere, they're not going to come to Germany. They're going to circumvent Germany. They'll get into Israel another way. They're not going to do anything in Germany. They were mistaken. Because these people were coming from France. They could go through anywhere they want. They went through Germany. We'll see. Yeah, they went through Germany. Now, the Jews were unfortunately quite mistaken, and the reason would be as follows. Number one, if this is going to be a holy war, other holy causes which have to be accomplished over here, if we're going to kill out and conquer Jerusalem away from those non-believers who are tormenting the believing people, then on the way, why not kill the real infidels, the real culprits, who are the ones who killed the Messiah, who are the ones who are going to avenge his blood, and etc., everything that all the fanaticism that these people, the simpletons, the masses were fed by the monks and by the priests, and it's a tremendous opportunity, and they're helpless. Nobody's going to save them, and nobody is really going to stand up for them, as we will see was true. Number two, which was also a very great reason of why the Crusades turned into what it was, is because the economy of France and Germany was very poor. And there was nothing. The crops were bad. There was a very rough time. There was plenty of poverty. There was plenty of people who weren't making it in life at all. And here's a golden opportunity. You go, there's riches there, there's fame over there, there's power. So who joined? All the thugs, all the criminals, everybody who had a black history, who suddenly were going to become a hero. This is who joined, and they had an army of 300,000 such people who joined. And the result was that since the Crusaders were such people, nobody was able to stop them, not even their own generals. Because who are you? They ran their own show, and they were quite simply bloodthirsty people who were just who would kill and plunder without any particular account to be given, and the ones who they would fool them for the above reason as well, and he moved, and he left the control of the country through his ministers, whoever, who were capable of running the country maybe through normal circumstances, but incapable totally of getting these problems into control when it came to it. And we'll see that this is exactly what happened. The Hebrew year was tough, nun vav, that's no. We read this actually, if you want to read it the way we know much of the happenings, some of the Crusaders, is because on Tisha B'Av, on the 9th of Av, a number of kinos and lamentations were written in memory to lament and to remember the horrors that went on in that time. So the year is well documented. Tatno and many of the days where these great killings happened were recorded. In English, it's 1096. That was the first map crusade, 1096. The first place where these masses fell upon was in a French town called Rouen, and gave the people the famous ultimatum of either baptizing or being killed. And again, anybody who would not immediately baptize was immediately slain. The Jews in France, upon hearing of what went on in Rouen, wanted to escape, but many times the Crusaders caught onto them and dealt with them the same as they did with those Jews. The Jews of Germany when upon hearing of what was going on in France, were helpless of actually helping them, but they decreed fast days. This is what traditionally, from times of biblical times, whenever something goes wrong, we decree a fast. They decreed a fast day, they prayed, they came into the shul, but they themselves thought again that they were safe, because they had Henry, who was the king, and would not allow these, who did not want any of these people coming in. In 90 days, the Crusaders had made their way from France to the borders of Germany, again going through a number of towns and killing the Jews in the most horrible ways there. There was one of the leaders of the Crusaders was a man called Godfrey of Bouillon. I think that's how you pronounce it. It's with two L's in English, but I think in French it's Bouillon. I think you swallow the L's. Bouillon. Yeah. Henry, upon hearing that Godfrey was at the borders of Germany and knew what was coming, sent an order to Godfrey, or request to Godfrey, not to come in. The request came with a hefty bit of money as bribery. He bribed him with 500 silver pieces not to walk in. Godfrey listened to that. He didn't go in. Bribery worked for him, not for his people, not for the fellas, not for the fellas who decided to follow him. The mob did not bother listening and entered Germany. And they went into a number of Jewish cities, which were famous actually for their Jewish communities, for their yeshivas. And the main happenings, we could say, of the Crusaders happened pretty much there. The first city, that major city they came into, was a city called, which has a number of sort of names. It's known as some places Speyer or Speyer, Aspira, in many of the liturgy, Aspira. I think in English it's Spear. They came in to that, and it was a Shabbos, the 8th day of Iyar. By the way, many of the tragedies of the Crusaders transpired between Pesach and Shavuos, and one great tragedy of it happened on Shavuos itself. There's a Shabbos, the 8th of Iyar. The Jews went shul. It was Shabbos, and they looked, and the shuls, as we know, the shuls of Europe were magnificent buildings. The Jews built some of them up until today. They locked themselves, they closed themselves behind locked city. So if anything else would happen, they would be safeguarded. So, he came with an army. Yeah, he came with an army. The next city that they traveled upon was Worms in Germany. That was a city where Rashi functioned. Rashi's shul is actually in Worms. They came with that ultimatum once again: either baptize or be killed. Some, they all went to hiding. Everybody went into hiding, but some couldn't withstand the test and actually baptized. And this was all stopped actually by a woman. There was one very rich woman who was called Mina. And this particular Mina was dragged out of her hiding place. They were looking for them. They dragged her out of her hiding place, and she willingly was killed. Al Kiddush Hashem, for the sanctification of Hashem, never to let them touch her or to do such a thing, to betray the Almighty. That set the example for everybody. If she was able to do it, she was rich. What was she giving up? Besides her life, even if she would be living, she would be a rich woman, and she gave that up. That was an example which pretty much everybody followed. There was one quite horrific story where there was Jews who took refuge in the palace of a certain cardinal. For whatever reason, this cardinal was, I guess, a nicer guy, and he gave the Jews refuge. One day he came into them and he said, "Sorry guys, the refuge is over. You got to, either I'm giving you the same ultimatum, either you baptize or out you go." They asked him. They were in a certain chamber. They asked him if they could be secluded for a while, just to convene. The cardinal came back after a while, and every one of them was dead. There was also, however, as always, small pockets and stories of Jewish resistance and Jewish resilience. There was an account of a young man called Simcha Kohen. Evidently was a Kohen who was dragged out of his hiding and was taken to the church to be baptized. And he made as if he was going along with them, marched along with them, and in the middle of it pulled out a knife and stabbed the nephew of the bishop. He was obviously immediately torn to pieces, but that was a great display of self-sacrifice that he had. The next city, which there is great record of most unfortunate slaughter, is Mainz. There was a man over there who was called Cloynimus ben Meshulam, and this Cloynimus gathered with him a group of 300 Jews who were to defend the people. They did put up a resistance for a while. It was successful, however, sooner or later, it was obvious that they were going to fail. This Cloynimus, rather than falling into the hands of the Crusaders, he slaughtered his own son Yosef, and the fathers slaughtered their children. And the famous aphorism which we read on Tisha B'Av, which we read on the night of Av, which says, "We did not merit to raise you for the learning of Torah. Let us at least merit to offer you," the parents say to the children, "to offer you as offerings, as korbanos, as sacrifices, which to have them to kill. They actually killed them as sacrifices, so to say." Many thousands died in Mainz and were buried in 9 great pits. Altogether, there were about 10,000 Jews who perished in the First Crusade. About 10,000, numbering many in different towns. Cologne, Mer, Geldern, different other towns and cities in Germany. But as we know, many more remained totally robbed of everything they had. Their families crushed, without anything. The Crusaders actually, for a period of 87 years, just which was the legacy of the Crusaders. We know there was obviously more than one crusade. There was, I believe, about 5 crusades. And the later ones, however, not as gruesome as the first one. But the legacy that they all left was, number one, the Jews are vulnerable. Everybody whoever really wants to, is able to get up and to destroy them. There would not be, at the end of the day, anything real to stop anybody from destroying Jews, from killing Jews, and from robbing Jews. Every medium of safety failed, collapsed right in front of them when it was tried. The other legacy, which we could even see as something obviously very hurtful, but something extremely deep and powerful, was the legacy of Messiah's Nefesh, of self-sacrifice. This was a great display of self-sacrifice of Jews who willingly committed suicide. Not only that, but maybe something even more harrowing was to kill their own spouses and children, so as not to betray the Almighty, so as not to betray Hashem and His Torah. This was something which, throughout Jewish history, was always looked at as one of the great hallmarks of self-sacrifice, of utter self-sacrifice, in the fullest sense of the word. There were the next Crusaders, the next groups of Crusades. There were obviously some very horrible and terrible images of scenes of self-sacrifice, of killing and mutilating and so on, of torture. It was different in the next Crusades because those who conducted the crusade were more the noblemen, in quotes. The noblemen meant not that they were less fanatic or bloodthirsty as the first ones, but they were people who listened to their superiors. As we saw that the Crusaders in the beginning didn't listen, they were a mob, a fanatic mob, who wouldn't even listen to their leaders, to their generals. These, however, if there were to be an order, as there was by Germany and so on, to stop or to turn, they would follow orders. Also, there was a little more safekeeping as far as the governors was concerned, because, as we said, the governors were totally against the Crusaders, and so therefore, when the Crusaders wanted to come and to destroy Jews and Jewish communities, they were a little more safe in the next Crusaders because of the governors. But then again, there were some terrible things going on, similar to the first Crusade. Now, we've got to remember as well, besides the Crusaders, when we're talking here, we're talking here in the era, as we said, of the 12th and 13th century, primitive, low. These are the days of the castles and knights, the Dark Ages. Everybody who is a little bit familiar, done a little bit of reading, and as much as possible entered a little bit into the world, to the scene of these ages, who will know these were ages where the stage was ripe for things as like the Alilas Dom, which is referred to in Hebrew, the blood libel. Something which was rapid among many, many places and happened time and again throughout France, Germany, and the region, and even later on, as we know, reached the Muslim community, as we'll see much later. But this was perfect. You know, the Jews needed to have Christian blood for the matzahs on Passover, and they would kill an innocent Christian child, and this was the time to avenge the blood of the Savior as well as the blood of the child who was killed every year because of the need of the Jews to kill a Christian for matzahs. You know, the greatest absurdity is the Jews, it's more than the Torah umpteen times never to partake in any blood, but this was the truth and the reality of the Middle Ages. One of the most horrible blood libels was one in a place called Blois, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, in France. There were 40 Jews in that place who, after a tribunal, even after great interfering from great pressure from Jewish communities and even other communities around, it wasn't listened to, and these 14 Jews were sentenced to be burned alive, which the way they were, and they were burned with the announcing the Shema, which was something which was very rampant throughout the ages, when the Jew would always die, especially if it was Al Kiddush Hashem, for the sanctification of God's name, would always die with a Shema on his lips or her lips, and the Oleinu prayer. Anybody who has read the Oleinu prayer, very moving and also very sharp prayer, which thanks the Almighty for not making us like those other nations and to bowing to naught and so on. And obviously, this was the reason for which they were being killed. If they would have accepted Christianity, this would not have been happening to them. And they died with saying the Shema and Oleinu. We can imagine what kind of life the Jews lived in those days, in those places, was a constant life of terror. There were always attacks. We were stressing over here the Crusaders were something major, something which shook the world at that time, and something which therefore shook terribly the Jewish people. However, we must get the picture of the rule to see that the Jew living in the town or in the city, in these places, there was a constant terror. He was utterly vulnerable, and any local priest or a bishop who would light up and light the masses to go, stir up the masses to go and kill and plunder, localized pogroms and localized attacks were always the share of the Jew who was living in the time. There was always a question of who is going to be in the lead, who is going to be the next ruler. Whenever there was a question of who's going to be the next nobleman or squire or bishop or cardinal or king, there was always terror, there was always fear, because what kind of a person is this going to be? Are they going to be benevolent to the Jews more or less, or totally not? So this was the kind of life that Jews were living in, and it's more of the picture we have to get of the Middle Ages and the kind of life that people were living, and hence the feeling towards the Jews. Having said all that, it was in this time, which, as usual, ironically, the persecution did not deter the Jews from learning, from opening yeshivas. However much difficulty they were in, the Jews kept steadfast to learning and to thriving in the Torah, and it produced some of the greatest Jews that we know today, that, as we've said many times, are alive today. They are constantly on the lips of thousands and tens of thousands of Jews throughout the world who learn the Talmud. And these are, what we're talking specifically here, are the Balei HaTosfos, those who wrote the Tosfos. Tosfos literally means additions. And these are, if you look at a page of Talmud, you will see on the inner margin, the margin towards the center of the book, is Rashi's commentary. They have the Gemara and the Talmud in the middle, and on the left side, on the right side page, on the right side of the left-hand page, you have Rashi's commentary. On the outer margin, towards the outside of the book, you have most volumes of Talmud, the Tosfos. Tosfos, the editions, they were written by many scholars, some of whom were grandchildren of Rashi, and some of the chief ones, some of the main ones, were Rashi's grandchildren. We're going to pause over here and just explain a few terms and a few differences of learning, and so we'll a little bit appreciate what's going on here. Sephardim and Ashkenazim. We have this difference between Jews from up until today. Sephardim, those who came from Spain, Ashkenazim, those who came from Germany, and as well as France. There were also different styles of learning, aside for the dialect, and aside for the customs, aside for the different laws which were accepted. There was style of learning, and this is quite rampant, quite widespread until today. The Ashkenazic circles are more into the meaning of the Talmud itself. When the Talmud says something, what does it mean? What is the actual understanding of these words? Rashi's commentary was and is therefore extremely vital because a lot of times the Talmud is very cryptic and assumes a lot of knowledge. And if you don't have that knowledge, or you weren't passed down that knowledge, you've got to learn that. And that's Rashi. Tosfos takes apart many times Rashi's commentary. Well, who says? Many a Tosfos will start with Pirush HaKuntras. The Kuntras, the booklet Rashi, has explained such and such is the meaning of the Talmud. Well, the or the Rabbeinu Tam, we'll get to them, argue with this. But yes, some other, the Reform argues with this. There is another certain argument, a different explanation, which explanation is better, and so on and so forth. That is the style of the Ashkenazi or the yeshivas, and those yeshivas are always delving deeper and deeper into the meaning of the Talmud. And there were plenty of commentaries which commented on the Tosfos and so on and so forth. The Sephardim usually way of learning, it's not absolute, obviously, it's not an absolute, but one could say as a general guideline, was a little more veering to the halacha, to the law. It was a question of putting together the Talmud in a way that would come down to practical law, even hypothetical law, but law. Those were the differences between the yeshivas. So, Tosfos, the Baalei Tosfos, those who came after Rashi, were the ones who, in the Ashkenazi yeshivas, they led learning, and this was the style of their learning. One of the great Baalei Tosfos was a man called Rabbi. His name wasn't Tam. His name was Yaakov. Now, the word Tam, the meaning of the word Tam, is a borrowed term. When the Torah speaks about Yaakov, our forefather Jacob, so it says, Yaakov ish tom yoshev oivolim. Yaakov was an ish tom, a simple or straightforward individual. Yoshev oivolim, he sat in the tents of learning. As opposed to his brother Esau. Esau was a cruel, a cunning individual, and so this was the contrast of Yaakov and Esau. Yaakov was called Tam, simplistic, straightforward. Being that Rabbeinu Yaakov was a great person, he got the name Tam. He got the name straightforward, simplistic in his piety and in his greatness, which was a sort of comparison, maybe even to Yaakov, to our forefather Jacob. Rabbeinu Tam was the grandson of Rashi. It's actually an interesting story which they tell. I believe we may have mentioned once. Rabbeinu Tam was a little boy, and he was sitting on his grandfather's lap, Rashi's lap. And he was a little boy, and this little boy's always fidgeting around, and he noticed that Rashi was wearing tefillin. And evidently it was the custom of Rashi to wear tefillin, and maybe even a talis as well, but to wear tefillin all day, as was the custom of many great, not just for davening. We don't wear tefillin all day because we cannot hold ourselves in the sanctity that tefillin demand. Therefore, we wear tefillin only for prayer, for davening. However, there were the great ones who wore tefillin all day. And Rabbeinu Tam, as a little child, a little Yaakov, grabbed up his grandfather's tefillin from his head. Rashi looked down and said that this little boy is destined to argue with me as to the kosherness of my tefillin. There is a argument as to exactly how to explain a certain law in the Talmud of the order of how the four parashios, the four pieces of parchment, are supposed to be situated in the tefillin. festivities, he should also put on Rabbeinu Tam's tefillin. And that's what you will see many people with two pairs of tefillin. A Rashi set of tefillin and a Rabbeinu Tam set of tefillin. The Rebbe encouraged this very strongly, that all those who, obviously, if you're already putting up one pair of tefillin, that it's a good thing and a very commendable thing to put on two pairs of tefillin, Rashi and Rabbeinu Tam. Rabbeinu Tam turned out to be in his generation the greatest of his region, the greatest. He was the leader of the Jews in the entire France. In general, he was a richer man. He was quite a wealthy person. And but in 1147 there was a crusade, and the mob fell on attacked Rabbeinu Tam. They took everything that he had. They mutilated him physically. They stabbed him in many places. They destroyed a Sefer Torah that belonged to him, and he was only saved by a certain knight who was riding by, and for the price of a very expensive horse that Rabbeinu Tam promised him, he subsided the mobs and he chased them away, saving Rabbeinu Tam's life. Rabbeinu Tam was looked at, as we said, in the entire region as the greatest authority in Torah. Questions and were sent to him from all over France, and it was there before this blood libel in Blois. And Rabbeinu Tam put in a tremendous effort to save these Jews, and when all the efforts were futile and the Jews were burned alive, he passed away only a few days after, on the day in the year 1171. He was born in 1170, and sorry, he was born in 1120, I believe, and he passed away in 1171. I'm not sure actually of his year of birth. Sorry, I'm not sure of his year of birth. Something else Rabbeinu Tam did in his lifetime was he made a fast day. The 20th of Sivan was created as a fast day because that was a day, again, of one of the great tragedies of the Crusaders happened on the 20th of Sivan, and he created that day. I think that was the day actually of the Blois of the blood libel. Then he created that day as a fast day. Till today, there are some who actually observe this. It's not a mandatory fast day, but there are salichos, there is liturgy, mostly mournful of the terrible tragedies that happened during those years, and that was instituted by Rabbeinu Tam. Another example of this sort of difficult, dark, and fanatical times that Jews were living in was the example of the burning of the Talmud. You had monks who became more fanatic by the day, and there was a sort of, they were constantly, raging to the masses to be more faithful and to be more, brutally faithful to the Christian way, and there started hints of a build-up against the Jewish Talmud, against the Talmud. There was a man then, one of the early, I believe from maybe even the late Rabbi who was called the Rivosh, Rabbi Yitzchak ben Shmuel. And he gathered together, as soon as he noticed this, he gathered together 60 students who memorized the entire Talmud. Each one of them took a Masechet, took a tractate, and memorized the entire thing verbatim. This was the likelihood of what was done before the oral Torah was written. The whole thing was oral. And in the year 1240, this build-up came to a climax when a certain apostate, somebody who had willingly betrayed Judaism and taken on Christianity, which unfortunately many of the greatest problems, the greatest tragedies to Jews started with these people. This man in 1240 brought a accusation to the Pope against the Talmud, and saying that the Talmud included things which shunned the Christian religion and were insulting as the Parsha forecast, 24 cartloads of volumes of Talmud that were taken and that were from any house and from every house of study, from every shul. They were loaded up in front of the cathedral and amongst great ceremony were burned. Obviously, the Talmud was illegal, and anybody caught with a Talmud would be heavily punished. The Maharam of Rothenburg, who was another mayor of Rothenburg in Germany, who we may come across later, also one of a very great scholar, wrote many works, composed a keynote, he composed a eventful piece of liturgy which has the words Shali Srufa Boish by the Torah. Was burned in fire. We actually read this on Tisha B'Av. This was the kind of this was again one example of the kind of climate that the Jews had to go through and to live in the Dark Ages. I said we wanted to introduce some terms over here. We had the Balei HaTosfos, but now we'll introduce something because we're coming to this era now. Two very important terms. Rishonim and Acharonim. The Rishon, the word Rishon means first. The word Acharon means last. Those who wrote the Mishnah, we went through those, they are called Tanoim. Tano, the ones who learned for others. Tano, a Tano, Rabbi Shimon is a Tano, Rabbi Yehuda is a Tano, and so on. Those who told the Gemara, the Talmud, were called Amorim. Amora, to say in Aramaic. Those who set forth the oral law, and those who brought down the tradition, Amoroi. Ravina was an Amora. Rav Ashi was an Amora. Rov, an Amora. Abaya, an Amora. After the Amoraim, we went through the Gaonim. The Gaonim, the Gaon was the one who led the yeshiva in Babylon, the center of Torah for hundreds of years, and each generation there was a Gaon. We had some of the famous ones, Reb Sadia Gaon, Reb Hai Gaon, Reb Shirira Gaon, and so on. Those were the Gaon. After the center of Torah in Babylon sort of died out, and the Jewish center went to other places as we went through, a period started which is referred to now as the Rishonim. The Rishonim are the earlier ones, the first ones, those who took the Talmud and explained it, wrote works about the Talmud, those who wrote works on making rules in those times. It's just the name that we give them is Rishonim, and probably it is relative to the Acharonim, relative to the later ones. The difference between a Rishon and an Acharon probably is to be understood more of, interestingly enough, more of holiness, of sanctity. You go to any yeshiva today, and if somebody they want to explain a piece of Talmud in a normal way, very often these words will be the words of a Rishon, the words of one of the Rishonim. Those who wrote the Tosfos, the Balei HaTosfos are Rishon in the earlier ones. The Maharam of Rothenburg, Rabbi of Paris, all these people that we're talking about now, that we're going to talk about the next few lessons, are Rishonim, are the early ones. They are considered to be of sanctity. And any words, the words that they said, were not only to be understood as wise, but to be understood as more truthful and more holy. There's a good story which illustrates this. A great Torah scholar once came to the first Rebbe of Chabad, Reb Shneur Zalman of Liadi, the author of the Tanya, the Alter Rebbe, as he's known in Chabad. And they were talking to each other and learning. And there was a certain passage which had a commentary from the Maharam of Rothschild'S, which we just had him. And the Maharam brought in his work a proof from the Talmud to the truth of what he said, but the proof seemed to be something very flimsy, not a good proof. And this scholar who came to the Alter Rebbe said Alter Rebbe brought, I believe the scholar brought 4 proofs, strong proofs from the Talmud. The Alter Rebbe went and then brought another 6 proofs from the Talmud that the Maharam could have brought for what he said. So they had to, they were in a quandary. Then the Alter Rebbe turned around and started refuting every one of these proofs that him and the scholar had come up with. They were all down, all 10 of them, besides the 11th proof, which was the seemingly flimsy, not a good enough proof from the Talmud, was the only one left standing, and that was the proof the Maharam had brought. The Alter Rebbe then turned around to the scholar and said to him, "Do you think that the Maharam of Rothschild'S thought through all these proofs? We had to go through all the process of elimination to decide that this proof, all the proofs were no good, and this was the only proof which was valid." He said, "No, that didn't happen. The Maharam was a holy individual. The Rishonim were holy. The Rishonim, when they walked into the Talmud, so to say, it was like walking for them. It was like walking into an illuminated room, into a room which was the lights were on. Immediately, you can see what's going on. You don't have to go through a process of elimination. You just have to go straight to the object and you take it. We, who are the Acharonim, the ones who are after the Rishonim, who have lesser sanctity, we go into the Talmud as going into a dark room. We have to feel around. It's not so easy to get in a dark room to where you want to. It's a process of elimination. You feel something, is this the right thing? No, you have to go to the next thing. Until you get to the right thing, it takes a lot of time. To understand Torah in its truth, a holy person understands Torah more accurately and goes immediately to the true understanding of Torah. Torah being Hashem's knowledge, Torah being something godly. So the more godly the individual is, the more pure and pristine and truthful their understanding of Torah is. And this is true throughout, but it's especially evident in commentary of the Talmud itself. You're sitting in front of a work which was written 200 or 300 years ago, or you're sitting in front of something which was written 700 or 800 years ago. There is a very big difference. A very big difference to how they're treated. Nobody today is able, so to say, to argue with a Rishon. There's no arguing with a Rishon. A Rishon said something. If you cannot understand it, you can say that other Rishonim didn't go down that road, and therefore we won't rule that say down that road. But if you have a person in a yeshiva today will not argue with a Rishon. You will. So much so that the very words of the Rishon, the very terminology that he used, is you could use that in a basis of understanding. Why did the Rishon use these words and not other words? There must be a meaning to that, and that sheds light maybe on something which might be unclear. So those are the two important terms, Rishonim and Acharonim. The line where the Rishonim and then the Acharonim begin is sort of vague, but we could say that the time of the Rishonim definitely had ended about 500 years ago with the compilation of the Shulchan Aruch. We can definitely say that maybe the era of the Shulchan Aruch was a sort of in between those, whatever that time, that era was a sort of in between line between the Rishonim and the Acharonim, but that we'll get to later on. Just to finish off, there was another quite shattering event which swept through the Jewish world at that time, which is it's worth it to make note of. The Rambam, Maimonides, had written, as we know, many works. The major work, the Mishnah capital were the hot stars of the day, literally. So everybody respected themselves, learned Greek philosophy, and studied the arts. And it was a very rich time in the non-Jewish world, as opposed, by the way, to the era we're talking in now, when things were extremely dark and primitive, backward. The era and also the place in the world. You see, the Rambam lived in the Islamic countries, so the Christian countries were in direct contrast at that time to the Islamic countries, who were very, very much forward-thinking, so to say. The Rambam and the Balei HaTosfos, their era is sort of the same. The Rambam living he lived in Egypt and so on, and this being Europe, this being France and Germany. The Rambam is actually quoted in Tosfos once. The entire Tosfos, they do quote the Rambam. Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon is quoted once. There wasn't that much of letters and going back and forth. That was very difficult to do. However, shortly before the Rambam's passing himself, his book, the Moreh Nevuchim, his book, The Guide to the Perplexed, made it to France. Now, this was actually the south of France, which was very, very different to the north of France. The south of France was a place where you had, for various reasons, a very different climate. I think the Jews lived very peacefully over there. They were educated. They were part of the society. Some of them held very good and important positions in society, especially in the positions of being a doctor, a physician. Jews taught and learned in the universities, Montpellier, I believe, in the south of France, and so on. So you had that going on in the south of France, and very different to the north. The thing was that together, side by side with the affluence, came the influence of philosophy, of being enlightened, maybe, and that didn't go together with keeping Judaism, with Torah and its mitzvahs. There was one of the Balei HaTosfos, in the era of the Balei HaTosfos, called the Sarvi Kutsi, the Prince of Kusi. There's a whole story in him. But he visited this place and he said that, there's no mezuzahs or tefillin, too much of it going on in these places. They just didn't bother putting up mezuzahs or putting on tefillin. This was the kind of place they were, this is the kind of, climate that this was happening in. He was talking about Spain, but the south of France also had that sort of thing about it. They did have their scholars. The Baal Eshkol, Rabbi Ben Yitzchak, the man who wrote the Sefer Eshkol. His students were the Ravid and the Baal HaMoir, two very great scholars. The Ravid, Rabbi Ben David, being the chief critic of the Rambam, and the Baal HaMoir, also the Rabbi Zaki Halevi, who was also a great critic and wrote halachic works. So as we said, the books of the Rambam reached these places, and the scholars of the area, the leaders of the Jews, didn't like the idea, especially of the Moreh Nevuchim, of the Guide to the Perplexed, because it's over there that the Rambam seemingly takes quite an apologetic stance towards philosophy and towards the sciences, explaining everything, all the mitzvahs, in light of the sciences, in light of philosophy, especially of Greek philosophy. And this version of Judaism was something that the great in other places in the world, especially in this area of France, were very nervous of, because it would dispel the traditional way and the true way of Judaism, which is of faith, which is of something which goes above and beyond the which drives them to do so, to be faithful, and a Judaism which is purely as a product of intellect. It's not Judaism at all. And therefore, there became a controversy over the works of the Rambam, and not the works of the Rambam necessarily, but such an approach which the Rambam takes in these books. The Jews there loved it. They couldn't get enough of the work. It was all translated from Arabic into different languages, and they loved this. The Rambam was extremely great to them, especially in Spain. But as we said, in Spain, we'll get to what Spain looked like in the next few lessons, but in Spain there was a very similar climate, very similar atmosphere. The Jews had rights, and some of them were very rich and very influential, very powerful, and and that's what on a intellectual level was also that way, and the Jews were great philosophers and great doctors, and they had already slipped down from observance, because all this doesn't really go with observance. All this, material affluence and being open-minded and enlightened doesn't go together with being true, as they say, with being religious, with being pious, not pious, but with being devout. And so a great movement ensued against the Rambam, and this was something that swept through maybe the entire Jewish world. Known there was the pro-Rambam people, the pro-Rambamists, Maimonidists, and the anti-Rambamists. Tremendous, with a great tool of usage then was the cherem, the excommunication tool. If somebody did something very, very evil, very wrong, he was excommunicated. So the first move, one of the first moves was to excommunicate the works of Maimonides, and to excommunicate those who learned them and held by them and studied them. Well, the other group excommunicated that group, and so ensued, which got out of hand. It got so much out of hand that it reached the church, and so much so that somebody sort of informed on this to the church, and the church jumped on the opportunity. Oh, amazing! We have an inside controversy within the Jews themselves. Well, let's jump on it. And in the end, what happened is that the books of the Rambam himself were burned by the church. This is where everything stopped in its tracks. The leaders of the people were some of the great scholars who had led the war against the Rambam, saw that this had totally gone out of proportions, and they made a total turnabout. One of the greatest ones that we know who fought the Rambam and his ways was a man called Rabbi Yoina. Rabbi Yoina, Mikiruti of Girona, and Rabbi Yoina took it upon himself to go round as a form of teshuvah, as a form of penitence and return, to go round every Jewish community and to go into the shul and to announce that he had sinned against the Rambam, and he asks for forgiveness. This was after the Rambam's passing. He even wanted to go up to Israel, to the Rambam's burial site, to ask for him forgiveness, so to say, personally, but he didn't manage to do that. He did, however, write a work which was very well known called the Shari Teshuvah, the Gates of Return. The Shari Teshuvah of Rabbeinu Yona's Shari Teshuvah, Gates of Return, one of the earliest books written about Teshuvah, which was a product of his, so to say, his own journey in Teshuvah, in return to Hashem. This was some of the highlights of what was going on at that time, but it's always, history must be understood in its broader fashion. These were the highlights, these were the high points, or some of the low points, shall we say. But we've got to understand the general picture, which is very important. We'll carry on next time with the many other great Jews, Ramban, Moshe ben Nachman, central figure, and then with the Jews of Spain, and what happened with them in the end. Have a good evening. culmination of an era which we spoke of last time. We introduced the term the other time, the Rishonim, the first ones. The Rishonim were those who, we shall say, their era started from the end of the Gaonic period. We had the Gaonim in Babylon, those who led the yeshivas in Babylon, and then you have the Rishonim, the earlier ones they are called, who commented on the Talmud and who brought down Jewish tradition throughout the ages until about this time, which we would call probably the 14th century, definitely by the 15th century. We're going to run through now some of the great Rishonim, some of the great earlier ones, in quotes, who lived in Spain and who really made their mark on Jewish learning and Jewish living up to this day. Their names and their legacy lives with us right up until this day, as we mentioned on a number of occasions. Now, what is unique as well about this era, which we put into the title, is that this was also the era when the learning and the also practice of Kabbalah, of the hidden elements and secrets of the Torah, started to become common, more common than it was in earlier times. And we'll get back to that after having explored the era in which we're talking. We're going to be centering primarily on Spain. We went through the other time with the story of the Crusaders, the Jews and the Jewish story, the unfortunate Jewish story at that time of France and Germany. We're going to now focus on Spain, the era really that also led up to the Spanish Inquisition. That we're going to focus on next week, the decline of Spanish Jewry in its most unfortunate fashion. Let's start with somebody who I should even say in the books of history, receives a chapter on his own. You gotta make it big for that. We went through Maimonides as a man to himself, and in no small measure is the next character, the next great leader, a leader up to himself, somebody who really is very unique. His name is somewhat similar to what we call Maimonides. Maimonides is known as the Rambam, Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. This man is known as the Ramban, with a nun at the end, Ramban. Not Maimonides, but Nachmanides. His father was called Nachman. He shared the same name as the Rambam, Moshe, so it's Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, the Ramban. The Ramban was born in the year 1195, and his upbringing and education was very, very special, was very unique. We did go through at another time the differences of style and method of learning in the different yeshivas and the different academies that existed at the time. You had Spain, the Spanish, the Sephardim. The Spain, the Sephardic way of learning, which focused primarily on the getting to the bottom line, of getting down to the halacha, which is personified by the two major works, the Rif, the Alfasi, which we've been through, which he wrote. He was the first one who sort of codified the Talmud, deleting all the backwards and forwards and focusing on the actual law. He was the first Jewish law book, per se, or major work that collected the halacha. And then Rambam the Sephardi. He was a Sephardi, the one who did that tremendous work of collecting halacha. That was the style of learning in the Sephardic yeshivas. Then you had France and Germany, who that way of learning was personified by Rashi and the Baalei HaTosfos, those who made the additions, the Tosafists, who we went through, we studied them last week. They and it's not necessarily having to do with actual law. This is obviously not to cut anything fine. There's no absolute. Obviously, everybody was concerned with the halacha, with the law that goes without saying. And obviously, everybody was concerned about what the Talmud means and what the pshat is. However, pshat means meaning. We're talking about primary concern here. Then there was the south of France. The south of France, we again went through the past, the previous occasion, were very occupied with philosophy. They were very occupied with the Rambam's Moed Nebuchim, the guide to the perplexed. They're very busy with trying to unite and connect philosophy and Torah. This was something they were very into. The Ramban, Nachmanides, studied at all three academies. He was a student at all three of them, and he ended up in his works being able to unite all three schools of thought because he was educated in each one of them. The Ramban was a doctor by profession, and that was contribution of I believe, of the south of France, where he learned, where they were interested in uniting the sciences together with Torah, and he was that's what he was doing as well. The Ramban wrote a number of great works. The first book, or the first one on the list, is a book called Milchamis Hashem, the Wars of Hashem, the Wars of God. That's a pretty big name for a book. Whose war was he fighting? Well, if you look at a page of the page of the Al-Fasi, it is very exciting. The Rif, if you look at a volume of Talmud, the Rif will be printed in the very same style as a page of Talmud is printed. The Rif will be in the middle. It's quite small, its column, because it's only the law. Around the Rif, there are many commentaries. The Rif did something very bold. The Rif decided, he sifted through the Talmud, decided what the law would be according to the rules that he understood to be correct, and put down the rules that he found in the Talmud. Not always the Talmud so clear as to what the ruling is. You have to use principles, and sometimes a lot of it is to use genius to know where the Talmud is going on a certain law. But this is what the Rif did. Obviously, not everybody would agree with everything he said. There was his chief two critics was a man called, we went through them last week, the Baal HaMoed. Tzedakah Halevi wrote a book called The Moed, the Luminary, and the Ravid, Rabbi Ben David. The Ravid was also the critic of the Rambam. Also wasn't so, the Ravid obviously wasn't so quick in allowing anybody to make a book saying that he has fully figured out and decided Jewish law. So they are the chief critics of the Rif, and they are printed right on the page that the Rif is printed. The Ramban made it his mission to defend the Rif from his critics, from the Baal HaMoed and from the Ravid. He wrote a book called Milchamis Hashem, the Wars of Hashem, defending the Rif against those who wanted to criticize him and to say that the law is not like him. So if you open a page of Rif, it's quite exciting as to see who is taking on for who. Why do they see him to be wrong? Why does the Milchamis see him to be correct? Another interesting work which the Ramban wrote was the Minyan HaMitzvos. The Minyan HaMitzvos, the counting of the mitzvahs. This is an interesting idea. The Talmud says, the Gemara says, that there are 613 mitzvahs. This is something very well known. What's not very well known is that it's quite a difficult task to actually figure out which ones of the commandments in the Torah are considered to be individual mitzvahs. For example, there are a number of kinds of sacrifices, of korbanos. The Torah has a law, very detailed. This is the primary subject of the book of Vayikra, of Leviticus. How exactly is each korban, how exactly is each offering meant to be brought up to Hashem? So the details of every one, there's a sin offering, there's a peace offering, oilos, shlomim, chatos, various offerings. Do we consider the individual mitzvahs of every offering? Do we consider them individual mitzvahs? So, for example, if you have a sin offering, and there's, let's say, for argument's sake, 5 details, mitzvahs that Hashem says, do this, do that, do the other, 5 of those. Do we consider them to be mitzvahs, or do we say no? There is the mitzvah that if a person needs to bring a sin offering, he brings a sin offering, and he's got to do it in a certain way. And the Torah tells you how to do it. So essentially, it's one mitzvah. By the way, Maimonides makes the count, and his count of the mitzvahs, Maimonides considers it to be one mitzvah. You see, now the problem is that there are many, many commandments in the Torah, much more than 613. So you've got to generalize. You've got to choose which ones are mitzvahs and which ones are not considered to be part of the 613 mitzvahs. There was the very first person who did this was a man called Shimon of Kahira, of Cairo. Shimon of Kahira is better known as the Bahag in the yeshiva world. The Bahag, that stands for Baal Halochos Gedolos. The Bahag. Baal Halochos Gedolos means the owner of the great laws. This is he wrote a book called Halochos Gedolos, the great laws, and he is called the Baal Halochos Gedolos, the one who wrote the book of the great laws. He was the first one, very early. The Tosafists bring him all the time. Very early on, he wrote a book counting through the 613 mitzvahs. The next one, obviously, another one was Maimonides, was the Rambam. He wrote a Sefer HaMitzvahs, the book of mitzvahs, which contains obviously the counting of all 613 mitzvahs. The Ramban himself wasn't necessarily in agreement to the Baal Halakhas Gedolos or to the Rambam as to their count of the 613 mitzvahs. The Ramban wrote a book where he defended the Baal Halakhas Gedolos in a greater way than he agreed with the Rambam. The Ramban had his own way of understanding the 613 mitzvahs. He took the Rambam that differed from the Baal Halakhas Gedolos, and he defended the Baal Halakhas Gedolos on many aspects. So there's a book of mitzvahs of the Ramban. Another book he wrote on, which is called Torah Sodom, the book of man, that the Ramban wrote, that's to do with the laws of mourning. And at the end of a person passing away, the laws of mourning, and at the end of that book, there's something very fascinating called Sha'ar HaGemul. Sha'ar HaGemul means the gateway, was the chapter of Gemul, of reward. Well, not that's wrong translation. Gemul means that which Hashem will return. He will return, either reward or punish. Hashem will give back. And that's actually a primary source that we have of what people call the afterlife. What will be when we pass away? What will be, better said, happily more said, when Mashiach comes? What is the reward? What is the destiny of the human being? What's the destiny of the world at large? Which is very beautifully dealt with in the Sha'ar HaGemul. However, having said all that, and those works of the Ramban, the greatest work that the Ramban probably wrote, and what he's most well known for, is his commentary on the Torah. He wrote a commentary, Pirush HaRamban, the commentary of the Ramban on the Torah, where he is one of the most early and major works that many concepts of Kabbalah, of the secret parts of the Torah, filter through his commentary on the Torah. There aren't too many before him who wrote throughout the entire region. He was the man to whom all the Jewish people looked up to. There was a number of great episodes in his life. One we went through the other time where he tried to make peace on a massive Jewish argument as to the credibility of the Rambam, of Maimonides, and his books. And he actually didn't manage to do that. The argument had gotten way too much out of hand for him to make peace upon. Another thing that happened in his lifetime was an unfortunate thing in those days is that often Jews were called up to debate the Christian clergy. Now that was always unfortunate because it was never a fair debate. Things were predestined, pre-decided. It was never something that any Jew would ever look forward to because it always ended in riots, pogroms, and that kind of thing coming from the Christian population. There was an apostate, somebody who had willingly betrayed Judaism, who was called Pablo Cristiani. Cristiani, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. And this Pablo, he approached the king, and the king was James I of Aragon, and the king invited or ordered the Ramban to come to a debate where he would debate this apostate. The debate drew for 4 days. It was a very long-winded debate, and the Jews were terrified. They begged the Ramban to stop, to call the debate short. However, the king was so impressed with the Ramban, he ordered it to carry on. He's very famous for having said that the king, obviously being a devout Christian, said to the Ramban that he was so impressed with him because never had he seen somebody defending something so wrong so well. This is what he thought of the Ramban in the end. He sent the Ramban home with tremendous honor and gifts, for having displayed such genius, which he had done. However, this had brought a lot of jealousy and a lot of hatred from the Christian clergy and populace, especially from this apostate, from this Pablo. The Bishop of Girona in Italy was so impressed, he ordered the Ramban to write down his debates, which he did. But the clergy and the apostate was so angered that they twisted the king in all sorts of ways and directions, and the end was that the king had the book of the Ramban burnt, as a display that this book was no good, and he had the Ramban exiled from Spain for a period of 2 years. When he got this order of exile, the Ramban used out the opportunity. The Ramban was already aged, and he decided that this would be the time to visit Israel. Now, this trip of the Ramban to Israel was a very pivotal one in Jewish history. You see, the Ramban made this trip to the land of Israel without his family. Did not want to endanger them as the roads and as well as the sea journey was extremely dangerous. But he did this himself, and he went up, being the Jewish leader that he was. He decided he must revive the Jewish land, Jerusalem. He came to Jerusalem. He did not even find a minyan. There was not even 10 Jewish people who had come together to Shul Daven. There was no Sefer Torah in the entire Jerusalem. And the Ramban got to work, and being the man that he was, he spent 3 years in Yerushalayim. He built a shul, which not the actual shul, but the structure or the place of the shul exists right till this day. It's known in Jerusalem, the Ramban's shul, the shul of the Ramban. Actually, it was destroyed, I believe, in 1948. The original structure was destroyed right at the beginning of 1948. However, they did build a structure to compensate for that on the same place. It's there till today. The Ramban's shul. They brought Sefer Torah there, and he made a yeshiva there. He gathered the Jews, young Jews, old Jews, to come and learn and establish Jewish life once again properly in Jerusalem. There is a famous will of the Rabban, that the Rabban writes a letter to his son of how he should act and what the proper way for a Jew is to be. Very well known. Igeres Ramban, the letter, the epistle of the Rabban. We actually don't know where the Ramban is interred. We don't know where his burial place is, but there is good reason to think that he passed away and is buried in the land of Israel. The next great Jewish leader of Spanish Jewry was a man who was known as the Rashba. Rashba stands for Rabbeinu Shlomo ben Aderes. Rabbi Shlomo, the son of Aderes. We've got to remember this was a very good time physically, and also it could have been used out very well spiritually in Spain. There was no deterrent from Jewish life, from Jewish learning. Jews were prosperous, Jews had rights, and although we mentioned last week that this is, as we say, this threw them off, so to say, from being held in steadfast, many of them to the Torah. However, many did, and many gathered around these great Jewish leaders and learned from them. The Rashba, Rabbi Shlomo ben Aderes, was the Jewish leader. He was a student of the Ramban and of Rabbeinu Yoino, who we came across another time. He was born in the year 1235 and passed away in the year 1310. He lived in Barcelona, and he lived at the very same time as the Crusaders were going through France and Germany. So, and that's important. Whilst the Jewish communities in France and Germany were suffering horribly because of the Crusaders, many communities had been decimated, yeshivas had been destroyed. Jewish life and learning was in peril of just disappearing in France and Germany. So at that time, the Jewish place of peace, so to say, where Jews could learn and live, was Spain, and therefore the Jewish leadership, the Rashba, took on leadership not just of Sephardic Jewry, of Sepharad, of Spain, but also of the Jews of France and Germany, who many a letter, many a visitor would come to seek his advice and his teachings. The Rashba wrote also very key books. The Ramban's books are learnt until today in every yeshiva, in every house should have the books, many houses of the books of the Ramban. The Rashba, the same thing. There are Hidushei Rashba, the novelties of the Rashba, the wrote commentary on the Talmud, as well as Teshuvos Rashba, Responsa. The Rashba wrote one of the very early books of Responsa, letters that were sent to him with halachic questions or with questions of advice, and his answers to them. Much of Jewish history we should know is gleaned from these responsa, from the books of responsa, such as of the Rashbas. When people write of a certain situation, they describe the situation where they are. We see where Jews lived, where letters were coming from. These are very, very important, not only from a halachic perspective, which they are, but also from a historical perspective. The Rashba in his day, his life was a very rabbinic one, always dealing with needs of the community and with conducting halachic court cases. He really was in the thick of Jewish life at the time. There was quite an event in the days of the Rashba, which had to do with the study of philosophy. In his days in Spain, it was very common, it was the in thing to study philosophy. People delved into Greek philosophy and to many other things. And the Rashba sensed, the danger in this. People were learning philosophy as we said many times, this does not mean at all that there is no philosophical logic to Torah. God forbid. The Torah is the wisdom of Hashem, and therefore is the greatest wisdom. However, a Jewish cannot live properly as a Jew just with philosophical logic, because it makes sense, because it works on an intellectual basis. That's why we do it. A Jew has to live with his neshama, with his soul, which connects to Hashem, and do the mitzvahs out of love and fear and so on. And people were sort of drifting into a different direction. The Rashba sensed this, and being of the position that he was, he made a ban. He made a decree that nobody should study philosophy until they are 25 years of age, which would make sure that they had studied properly in the yeshiva or with the rabbi, and only then, when they have filled themselves with the knowledge of Torah, would they be able or be allowed to delve into other wisdoms. He made this decree only for 50 years. It wasn't something that he sought to be an everlasting thing. For his day, for his age, he made this decree. The next major Jewish character down the line was a man called the Rosh, known as the Rosh, Rabbeinu Osher. Rabbeinu Osher's name was Osher. He was born in the year 1250, and after the passing of the Rashba, he became the next link in the chain to the major Jewish leader of the time. The Rosh was actually not born in Spain. He was actually born in Germany. The Rosh was a student of the Maharam of Rothenburg, the mayor of Rothenburg. The Maharam of Rothenburg was an interesting story with him, which I don't think we went through. We mentioned his name, but the Maharam of Rothenburg was a very important Rishon, very important, the only one who explained the Talmud, the only scholar Rishon. And the end of the Maharam of Rothenburg's life was quite an interesting one. He, by accusation of a certain, again, an apostate, usually somebody who converted to Christianity willingly, which were often some of the greatest tragedies of Jews came from such people, unfortunately. And he was accused of whether it was treason or whatever, something like that. And a plot was made against him, and he ended up in jail. Most times, when they ended up, when men of great men who ended up in jail, it was for ransom. The king, the Kaiser of Germany, wanted a huge ransom for the release of the Maharam. The Jewish community, the Maharam was one of their greatest leaders, made a major appeal, major collection, and actually collected together the ransom that the Kaiser wanted. When Maharam, who was sitting in jail, got wind of the fact that they wanted to do this, he said he was not going to accept it. He did not allow them to give the ransom. He said, because there's a source in the Talmud, that this would be the regular thing. The authorities, the rulers, the kings would learn that this is sort of a very worthwhile investment. You set up a great Jewish leader, you put him in jail, you ask for ransom, easy money to come, and the Maharam would not have it. The Maharam passed away in prison, in jail, and he wrote a whole big long story. He wrote a Sefer Torah when he was in jail, which was from heaven. They actually gave him the Sefer Torah. It says this is already part of Jewish tradition. He was given the Sefer Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu to copy, and he wrote. But his effect is that he wrote a Sefer Torah, which got eventually. There's a whole story behind that. How he put it on the Rhine River, and it floated all the way to Worms, and it ended up in the shore in Worms. I believe probably up until the money to the authorities to have his body taken out, huge sum of money, and to be buried. This Alexander Vimjan is buried. You can see the tombs today are buried. He's buried right next to the Maharam. This was, I guess, his payment for having given out that kind of money to release his body. Anyhow, this was the Maharam of Rothschild'S. The Rosh, who we began talking about, the Rosh was Rabbeinu Osher was a student of the Rabbeinu Meir of Rothschild'S. Before the Maharam, by the way, stands for Moreno Horav Rabbi Meir, our teacher, the Rabbi Rabbi Meir. That's what Maharam stands for. Because that's how he's known. Before the Maharam of Rothschild'S passed away, he told his student Rabbeinu Osher to get away from Germany. This wasn't the place for a Jewish boy, and to go to Spain. And this is what he did when the Rosh, Rabbeinu Osher, was already a tremendously accomplished scholar and leader, made his way to Spain. He was received with great honor, and he already, even in the lifetime of the Rashba, of his predecessor, he was appointed as a Dayan, as a halachic judge, and we must understand that at that time in Spain, the Jewish community was so strong that it had authority on its own. The leaders, and this is true as far as the Rosh is concerned, especially after the Rashba passed away and he assumed great power, that the Rosh was given total authority to rule rulership of his court, of his Beis Din, of rulership in Spain, to the degree that he had the authority, as far as the king was concerned, to administer capital punishment. That was a rarity, probably never existed. Never existed afterwards, I don't think, in Jewish history. And such authority was granted. I think it did exist before in Babylon. So definitely, the Reish Galusa had great authority. I'm not sure if it was capital punishment, but he definitely had great authority. But the Rosh was given this authority, an unprecedented thing, and he was reluctant to use it, but he did give permission. He did give permission for the government to deal with capital punishment to some people who evidently deserved it. The Rosh who took over the leadership of Jews in Spain in his time, the Rosh is today extremely famous for making a commentary, not really a commentary on the Talmud, but a book on Jewish law similar to the Rif, similar to Rabbeinu Yitzchak Alfasi. He took the Talmud, took away the discussion, and made the law. The thing was that he has come now, the Rosh has come after the Rif, he has come after the Rambam, Maimonides, so he's quite late in the game, and therefore he saw all their works, including the Rashba, including the Ramban, and whatever everybody had to say before him, the Rosh knew and took into account and ruled accordingly. This is a very important element in Jewish law. In Jewish law, if we're talking about a great authority, the law is halacha kebatzroi, which means the halacha, the law, follows the later one. Meaning, if there are two great, authentic Jewish authorities who argue on a piece of law, and they're not around to argue with each other, one lived 500 years ago, the other one lived 700-800 years ago, they will be leaning towards ruling like the one who was later. Obviously, if he is an authentic authority, this is not an absolute rule. If the majority is against him, then there's different rulings. And ruling halacha is not a black and white game. But what is one of the ideas? If he came later, then we give him more credibility. Why? Because he saw the rulings of everybody that came before him, and nevertheless decided one way or the other. So that's something we do take into account. So he did something similar to the Rif, but with everybody else's opinion inside. He passed away, the Rosh passed away in the year 1327. many of the laws in Jewish law are not applicable right till today, until Mashiach comes. The laws of the temple, many of the laws of purity and impurity, tumah and tahara, don't apply today. And what the Torah did is similar to Maimonides. He deviated from the order of the Talmud in his book and made his own order. He did not follow the order of Maimonides because Maimonides has a 14 volumes book, and Maimonides has all the laws of the Torah applicable today or not applicable today. The Torah, however, differed from this, and he made an arrangement which is today is the fundamental of Jewish law of navigating the bookwise of navigating Jewish law. He made a 4-volume set. Now, if you buy the annual set, it's about 10 volumes. Depends which kind you buy, but it's in 4 parts. The first part is called Oirach Chaim. Oirach Chaim means the way of life. That part of this Jewish law book deals with the regular cycle of the day, of the week, and of the year of a Jew. So, Oirach Chaim begins with the laws, waking up in the morning, how one should get dressed. This is what we're learning after this year. We're learning a bit of Shulchan Aruch, and this is how it starts. Laws of Tefillin, laws of mezuzot, laws of davening, blessing over food, grace after meals, and so on and so forth. Then goes the laws of Shabbat. Good evening. Evening. Meanwhile, once we have 4 people, we go to the snow. But you made it through the snow, Kenny. You're a champion. Okay. Have a hot drink. It's cold out. Want a tea, coffee, whatever you'd like. We're talking about, Kenny, the, let's see, what is it down? Chocolate, please. We're talking about the man called Rabbi Yaakov Baal HaTurim. The Baal HaTurim, he was a man who codified Jewish law. And he made it in a style which we're going through now. First one is Oirach Chaim. Oirach Chaim is the way of life. How a Jew is to get up, the laws of Shabbat. Then he goes through the laws of Pesach, very extensive. Then he goes through, you have the Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, and all those different laws. The yearly cycle. The next volume, the next part, how he codified it is called Yeridea. Yeridea, literally, these are all paraphrases from a verse. The Apostle Yeridea, Yerim is teaching, Dea of knowledge, teaching of knowledge. That deals with the laws of food, eating, laws of kosher. So you starts, it has the laws of shechita, slaughter, proper slaughter the animal, has the laws of salting, has the laws of mixing or the not mixing of milk and meat, the laws of if something prohibited, if a non-kosher piece of meat falls into a kosher pot, what do you do? This is the entire part in Jewish law. The next of 4, there's 4 parts. The next one's called Even HaEzer, Rock of Help, also a phrase from a verse, and that's to do with the laws of family life. Marriage, divorce, agunis, a woman whose husband has left her, the laws of a kesubah, laws of a marriage contract, conditions of marriage, so on and so forth. The last one is called Choshen Mishpat. Choshen Mishpat is the name for the breastplate. The Choshen Mishpat, but Mishpat means law, and Choshen Mishpat are business laws. Deals with, laws of theft, the laws of taking or intruding into someone else's business to turf, and so on and so forth. All these laws. Now, this is the fundamental structure of Jewish law up until today. This was made by the son of the Rosh, Rabbi Yaakov Baal HaTurim. Now, a tur means a column. If we picture the breastplate of the Kohen Gadol that he wore, how many columns? He had 4 columns of stones. There was 12 stones part of the Code of Jewish Law that was written by Rabbi Shlomo Leadi, the first Chabad Rebbe. He also wrote a book of Jewish law. Many other Jewish law books are all pretty much built on this idea. Each of these four parts has chapters. Each of these chapters, which are called simonim, each of these simonim later on in the Shulchan Aruch will have seifim, will have paragraphs. This is the structure. The Baal HaTurim also wrote a pirush, a commentary on the Torah, a very fascinating commentary where he uses gematria, uses numerology, the philosophy of numbers, of how the Torah notes the various things using the numerical value of letters and words. And the Baal HaTurim was quite a humble character, did not take on major Jewish roles at the time. He devoted his life to learning, and the major Jewish leader for the next 50 years in Spain was a man who was known as the Ran. All these men are known with abbreviations. This is how they're known. They live today with their abbreviations. Their name was Rabbi Nissim, the Ran. And but if you want to talk the lingo, if you talk the vernacular, you don't talk about Rabbi Nissim, you talk about the Ran. Now the Ran took over the Rosh in Spain for the next 50 years, which that was the time when Spanish Jewry started to experience difficulty. The days of the Ran were already, we're talking the days after the 1320s. These were the days already leading up to the all-powerfulness of the church and their ability to do anything, sadly culminating in the Spanish Inquisition, the infamous Inquisition, which we're going to talk about next week. So this was the Ran had to act as a leader in the beginning of such a time. The Ran wrote a famous commentary on the tractate of Nedorim, of vowels in the Talmud, a beautiful commentary. He wrote in a golden pen. Anybody who asks, to learn the Ran of Nedorim, on this tractate of the Talmud, tell you how beautiful the commentary is. He wrote a book on the Rif, the Al-Fasi, the one who first codifier. He wrote a commentary on him, very lengthy, and also wrote a book of his droshes, of his sermons. He was a prolific speaker. And there is Droshes Haran, the droshes, the sermons of the Ran. Now, we mentioned, and this was the title of this evening, how it was in this era, in this place in the world, in Spain, by the Sephardim, where the study of Kabbalah started to grow. Let's go, and this is what we'll talk about a little bit now, the history of Kabbalah, and how it all started to become a knowledge and a subject which really took heads and took a tremendous lead in Jewish life in the last few hundred years. The word Kabbalah means tradition, accepting. It means this is a learning, this is a knowledge which is part of a tradition of rabbi to student. As the oral Torah itself, it was started as a tradition. As we know, we've been through this many times, the oral Torah, it was 40 generations, and the oral Torah was not transcribed, only being transcribed at the end in the Talmud. It was all from mouth to ear, teacher to student. Well, the part of the Torah that was written down, the oral part of that, the part of the oral Torah that was written down in an official setting was the law part of the Torah, the laws, the Mishnah, as well as the Medrash and Baraisas, the different parts which are more explanatory of the Chumash, different ideas, ethics. Those things were written down. Those things which, with study, learning properly, it was for everybody. Everybody should learn. Everybody should learn the Medrash, the Judaism, and so on. What was transcribed but not popular, not learnt in the masses, was the secrets, we call it, of the Torah, the Kabbalah. What the Kabbalah is basically the Kabbalah, we call it dry Kabbalah, unexplained Kabbalah, speaks basically a language not understood to the layman. It speaks esoteric language. It speaks what goes on in heaven, what goes on in a godly sphere, in godliness, and what goes on in a world with worlds, plural, which are above and beyond the one we live in. Now, that is something which wasn't for the layman. That's not something which is understood by everybody. The terminology, if you open any book of Kabbalah, if you're not educated, the terminology is for all practical purposes Chinese. You don't know what it is, what it means, and it takes the guidance and the teaching of a skilled teacher to do this. And not everybody was or is a receptacle for Kabbalah. However, Kabbalah was always there. It was passed down, and we do know of a number of sages who were Kabbalah, who were those who studied and learned Kabbalah. The Kabbalah is mentioned, we must emphasize, in the Mishnah and in the Talmud. This is not novel to Judaism. It was well known that such a knowledge existed, but it wasn't for everybody. There was a man in the Mishnah, in Tana, one of the men who wrote the Mishnah, called Rabbi ben Hakona. He actually composed, I believe, the prayer. We have a prayer in the Siddur quite often called Ona B'Koach. Ona B'Koach is a prayer, I believe, composed by Rabbi ben Hakona, which carries Kabbalistic meaning to it. Part of the Kabbalah is the various names of the Almighty, just the 7 official ones. Angels, different worlds, esoteric business, shall we say. The main one, the central figure, who was the passer, the one who passed the Kabbalah and wrote it down, was Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai. Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai authored the Zohar. The Zohar is the foundation book of Kabbalah. And Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai was, we could say, in the very same time that the Mishnah was being written, albeit a little earlier, it was the very same time that the major work of Kabbalah was written. There was also a book, which is actually, the Zohar has been translated into English. There is also another book called Sefer Yetzirah. Sefer Yetzirah is the book of creation. A very interesting book, not readily understood by a regular person. Speaks in very cryptic terms, but it's a foundation book in Kabbalah. Sefer Yetzirah, the book of creation, the idea of it is the inner dynamics of creation. What is it? What is at the core of existence? That's Sefer Yetzirah. Those 2 books are very early and were available to a few. It was in this era, the 1100s, 1200s, 1300s, that the learning of Kabbalah by Sephardic Jewry primarily started to grow. And the reason for that, historians would say, is because there needed to be a counterbalance to philosophy. We mentioned before, it was the in thing in people to study philosophy. Everybody was going around with ideas and big players. Plato and Aristotle were household names. Literally, in the upper class of Spain, this was the way to go. And Jews were studying these works and were not necessarily doing well with them from a Jewish perspective. They didn't know how to answer questions for themselves, although these answers were readily available, but it did throw them off on the religious level, which we've mentioned before. And the learning of Kabbalah sort of became a substitute for an esoteric knowledge, for something above and beyond to engage the people in. Somebody wanted to delve into, you had the Talmud and everything like that, but you wanted to delve into something prolific, to something high, to something major. Just want to ask you, does the Talmud discuss that time was there any place where it discusses the Talmud that at that time in Spain you were actually studying the ancient Greek classics? Yes, historically, where is it discussed? We mentioned before that the Rothschild'S actually made a ban against learning philosophy before the age of 25. There are many, if you look at the response of the Rothschild, there are great response, pages upon pages, where he really he goes to town with the damages philosophy does, and why studying Plato's and Socrates. In general, Greek philosophy. Yeah, it was a very cool thing to do, and it was. He wanted to put it in its place as far as Judaism was concerned. Yeah, as you look, Shuvah to Rashba, the response of the Rashba. So these Rishonim, these earlier commentaries, starting from the Ramban, going through the Ramban, the Rashba, and the others, were, besides for being leaders and Jewish authors, were also Mekubalim, also knew Kabbalah, and started to refer to Kabbalah in their works. This is probably the time when this all started. It was, however, risky. It was risky. Learning of the Kabbalah and the delving into esoteric subjects has to be done very correctly, and because these things are easily misunderstood and often in history abused. When we get to the story of Shabtai Tzvi, we get to the story of the false messiah that swept through the entire Europe. Much of it was with the excuse he disguised himself as somebody very righteous and very holy with Kabbalah. With the masses didn't know and didn't understand, when to buy, when not to buy, who's who, and that is, by the way, also the precedent, which was when the Hasidic movement came around. Why it had such great opposition was because people thought that this was a repetition of the Torahs, of the problems that misuse of Kabbalah had brought. Until it was obviously understood that Hasidic movement was only there to enhance Judaism, as it does till today. But he had accepted the gentleman you just mentioned that he portrayed himself as Mashiach. Shabtai Tzvi, whereas bringing out of the philosophy today, stemming from Lubavitch and other things, nobody ever really at that time pretended. None of the greatest rabbis that we had at that time pretended they were Mashiach. No, absolutely not. And that was the idea of in such a position when the real tragedy was somebody declaring they're the Messiah when they're not, compared to somebody creating a cultural and academic study of Yiddishkeit, which is what. Well, the problem was that the Jews then were on edge. They were nervous. They were so blown by this. It was a smack in the face, literally to Jews all over. And the Jews were extremely cautious. Anybody who would, if something came up that they sniffed, this is Kabbalah. They're starting again. They're differing. What Shabtai Tzvi, as he started off with, he did different than the norm. What percentage of Jews at that time do you think really followed this? Massive. We'll get there. More than 50%. I don't know percentage-wise, but he had a huge. I know, thousands upon thousands. I have to study. We're not there yet. This happened a couple of hundred years later. Anyhow, something similar happened in the Middle Ages. There was a fellow called Chaim Abulafia. Abulafia was a very common Jewish name, actually. Many great Jews had this name. But this guy took to the study of Kabbalah and either convinced himself and definitely tried to convince other people again that he was the Mashiach. He talked himself into going to the Pope and presenting his case, something which luckily he never managed to do, because we only could imagine what kind of things would come out of that. But he just wouldn't have come back. Well, none of him would have come back, or Jews all over the place would have had pogroms. We cannot imagine, but luckily he didn't get there. This was why the Kabbalah always had to be, especially years back on before it was explained in the way that it is today, especially by Hasidic teachers. Hasidic teachers, one of the greatest things that it did was take the Kabbalah and to explain it in a way understandable to the masses and to channel it in the direction that Kabbalah is meant to be channeled, which is to enhance our connection to Hashem. There was a student of the Rashba, I mentioned before, who was called Rabbi. Rabbeinu Bachaye, he wrote a commentary on the Chumash according to Kabbalah and successfully, it's a beautiful commentary, Rabbeinu Bachaye, where he successfully introduces many ideas of Kabbalah to the Talmudic scholar who is ignorant of these ideas and takes him into the world of Kabbalah in terms and in explanations understood to somebody who has not yet been introduced to it. However, the chief man who was responsible for the dissemination of Kabbalah on a greater scale in that time was a man called Moshe ben Shem Tov de Leon. His name was Moshe, his father was called Shem Tov, family name was de Leon. Maybe stemming from Lyon in France, I don't know. But he was a great Kabbalist. And he devoted his life to copying and transcribing Kabbalistic works. You see, the library of then was a question of how much you devoted your life to it. You had to travel and you had to collect bits and pieces, scrolls, books, whatever, transcribe everything. And there were many books of Kabbalah around and available from different Jewish scholars from bygone years, from here, I believe the 1300s. And Moshe ben Shem Tov devoted his life to doing this. He had a library, and after his passing, a certain rich individual bought from his heirs, I understand, I guess, he bought the Zohar, which was in Moshe de Leon's library. Now, before that, the Zohar was not a book which was available. Moshe de Leon got it, copied it from the scarce copies that there were, and had it in his library. This rich man bought it, and that was the time that history marks the beginning of the dissemination and learning of the Zohar. Zohar being the book of foundation of Kabbalah. It escalated from there. We'll go through, not sure next week, week after, the next few weeks, how in the 14th and 15th century, the study of Kabbalah began to boom. Went throughout the Jewish people, and chiefly the Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria Ashkenazi, who lived in Sfas after the Spanish Inquisition. He was the one who announced, who said, Mitzvah lagalis zois hachachma, it is a mitzvah to reveal the wisdom of Kabbalah. And our sages, Jewish sages, say that the reason for this was twofold. Number one, it was at that time the beginning of the end of Jewish life in France and its sad ending, and it was going to be the time when the Jews were to be submerged in a great darkness. It was the Middle Ages, and the distance from the days of the temple, the distance from the days of the Jewish glory, spiritually and physically, were getting greater and greater. They compared this to a traveler. Somebody who's traveling away from a city, the lights of the city that he traveled away from still illuminate his way during however much time when he goes out of the city. The lights will grow dimmer and dimmer, and there will come a point when that person Gottes. Das ist Maimonides and his book. This is the destiny that the Holy gives us, and it is the destiny. It is that the teachings of Kabbalah, which is of godly knowledge, which illuminate our journey towards the great city. So the lights of the previous time, at the time of the temple, have gone dimmer and dimmer. Now, the last 500 years, this is talking around the year 1500, last 500 years, this is when the Kabbalah started to steamroll and eventually turning into the Hasidic movement. This was the Mekubalim. It sort of filtered more. We'll follow them. We'll follow the Mekubalim. We'll follow the Kabbalists, how it came into the Baal Shem Tov and the Hasidic movement, and that really gave the Jews a tremendous lift. It's hard to imagine Judaism today without the contribution of Kabbalah and without after it the contribution of Hasidus. The Kabbalah and Hasidus gave the Jews a lift, which we maybe could say gave them the ability to emotionally and as a people survive what we've been through in the past 500 years. But you can study Hasidus and fully participate in it and enrich yourself with it without learning Kabbalah. Correct, absolutely. That was why we said one of the functions of Hasidus was to do that. However, the study of Kabbalah itself, when guided properly, one could also do. There are many people today who study, dry Kabbalah, simple Kabbalah, although quite difficult to comprehend. But at the end of the day, it's something which is comprehensible, especially by the learning of Hasidus. So this is the idea. Next week, please God, we'll go through the end of the age of Jewish Spain and the leaders that led the Jewish people throughout that era, and how the Yishuv in Israel grew at that time, and the rest for next week. We'll start where we sort of left off last week. We left out something quite important before we get to the decline of Spanish Jewry, which we're going to speak about tonight. We did miss something important, very important actually, which transpired in the other side of Europe, in France and Germany. The famous Black Death that swept through almost the entire Europe and spread like crazy. One of the greatest deaths in history, killing a third of the entire population. If I remember correctly, it was about 25 million people. That was a time as well, but among all the other things that happened to the Jews, this is one of the greatest calamities, probably because due to all the dogma and fanatical beliefs that prevailed at the time, it was the Jews who became the scapegoats for all this. A sort of rumor or accusation was prevalent that the Jews had poisoned the wells, the drinking wells, in order to get rid nicely of the Christians. And because everybody, in normal time, people were not, their horizons were not so broad, shall we say, very backwards, very primitive, and very fanatical, all induced by the priests and the church at the time. Besides that, the people were totally wound up and strung up because of the events of the time. So all you needed was something little to ignite some terrible pogroms and killings that happened in the time, in the era of the Black Death. As a total, this was transcribed at the time, there were 60 large Jewish communities and 150 smaller town communities that were wiped out. during that time. They were just used as a scapegoat and pogromed and killed. Thousands more lost everything they had. It was a terrible time for the Jews. The Jews suffered least because with the Black Death. That's why they were blamed, because they were blamed because the truth of the matter is that many say the reason is because Judaism demands a very high level of cleanliness, not necessarily because of cleanliness per se, but the whole idea of mikveh, washing hands in the morning, washing the hands before we eat bread, we wash our hands before we go when we go out to the bathroom. This is what we've been doing since the giving of the Torah, if not before. And this was a level of cleanliness that just was, the Torah has rules as far as we learn them, as far as keeping away from uncleanly things. Bathrooms have to be at a distance and a whole list of things. And this was not the game of the time. Pestilence and the Black Death was started, as we know, with rats coming through from in ships, and therefore they say the Jews suffered the least, and that's why they were blamed. And henceforth, it was a terrible, terrible time for the Jewish people then in that area. Now, all these things, all these occurrences, the Crusaders and the aftermath of them, and the various things we've been talking about in the past few lessons, did not have a direct effect, if not any effect at all, on Spanish Jewry. They were living in security and in affluence. They were educated. They had freedom of choice and will. They were able to really live a good life for many hundreds of years, the golden era of Spain. And they produced some of the greatest Torah leaders. It was really a great time. But that all came to an end in the year 1391. In that time, the Jews had very big positions in the government. Many of them were very rich and very powerful, and therefore it aroused some great jealousy. And the climate rose with hatred towards the Jews, which was only incited by the church, and the climate was ready for a revolt against the Jewish hierarchy, which happened. It started in Seville in Spain. That's what's called today. Seville, yeah, Seville. Seville, without the Spanish, it's more articulate. It's more articulated, yeah. There was a bishop, cardinal called Ferran Martinez. We're not saying it in the proper Spanish dialect, but that's how he'll anglicize all these names. He was an avid Jew hater who incited the crowd for the best term of today, a jihad, a holy war against the Jews. And that was it. That was the beginning of the most horrible time. The first one in Seville, this is the first pogrom. Seville had a Jewish community of 30,000 people, and 4,000 were killed at that time. They burned down houses, plundered schools. This was, and that was the beginning of a series of pogroms, which swept through 18 Jewish communities in Spain. The ultimatum, the usual historical ultimatum, was given: be killed or convert. The interesting thing is, and this is by contrast to what happened in the Ashkenazi communities of France and Germany, is that 200,000 Jews approximately capitulated, and obviously against their will, were baptized. Many were killed. I'll keep it Hashem for the sanctification of Hashem's name. Two people of note. One was a man called Rabbi Yehuda, who is the son of the Rosh. We spoke last week of the Rosh, Rabbi Rosh. He had a son called Rabbi Yehuda. He killed his family and then committed suicide himself. That was something we spoke of that happened, unfortunately, quite often. Another man who actually was not killed but was managed to flee, was a man called Rabbi Shimon ben Tzemach, who is better known as the Rothschild'S. The Rothschild'S wrote a number of books. He fled to Algeria, and over there he carried on leading the people over there. He was a great physician as well as being very well versed in Catholicism. He knew it brilliantly and wrote books from there, obviously from a Muslim country rebutting everything that the Christians had to say against Judaism, obviously being safe over there. So those were two people who lived in the time. But that's what we're saying. Interestingly enough, that 200,000 of these Jews didn't have the strength in them to face death. There was a man called Rabbi Yosef Yavitz. Rabbi Yosef Yavitz was a scholar of the time, and he writes quite interestingly that since Spanish Jewry was so affluent, and since they did reach such high positions, there were yeshivas. However, the prevalence of philosophy, of learning, of conducting life in a lavish way, shall we say, both materially and spiritually, they weren't as committed as they should be. It started from the way their approach to Judaism. It wasn't one of simple faith. It wasn't a climate. It wasn't an environment that nurtured awesomeness, that nurtured self-sacrifice. Judaism was correct, was beautiful, was good. It was especially personified by the Maimonides in his book, The Guide That Perplexed. That's what sort of, we spoke of such an idea last time. That's what sort of, that was the move of the time. Philosophy was of ultimate importance. And therefore, that got all that material affluence and spiritual decline because of it caused things not to be the people not to be as committed as they maybe should have been. And this is how this Rabbi Yosef Yavitz analyzes the time. There was laxity in basic mitzvahs by many. We're talking about mezuzahs and tefillin and tzitzis and these things, which weren't being done by many. And that's maybe an explanation of why so many buckled under the pressure. There were a number of great people, again, that lived at this time, besides the two that we spoke of. And these two men wrote books of Jewish philosophy. One was called Rabbi Yosef Albo. Rabbi Yosef Albo wrote a book called the Ikrim. Ikar means the fundamentals. And then there was a man called Rabbi Yisdoi Kreskas, who wrote a book called Ur Hashem, the Light of Hashem. Both of these scholars, philosophers, Jewish leaders, pushed the other direction. They saw the direction that people were going in. And especially in the Ikrim, in the book of Fundamentals, which was actually a product of many disputations, many arguments, which Rabbi Yosef Albo had to have, possibly with Christians. And over there, that's why in the book of Ikrim, he put together the fundamentals of Judaism. He actually, interestingly enough, classified the Rambam. Maimonides makes 13 principles of faith. He bunches them into three: the belief in God, the divinity of the Torah, and reward and punishment. So interesting groupings. But over there in the book of Ikrim, the fundamentals, he's really on the agenda of explaining to people how the real way of serving the Almighty, of conducting oneself according to the Torah, is the way of simple faith, of tradition, not of logical pursuit, not keeping the Torah because logically it all makes sense, but rather keeping the Torah because of the truth of the tradition, because it is true. As we see that in the climate of the time. The main great Jewish leader at this time for Spanish Jewry was somebody we're going to be following now all the way through, was a man called Don Yitzchak Abarbanel. The Abarbanel is known as. Don is like sir in Spanish. Don Yitzhak Abarbanel. He was a very important person, born to an illustrious family from the House of David. He could trace his lineage to David. King David, who was born in Lisbon, in Portugal. His father was called Rabbi Yehuda, who was the finance minister for the King of Portugal. And he also, the Abarbanel, eventually took over his father's role, and for 16 years was the finance minister for the King of Portugal. Not yet 1492, not yet, probably in the 1400s, yeah. The king then was Alfonso IV, I believe, and upon his death, the son of Alfonso, for some reason, didn't like the Abarbanel, wanted to kill him. Rabbi Abarbanel fled to Spain, leaving behind everything, which actually, they say, he actually rather to do. He was very rich over there, as we can understand, but his work in the royal palace was perturbed him. He was not able to learn and to write as he would have wanted to. And when he was in Spain, he lived there in poverty, but at least he was able to devote his life to what he really wanted to do, was to disseminate Torah, which he did. The Abarbanel wrote a monumental pirush, explanation on the entire Tanakh, as well as many other works. One of them by the name of Yeshua's Mashiach, the salvation of his Mashiach, which he speaks in a book about the coming of Mashiach. This was all very popular, arguing with Christians, but this was living in Christian environment. This was something very, very important. But as his luck would have had it, soon after he reached Spain, he actually writes this, I believe. He made the explanation for the first book, Shoftim, the first book of the Torah, of the Nevi'im, of the prophet Shoftim, the book of Joshua, the book of Judges, and then it was at the beginning of his explanation to the Sefer Melachim, to the book of Kings, when he was called up by the king. I think he writes even by the King Ferdinand to be his finance minister. Ferdinand obviously understood where this fellow was coming from and how successful he actually was, and decided to call him up. Not that he had any choice, I don't think, but this is what it was. Ferdinand was on a very big campaign. He was a guy who nothing could really stop him when something got into him, and he was interested in making a united Spain. He wanted to unify Spain under his crown, and wanted and used the Catholic religion as a base for the united Spain. This was his ultimate plan. He was a very devout Catholic, totally under the spell of the bishops and so on, and a ruthless guy at that. And we'll see how he implemented all this. In 1475, we have now here, he married Isabella, who was of similar character to him, if not greater or / worse. In that time in Spain, you had three kinds of Jews. You had Jews, plain Jews, who were in a very difficult climate from 1391, from the time of the very first, that first sweep of harassment pogroms, and that all shot down the Jewish situation off the pedestal. That was it. Jews were second-class citizens then, and were looked down upon, and constantly, as we said, we look at the greater events. So when we have a situation as such, we have to understand that there was constant harassment, if not worse, for the Jews living in such a situation. So there were Jews who kept to the Torah, and that was that. Then there was a group of people called conversos. Conversos, those who converted. Those are the ones who were either descendants from the converts whether their descendants or people themselves decided willingly to turn their backs on the Jews, on their people, and to go over the bridge. Now, many of those wanting to prove their faithfulness did a lot of damage to the Jews, and a lot of them, would purposefully go and persecute Jews, to very great degrees. Of those, you had Marranos, what they were called. The word Marrano means a swine, and there are two explanations they give. One is just a simple name of hatred, and the other was because these people would purposefully eat swine in front of others to give the impression that they'd gone away from Judaism anyway. But they were the ones, as we know, the Marranos, the famous idea that they were the ones who secretly held steadfast to their Judaism in some of the most difficult conditions. If they were found, even before the Inquisition, which came, which we'll speak about soon, if they were found doing what they were doing, they were to be immediately put to death, if not tortured as well. It was an amazing network and infrastructure of how they functioned. I believe so. There were certain things which, for example, they had one interesting thing was one thing they had self-sacrifice for was only marrying between themselves. They couldn't marry any Jews, obviously. They were not going to marry any Christians. And that was one of the most dangerous things, because they had to secretly find out the identity of another family. They kept Yom Kippur, they kept Jewish festivals, they had with sellers and all these many stories and many also novels built on these goings on. Some are very heroic stories. But this was the thing. Again, their roots were too deeply in Spain. They couldn't, for whatever reason, bring themselves to leave the lavish life that they had, and they rather, I guess, to stay there and conduct such a life, hoping maybe for some better future to come. Unfortunately, that did not come. There was then in Spain a tremendous hatred and a tremendous hatred to the converts, to those who converted. Obviously, they didn't know who was a Marrano or not. But anybody who wasn't from real Christian blood, there was a constant animosity being built up towards them, because they were pushing to the top. They were better Christians than the Christians, as usually happens. And those who have to go over to another, they had to prove their allegiance, their faithfulness, and the regular Christian masses didn't like it. And for that reason, interestingly enough, in Cordoba, there was at one point some form of demonstration, some form of march, and rumor got to the people there that some girl of the conversos or Marranos, whatever, desecrated some Christian holy object, and that was it. That was enough to send the masses on a slaughter. And they slaughtered lots for 3 days only because there wasn't anything more to do. They killed out, and plundered all these Jews, all these people. They had it with them. And such was the environment growing in different places as well. It was at this point that Ferdinand and Isabella decided they are going to cleanse Spain from all the infidels, from all those who were not faithful to Christianity and making it out. For two reasons. First of all, they were very devout. They were, as we said, they were under the influence of very much under the influence of the church. And again, also because of the has Germany from the heretics, from those who wanted to change or reform Catholicism. I remember this is before Lutheran, this is before everybody. And there were those still, there were winds started to blow of change, of reform, of different groups saying this is wrong and this is right and so on and so forth, and he wouldn't have it. And he created he created a body of Dominican and Franciscan monks, some of the ruthless and most cruel ones, who were going to conduct this cleansing. They were known for the cruelty and barbarism. They were barbaric at the bottom of the line. And they were appointed to clean out first Germany from these kind of people. They were pretty successful. It could have been the smallest thing that they would notice that masses were drafted to be as service spies for the Inquisition, and it could have been anything, and they utilized some of the most horrific tortures to draw a confession out of people. And then the interesting thing was they didn't kill them themselves, or they didn't sentence them themselves, or whatever they did. They gave it over to the government. I believe this was prevalent even before it came to Spain. Not sure, but I think so. They gave it over to the government. The church wouldn't do anything. It stopped there. But that way, that was a clever thing to do, because it was in that way that they joined the government in their doings. And it was for everybody's benefit, because the money and the assets of anybody who was sentenced by the Inquisition was seized by the church and by the government. So everybody was happy. And the government, therefore, was very enthusiastic in partnering in partnership with the Inquisition. So what better way of dealing with the Marranos was there than inviting the Inquisition? It's interesting, they had a hard time. The Pope wasn't all that enthusiastic about sending his Inquisition to Spain, mainly because he wanted the Inquisition to be under him. He didn't want it to go too far out. It did spread a bit to Italy and other places, but he didn't want it to get too much under control, because everything at the end of the day he wanted to be in control of. Through talks and deliberation backwards and forwards, in the end it was agreed upon. The head inquisitor was the infamous Torquemada. Torquemada was Thomas Torquemada was his name, and he was the confessor to Isabella before she became queen. And actually, interestingly, had made her promise that when she does rise to power, she will cleanse her country from all the non-believers. He was a gruesome individual, and he succeeded in building the Inquisition to a government within a government. To a kingdom within a kingdom. He literally was able to do anything, all in the credibility and in the name, ultimately, of the church and then of the government. And that is how the Inquisition came and started to plant itself in Spain. In 1481 was the first auto da fe. Auto da fe was literally, it means the act of faith. And that was the burning at the stake of people, mainly Jews at this time, who were found to be still faithful to the Judaism of these Marranos. The first one was in Seville again. It was 6 men and 6 women who, after the horrible torture, confessed to be faithful to the that, but everything else, besides the Catholic, the devout, the faithful Catholic, gotta go. And so they did. Right away, almost. I think it was even from Malaga. They made an edict of the infamous Spanish expulsion. The choice of either expulsion or baptism was given. In the course of 4 months, the Jews had to either baptize or to leave. They had to leave everything, anything of worth, gold, silver, precious stones had to stay, and as well as real estate had to all stay. And obviously, who was going to buy who was going to buy it for a normal price? It's told that the Jews sold mansions for a donkey. They wouldn't get anything more for it. It's interesting. The Abarbanel, who was the finance minister, wanted to or tried everything he could to abolish this decree, and he tried in the famous way of bribery. He brought into the palace chests full of money. It's told that as he was negotiating over there with Ferdinand, who was great for money, apparently was greater than his religious devoutness, and was about to work with the Abarbanel, the Torah mother, burst into the room and threw down his cross and said, well, Judas sold his religion for money, and now you're going to be the second one. Here you go, here it is, sell it. And so Ferdinand, he held off, and that thing didn't work. The Abarbanel himself was given the choice to stay. He didn't need the Jews, Ferdinand didn't. Although we'll see later that other countries thought he was a total idiot for doing it because he just threw out tremendous talent from his country, but apparently he had enough money and had a different kind of plan and didn't need the Jews even for the economy. But the Abarbanel, he needed. It was his finance minister. It said that he told the Abarbanel he was able to stay. He was going to give him a minion and was going to give him a mikveh. He said, you can have whatever you want, but stay. Abarbanel refused, and he said he's going to go out together with his people, obviously leaving everything behind. It was the day of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of Av, 1492, that 600,000 Jews of Spain had to leave. Half of them went on ships. They went to the port. Again, the tradition has it that the Abarbanel allowed for musical instruments to be played. And the Jews marched out of Spain, proud to not betray their faith. And they went, and although it was Tisha B'Av, they were obviously not allowed to listen to music. The Abarbanel allowed it just for that time because to raise the morale somewhat, or as much possible, of the people. Half of them went on ships to anywhere that may welcome them, which wasn't that many. In fact, the unfortunate thing was that most of the Jews that boarded those ships didn't survive. They were the captains of the ships themselves, treated them horribly, often tossing them overboard or whatever. There were pirates, there was starvation, there was all sorts of things that led to the demise of most of these Jews. Those who were lucky enough to make it, they were welcomed by the Ottoman dominions, by anywhere that was ruled by the Sultan, were actually welcomed with open arms. The Sultan made an edict that they should be taken, accepted, and anybody who wouldn't would die. The Sultan thought that, he gloated over the had different other scenes, such as in one town, it was thought that the decree was that everybody has to baptize. I guess the message didn't come through clear, and they got everybody into a certain place, a certain area, and they all committed suicide the whole time. Officially, the Jews were able to leave, but he didn't want them to leave. Officially, it was either convert or leave, but he didn't want them to leave. So what he did was he said, anybody who wants to leave has got to go through the capital. When they were in the capital, then the action started. Many of them pulled them into a room and locked it, and didn't allow them to give them any food or drink until they baptized. Others, they threw them into the water, and they forcibly converted them. Many places there was a mass suicide. Many places they got them they brought all the Jews into a shack and lit it, and that was it. Between all of this, this is how they either got rid or forcibly converted the 300,000 Jews that had gotten in there. Afterwards, they brought the Inquisition to deal with all those who weren't faithful. So this is how Portugal had a quick ending only a few years after the Spanish expulsion. The Abarbanel himself ended up in Venice, in Italy, and lived out the rest of his life there, passed away in 1509. It's ironic that in the very same month as the edict came out for the expulsion of all the Jews, is in the very same month Columbus writes that this was the month where I was given the grant permission, given the instruction to sail to search out for the Indians. We do know for sure that there was one Jew, or a number of forcibly converted Jews on Columbus's ship. One of them we know clear was forcibly converted the day of the voyage, because he was, I guess, falling off the end of the world wasn't as scary as maybe staying in Spain itself with nothing to lose. So it's interesting that was exactly the same time, at the very same time that the doors of two countries are brutally closed on the Jews. It was at the very same time that the land was found by the known world then, and would eventually be the haven for Jews so many years later. So this is where they were going. This is what was happening. Again, as we said, the Jews went into various places, various areas. They built communities. Those that were left, those that were able to get out, the trickle of Jews constantly were making their way secretly out of Portugal. Constant trickle of people who ended up in all sorts of places. And slowly, communities were built. Sephardic Jewry started to build itself up again. These were all Sephardic people of Spain. Many went to Israel. We're going to see next week or the week after about those who ended up in Israel, in Safas. A lot of them ended up, and some of the greatest of all Jewish time lived in Safas in Israel, and were refugees themselves or children of the Spanish refugees. So, a great place was Amsterdam, Holland, and so on. And the style of Sephardic communities for many, many years afterwards took on the way of a way quite different to Ashkenazi communities. You had the rabbi wasn't called a rabbi, he was called the Chacham. The Chacham was very often, well versed in other knowledges other than Talmudic knowledge. That was the style. That's what they came out from. And they formed communities, but the yeshivas were not as great. Whether it was because of the persecution, or because they didn't build themselves up properly again, or whatever it was. But the Jewish education for the Sephardim wasn't as good as it was for the Ashkenazim. The more you had no monkey business when it came to trying to deviate from traditional Judaism as they saw it. The Sfardim were always brilliant at this, and until today, quite much better at it than the Ashkenazic communities. The eventual winds of reform and enlightenment or whatever it was didn't hit the Sfardim. They held very, very strongly to halacha, to Jewish law, and to obedience, and treated anybody who didn't go down that line very harshly. There was this is much later in history, but two examples of that, which maybe was a little bit overused. The excommunication was a tool which was very much used then, for those in the Middle Ages, very much used. And there was a certain individual called Uriel da Costa. He was a man who was an interesting fella. He understood he read the Bible, he read the Chumash, and thought that's what we were supposed to do, and didn't sort of get into or like the oral law. He thought it was a deviation, and every religion has human aspects to it. Anyway, he wanted to kind of introduce this to the Sephardic community because exactly where he was in Holland, and they wouldn't have it. And he was a sort of a weak character. They warned him again, they admonished him, warned him again and again, and then excommunicated him. And then what happened was it backfired. And unfortunately, he was a very weak character. He couldn't handle. It was very fatal to what he believed in, and wanted everybody else to go down the same way. He may have meant well, but he couldn't handle the harshness of what he was dealt with, and unfortunately committed suicide. And what happened is that built up into, he was posthumously made into a hero by many other people in the community who didn't like the way he was dealt with and sort of believed in his ideals, and this drummed up a wave of deviance, although not a lasting one, but a problem within the community. And this was why, actually, it was at that time, or sort of at that time, a little later, that the Cherem was by great Jewish rabbis, was said that the Cherem should not be used as it's so rampantly, and should be used with great discretion. Another interesting example, also later on, but again, of the same idea, was Spinoza. Baruch Spinoza, he was born at a young age. He was a genius, learned under some of the greatest scholars, but had a mind for philosophy and wanting to learn many different things. And the community, the Amsterdam community, wouldn't have it. He had different ideas of what Judaism should look like, and he became good friends with Christian people. They welcomed him. The Jews didn't. They didn't like his way. Anyway, when ultimately he was excommunicated, and then colorful dies from Jews and Judaism, became a tremendous scholar, as we know, known to be one of the greatest philosophers ever, but shunned the ideas of Judaism, shunned the Torah and the mitzvahs, believed in a different kind of God than what it is in the Torah. And interestingly, he was offered very great positions. But he lived a very simple life. Apparently, he was a Lens cutter. He made lenses to devote his life to writing, but was excommunicated. At last resort, he was one of the famous Cherems that happened in history, the Cherem of Spinoza. But again, that was the system. The system was he didn't comply, you were out. And that sort of was the Spanish system. That was the Spanish Jewish system of survival for a very long time, and elements of that prevail till today. I believe so. Have to check up. I'm not sure. The Amsterdam community, though, I believe we'll learn about them. were coming up to a man called Menashe ben Yisrael. We'll learn about the ups and downs community. Yeah. Another interesting thing that sort of started at that time was because of the Taurus, because of the problems that were going on, there was a great yearning for Mashiach. You know, that's why Abraham wrote a book on Mashiach. And, you know, it was a great. And many times, as we can say, even as usual, at such a time, as somebody crept up as being a potential, or more than a potential Mashiach. In this case, there was a man called David Haruveni, and this fellow was a character. He said he came from the 10 lost tribes and was the brother of the ruler of one of the 10 lost tribes. Today, it's all believed as a hoax. It was all, very good tale that he had, which convinced many people. But then some do say they actually did come from there because his appearance was of distant nature, India, whatever it was, and he made it to be quite popular there. He was, I believe, brought in by the Pope, and he got some attention. Although later on, he actually collaborated with another man called Shlomo Molcho. Shlomo Molcho was also a strange individual, but he was initially a Spanish non-Jew, a Christian, who converted to Judaism. He was a government official. This Shlomo Molcho, he converted to Judaism, left his government stature, and went and told actually he was said to foretell many events. An earthquake he foretold some comets would be seen, which apparently all came true. And this drummed up a very big thing. However, he knew those or whatever it was, but this is what happened. And the end actually was that they at one point they collaborated. This David Haruveni and the Shlomo Molcho. At one point they didn't, and then they did. The whole story. But this Shlomo Molcho was actually killed on the sanctification of Hashem's name. I forget exactly. I think it was the king of Portugal, whichever king who put him in chains and had him burned for having in his writings heretical beliefs to Christians. That was the end of that. Actually, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Rabbi Yosef Karo, transcribed this idea. He said that it was a very noble act. In the end, he died on Kiddush Hashem. So you had these kind of that actually drummed up quite a bit of noise in the community. But it had its effect. These things did have their effect. This is one of some of the more noted events following the Spanish Inquisition. The Kabbalists that we spoke of, many of them were Sephardim as well. Many of them were Sephardim. Whoever was in Spain was in Spain. Whoever was not was in Germany. They lived in these times. However many survived from Spain. It's interesting. The father of the author of the Code of Jewish Law. The author of the Code of Jewish Law was written by Rabbi Yosef Karo. His father was called Rabbi Ephraim Karo, who was a great rabbi, who was one of those who were expelled from Spain. Rabbi Yosef Karo was 5 years old at the Spanish expulsion. So he ended up in Sfat, in Israel. You had Kabbalists who were all over the place. Who was exactly at that time? I'm not exactly sure, but later on you had just right after that, you had the Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria. He was actually called Rabbi Yitzchak Luria Ashkenazi. Ashkenaz is Germany, so I don't know if but then again, so he was part of that. You had his main student, who were called Chaim Vital, we'll speak about next week or 2 weeks' time, was from Damascus, was from Syria. So you had various people cropping up, and there wasn't a stronghold, shall we say. This was the place where the Kabbalists, you had to what was going on. He said, many learned in the yeshiva, turned the halachic pursuit into merely a pursuit of knowledge or pursuit of having a fun time with the backwards and forwards of the Talmud. And many of them left it altogether and went into these called the vanities of this world. Many used it for their own stature. It wasn't, much of the influence of the Kabbalists wasn't felt yet. Next time we'll speak of, we'll get to what was going on in Israel first. That was probably the next major stop. Wasn't a stop at that, interestingly enough, at that time was an era when Tzfat and many other places in Israel suddenly blossomed with some of the tremendously great Jewish people. We'll speak of the Renaissance that came more or less after this, with the Middle Ages behind us, more or less now. This is probably the big bash of the Middle Ages at this point. But then the Renaissance, when Jews who had been expelled from other places were let back. The humanists, suddenly when the world was turning a little more, shall we say, sane after this kind of era, eventually the Jews getting to Eastern Europe. And that was, this was actually probably about the year 1500 was when the Jews, a lot because of the Spanish expulsion, when they ended up in Eastern Europe, when they made their way all the way up the sea and ended up in Poland and in Russia. And that's about when it started. And we'll see the first Jewish communities that arose in Eastern Europe and in Israel and various other places, and the history that happened with them. Last week we spoke about the Girush, the expulsion from Spain. We're going to move on now to what happened afterwards, the aftermath. How did the Jewish people sort of respond and come out to this from this whole thing? We must also first, however, note that the expulsion from Spain was not the only expulsion. In that area in Europe, you had a number of expulsions throughout the Middle Ages. For example, England expelled the Jews in 1290. That was the aftermath of Richard the Lionhearted, of course, of the Crusaders, the story of York, when Jews were, committed suicide in the Clifford's Tower in York. In 1394, France expelled the Jews. 1394. Interestingly, in Germany, it wasn't that it wasn't out of affection that the Jews weren't expelled. It was simply practical reasons why they remained always in Germany is because Germany was provinces. Germany wasn't an overall monarchy. They had every prince who expedited whatever they wanted from their subjects, and either were nice to the Jews or not nice to the Jews, either kicked them out or didn't, and other princes and provinces took them in. So after all these expulsions, and chiefly with the expulsion from Spain, we're talking over 100, 200 years, but just looking at it from a little bird's eye view, the Jews moved eastward. We have the map in our heads a little bit. The Jews moved east. So this is when Jewish communities started to propagate and to grow in these places. In Holland, mainly in Amsterdam. In Germany, actually, the community in Hamburg became quite big. They became very, very Jewish. The city of Yerushalayim and Sfas, which we're going to talk about a lot tonight. So this is pretty much where the Jews migrated to after they were expelled from Central Europe, or that area in Europe, where they weren't welcome anymore, and even when they were, life was unbearably difficult. Not yet. Soon, when in the year about 1500, next week, please God, we're going to start talking about Eastern Europe. Because in about the year 1500, which is about now 1492, but still in 1500, the communities in Russia and Poland and that area were still quite small. It was after the next 100 to 200, next 100 years, shall we say, after the expulsion from Spain, that the communities in Eastern Europe started to go big in this time as well. But we'll talk about that next week. Now, interestingly enough, there were Marranos. By the way, there's a term in Hebrew which they're known by is anusim. Anusim, the word onus means to be coerced. We use it in the Haggadah, onus al pi hadibur. Jacob was, so to say, coerced by Hashem to go down to Egypt. He wasn't interested. Hashem told him he had to go down to work. So anusim is plural for those who were coerced, those who were forced into conversion into Catholicism. So, or for that matter, into Islam. Same thing, yeah, the term is used. So these anusim, these Marranos, some of them managed to trickle out. There was we mentioned the other week, there was a constant trickle from Spain and Portugal of Marranos who got their way, many with their money, out of Spain and Portugal, out of the hands of the Inquisition, into the free countries of then Benito Holland. And many returned to their Judaism openly after they were able to do so. Some, however, actually quite a few, chose to carry on to live with the mask of being Catholic, of being Christian as they were, in order to be able to help their brethren, the Jews, whether their brethren still in Spain and Portugal or elsewhere, whilst being disguised. Others may have carried it on, some want to say even because of fear. The Inquisition was very powerful, and it wasn't out of the question that, we'll see in one of the stories we'll pick up on over here, that wasn't out of the question that the Inquisition would get to places where it wasn't official. And they were scared, they were nervous still of the gruesomeness of the Inquisition and the way it was so great and powerful that they chose simply maybe of safety to carry on that way. Those that remained in Spain, could we say, pretty much were without hope. Till about the year 1588, when Spain took the slide down. It's when the British fleet of ships in 1588 conquered the French fleet of ships. They totally smothered them. And Spain was never the same after that. So it could be said, I don't know if historians actually note this, but it's possible that the difficulty of life as a Jew, as Marranos, under Spanish rule, it could be that it did weaken a little bit after that, after the British conquest. It's interesting actually to note, Spain, when the Jews were there, Spain was a superpower, and it's a superpower. Spain was extremely big and powerful. And the rabbis have noted that they've had even in the Talmud, that in the countries where the greatest Jewish community was always the country that was most powerful on a world sense. Russia, because going back in history, Russia was where many years, 50, 60, more even 100 years ago, let's say 100 years ago, most Jews were Russia. You want to know, majority of where Jews were, they were Russia. And Russia was the big guy in this world. When it shifted to America, interestingly enough, America also rose as the superpower. In history as well, you had Egypt. Egypt at the time when the Jews were there, it was the glory of Egypt. Most would convert. No one knew exactly who was hiding the Judaism, as we'll see. He was a Marana from a Marana family. He died, I think, relatively young, and his entire wealth went over to his wife, who was called Donna Gracia. Donna Gracia Mendes, and his brother, this Francisco Mendes, his brother Diego, inherited a huge banking industry. She, Donna Gracia, went over to Antwerp, and when she went over to Antwerp, she continued to hide the Judaism, and she did so in order, because she was tremendously wealthy, and did so in order to be able to help out the Jews in Spain and in Portugal, as well as the world over. And secretly, she helped the Anusim, she helped the Maranos get out of Spain and Portugal. She gave heavy money to yeshivas and to other different Jewish organizations and different Jewish institutions. What happened is that her daughter married a man called Yosef Nossi. Yosef Nossi is literally a prince, but Yosef Nossi, who was her nephew. Her daughter married her nephew, and what happened is that after her brother-in-law died, her brother-in-law Diego, basically there was a riff-raff between herself and her sister, because she was appointed to be the total owner, the executor of everything, of the entire bank and all its branches, and her sister was left out, which she got very broigas, as they say, very angry about. And in a moment of wrath, she turned over Donna Gracia to the church, saying that she was practicing Judaism secretly. Now, the Inquisition wasn't in Antwerp at the time, Belgium, but the church was extremely powerful still, and the church put her into jail. And this was something they were extremely thrilled about, because that meant that eventually, through playing things right, the money would go over to them. There would be also the daughters who also put into a nunnery, that would be the way that they played it cleverly. They weren't going to do it till 1 to 3, but eventually that would happen. Now, the funny thing is that her sister also had got the same thing. Her sister was the one that turned her over. They said, well, she's Jewish, and her sister the same thing. And she also got into jail with the church. Anyway, Yosef Nossi, who was her son-in-law, was a advisor to the crown prince of the Sultan at that time. He was called Selim. He was the crown prince of Turkey. And this Yosef Nossi was her advisor, again, a very powerful man, a very rich man. So now, the Sultan, as we know, the Ottoman Empire then was a big deal, and he put on a lot of pressure onto the church and onto the government in Belgium, whoever was controlling Belgium at the time, that Donna Gracia should be able to move to Turkey. She moved to the Ottoman Empire, and let her get out of here and not be in your way, so to say. Not because he was a big lover of the Jews, because he was a big lover of the money. Yosef Nossi, inspired Yosef Nossi, explained to him that this was a one-time deal where they were able to get the power of all these banks in his country, and he succeeded. Another interesting time when the Christian world forwent a lot of economic resource, just for religious reasons. The expulsion of Jews from Spain was something we mentioned the other week, but the Sultan was extremely pleased with that. He welcomed every Jew into his empire, and the Jews built it up. Jewish causes. There were many poems that we still have, which were written about her. And one of the, I believe, when she passed away, they said one I forget who exactly said. The verse in Aisha's Chayil, it says, Rabbi's momes also Chayil. Many daughters have done great. But you have risen above all of them. He mentioned the name was Chayil, I believe, in the Hebrew name. So she's till today. There's a place in Israel which they dedicated for her. Yeah, there's a website. No, it's it could be possible. Yeah. Now, this Yosef Nasi, when he was in Turkey, he, as any good Jew who would be powerful in the annals of power, of the kingdom, of the monarchy, he did a lot for his Jewish brethren. One thing that he did was, interestingly enough, he convinced the Sultan to pressure France. France kicked out all the Jews, and as was the custom when he kicked out the Jews, he took everything they had. He took the property, he took everything valuable. So that he pressured, this Yosef Nasi pressured the Sultan to pressure France to give back the Jews what they stole, what they took. And was pretty much successful to the degree that when France didn't come up with everything that was owed, so to say, every ship that came to Turkey and to the Ottoman Empire that came from France, immediately a third of the cargo was confiscated for this purpose. Every French ship. So this was he did some very great things for the Jews then. He also, I believe, bought for 1,000 ducat, 1,000 gold pieces. He bought from the Sultan the city of Tiberia. The Sultan gave that to him. He wanted to buy Yerushalayim, but the Sultan wouldn't allow it. He gave him Tiberia and the love of the Galil, and he wanted to build it up. He wanted to import, the Jews should be able to live there and be able to do a livelihood. He wasn't so successful, unfortunately. A lot of the ships that he sent them with Jews were hijacked by pirates, and the business didn't take off as he wanted to. But he did push for it, and he did have that great idea. So that was a big story of the Mendes family, the Nazi family. That gives us a sort of picture of the colors that were going back and forth at the time. They were from the family of Maranas. Well, Marano to the Spanish, somebody who had taken on Christianity officially and then denounced it, or was denouncing it as they officially were. In Holland, there was also, as we said, a great community of Spanish Jews. Now, many leaders were produced by these communities. One great man was the rabbi of pretty much the rabbi looked up to by the Jews of Amsterdam and all over Holland and beyond, was a man called Rabbi Menashe ben Yisrael. Menashe ben Yisrael, he was born in 1604, he died in 1657. He was one of the refugees from Portugal, and his family moved to Amsterdam. And he served over there as one of the rabbis of what was called then the Neve Shalom community. Neve Shalom was like Neve means an abode, Shalom means peace. And there was like a conglomerate of three communities that sort of pulled together, and they had 4 rabbinic leaders. He was one of them. He was a genius of a man. Very soon at a young age, he was a rising star. He knew many languages. He published books in Latin, Portuguese, and Spanish, and English, and other languages like that. He was a prolific speaker, a man who was extremely educated, both in Torah and in the sciences. He actually had in Holland, in Amsterdam, he had a printing press. The printing press would be a Hebrew printing press. Now, this was other people. They started, the central world started to get their eyes open to different cultures and wanted to know. The printing press, we can even say, was the greatest revolution in the way that it started to educate people. You know, the way you keep people under a spell of dictatorship is with not allowing them to be educated. That's what you do. You take away all education. You forbid, you channel everything they know, so they don't know anymore. When the printing press was invented and when books started to become cheap and accessible, then the world opened up. You couldn't convince everybody everything. There was the new translation of the Bible. That was the first thing that was printed, and so you had the world was changing in a very great way. Again, the Reformation of the Church, the Lutheran, and the other people who did a lot of revolutionizing, who actually, interestingly enough, many of them started off as friends to the Jews, and then some, like the original Christians, saw that they weren't getting anywhere and turned back because they thought, this was going to be, in the new Christianity, where everybody was just going to be welcome. Well, it didn't turn out that the Jews would welcome that idea. A lot of the talk in that time was also centered around Mashiach, both in the Jewish world and in the Christian and in the non-Jewish and the wider world. The world was waking up, Renaissance. The world was turning around to a new era, and many people were looking at this new entry as a new phase, and maybe a messianic phase. Rabbi ben Israel wrote a lot about Mashiach. And that was he wrote out the books addressing the issues that non-Jews had taken up with the Bible, with the Christians had taken up with the Bible. But one of the things he was very big on was Mashiach. What he's quite well known for, Menashe ben Israel, was his effort to get the Jews to be able to be back in Britain, to be back in England. This was the time again in England where things also changed around. This was the era of Oliver Cromwell, where he was the big man in England, and the original monarchy had toppled, and he was in control pretty much. And Menashe ben Israel, interestingly enough, there are those that say that he used this argument. There are others that say actually believed him. He had to check in his works, but there was this idea that the Jewish people needed to be able, from a messianic point of view, needed to be able to be in every single place in the world. Their scattering needed to be scattered all over. Whatever the case was, England was a place where the Jews they needed to be there. It was useful for them to be there. It would be another place as a haven. It would be a place for them to live. So Menashe ben Israel was sent, actually he was summoned by the British government of then to represent the Jewish case. He wrote an essay, a book, on the argument for the Jews. Until today, it's one of the very great work, which presents, he gives the argument of why the Jews will be useful for England if you let them back in. There was great opposition within England itself. Many of the clergy and many of the business people who didn't want Jewish craftsmanship and Jewish business to come in and take over, or to come in and be as competition, and they weren't interested. Not something they wanted. We're talking here 1600s. What, 1700s now, 1600s? Was it before Oliver Cromwell or after? Right. Shame on me. Yeah. unfortunately, which passed away, and he was very broken after that. And he made it back. He didn't actually make it back to Amsterdam. He passed away on his en route, and is buried somewhere en route back to Amsterdam. But that was his achievement, what he did, and he's marked down in history for that. Now going to Eretz Yisrael, going to Israel, and this is what we'll focus on. Again, before the Jews were expelled from Spain in 1488, just before the expulsion, the poll was that there were just about 17 Jewish families in the entire Israel. However, after the expulsion, or after the expulsions, in other words, when the Jews, when life was terrible in these other places, the Jews were simply looking where to go. Well, an obvious option to many, or for those who were able, was Israel, if you were able to get there. Most didn't. But in 1521, as opposed to 1488, 1521, we already find 500 Jewish families in Israel. The first one in that era who really established this Jewish spiritual life in Israel is a man who was called from Italy, who was called Rabbi Bertinoro. Bertinoro is a wine, it's an Italian wine, and it has the name. It's a little province, apparently, or a little town in Italy. Now, he is very famous, extremely famous, and the reason for that is because he made a explanation similar to what Rashi did, or somewhat to what Rashi did on the Talmud. He made an explanation to the Mishnah. He took the Mishnah and he said, okay, if somebody wants to learn Mishnah and he doesn't know what's going on, who's going to explain it to him? So the Mishnah is very short and very concise, and you've got to pull it apart a bit. So he wrote, it's known as the Bartanura, and pretty much every single edition of the Mishnah, original edition, has the Mishnah, and right beside it has the Bartanura. And he referred to it as the Rav, Reish Ayin Beis, Rabbeinu Oivadia Bartanura. And every kid, even before they learn Talmud, or when they learn Mishnah, usually the order of study is Chumash. When they get a bit older, it's the Mishnah. When they get a bit older, it's the Gemara, the Talmud. When they learn Mishnah, almost right away, when they're capable of it, they'll learn the Rav, they'll learn the Bartanura. And that is often a great background to get, just to welcome the student into the Talmudic world. Because he gleans from the Talmud different bits and pieces that you need to know the understanding of the Mishnah. So this is, but until today, there's many people that will learn on a steady course the Mishnah with the Bartanura. This escalated, this carried on. By about 1600, we will find that in Tzfas, in the city of Tzfas, again the Jews settled in Yerushalayim, and in Tzfas was the big one, I think. And in Tzfas, we will find already in 1600, there were 18 yeshivas and 21 synagogues. So this was the kind of growth that Eretz Yisrael was experiencing as a result of all these Jews migrating and having to move away. Tzfas became a place of commerce, business, of farming. Israel has a lot of farming going for it, a lot of buying and selling, a lot of industry and different materials were coming and going from Tzfas, as well as in this era that Tzfas, at one time we call it Tzfas in its glory, the golden age of Tzfas, that it bore some of the greatest Jews that put their seal on Judaism from that time and onwards. And we're going to look at those Jews who lived in pretty much the same era in the city of Tzfas. Tzfas, the rabbinate. So it responds to Chuvos Mari Beirav, a response that he wrote back and forth for his questions and answers. He was born in 1474. He passed away in 1541. Now, an interesting thing happened with the life of Mari Beirav, which he wanted to read for this. He's famous. He's famous for this. There is something called smicha. Smicha literally means to lead. And it's used as the term for ordaining, giving the ability to a student who's learned enough to rule, to be a rabbi, to rule, give halachic rulings. Now, the smicha we have today is, we can call and say that it's not the authentic smicha. Today's smicha is that somebody, a senior rabbi, has tested you and gives you permission to rule. Gives you permission, in other words, that you are erudite enough, you are capable enough of examining the law on your own, or maybe even knowing it offhand, and you have the tools with which to rule Jerusalem. So that's smicha today. Smicha, however, in its real sense, was that you were ordained and you were given the ability to rule in a chain starting from Moshe Rabbeinu. We went through this in the days of David HaMelech, that you were ish mipish, you were a man from a man. You were musmach, you got smicha from your teacher, you got smicha from his teacher, until Moshe. Now, that smicha, the Romans knew very well in their time that was keeping the Jews going, and therefore they abolished the smicha, they banned the smicha under death penalty. They knew that this was important. As David HaMelech saw also that the smicha needed strengthening. He gave smicha to many thousands of people in one day. David HaMelech did, but it was lost throughout the exiles. Pretty much, I believe, in Babylonia already, it fizzled out. Now, Maimonides, the Rabbi, writes, obviously taken from the Talmud, that it's possible to reinstate the smicha. And that is if all the rabbonim, all the rabbis in Israel at the time, at any given time, will agree to, will convene, and will unanimously reinstate the smicha. And smicha means that it's been reinstated, and you can start the smicha from that point onwards. The Mari Beirav wanted to do this. Now there was a community in Israel. He wanted to start off the smicha. Now, what the greatness of that is that by doing that, you are setting the ground for reinstating the Sanhedrin. And I believe he did have this idea that for all that time, for the last however more than 1,500 years since the destruction of the Second Temple, just before it, there had not been a Sanhedrin. And meaning there had not been a central area of law for the Jews with everything that goes along with that. And he wanted to reinstate them. Anyway, he was the rabbi in Tzfas. He, however, came into a clash with the chief rabbi of Jerusalem at the time, who was opposed to it, strongly opposed to it, and I believe more strongly because opposed to the idea of the Sanhedrin more than the idea of the smicha itself. For various reasons, but it was a huge, it got very heated, backwards and forwards, and in the end, the thing did not come into fruition, this plan of the smicha, but he wanted to do it, so that was an interesting event in his life. And in that era as well, 1500s, was the life of a man who, because of him, his name and his writings are the foundation of Jewish law today. Rabbi was, we mentioned last week, was a little boy at the time of the Spanish expulsion. He was 4 years old. And he came eventually again to Tzfas. He was quite young. It's in his 30s and 40s, when he wrote three extremely important works. The first one was called the Beis Yosef. The Beis Yosef is a work on the book The Torah from Rabbi Yaakov Baal HaTurim, which we mentioned the other time. That Baal HaTurim was the Rosh. Rabbeinu Osher had a son who was called Rabbeinu Yaakov Baal HaTurim. He was the one who put down Jewish law in an order of four volumes of four parts. Each part, the first part dealing with life, the life cycle, second part dealing with the laws of dietary and kashrus laws, third part dealing with the laws of marriage and divorce and family life, and the fourth part dealing with business. He put it all, he sifted through everything that came before him. He took many laws from his father, from Maimonides, from the Greek, from all the way before, and he put it down in that order. The Torah, however, doesn't usually quote the source for where he's getting from. A lot of times he does, but a lot of times he doesn't. And also, it's not elaborated on. He's quite the Beis Yosef. Rabbi Yosef Karo wrote a very big and important work on the Torah, which is learned until today, of all the sources for where these laws are coming from, and then it takes everything and filters it through on its own. A lot of times the Torah just quotes different opinions without really, ruling himself. The Beis Yosef will go and rule. The Beis Yosef will take it all and chew it over, and a lot of the outcomes, a lot of the results will be very clear when you learn the Beis Yosef. So it's a work, an all-encompassing work. The sources, the questioning, the analysis, and then the rulings. And that today is learned in the yeshivas. If you're learning Jewish law, just say, in other words, not the Talmud, learn the Talmud, you're learning the concepts, not necessarily you're learning the law. Probably not. Many times you're looking out to understand the Talmud itself. You're oblivious at least at that time to the law itself. You're learning Kabbalah, you're learning Jewish law. The best place to start is learning the Torah, where you get at least the shorter ideas of the consensus of who said what and about this subject, and maybe what the Torah will rule, and the Beis Yosef to get the background, to get the clean and every bit of Talmud that contributed to the making of this law, to the analysis. The Beis Yosef is known, by the way, Rabbi Yosef Karo is known for two other terms. One is known as the Beis Yosef. Someone says the Beis Yosef, he means Rabbi Yosef Karo. The other one is plainly referred to as the Machaber, the author. You say the Machaber, the author, you mean Rabbi Yosef Karo. He saw that the Beis Yosef was a massive work, which is not necessarily going to be readily accessible for some who just wanted the bottom line. So he wrote a work called the Shulchan Aruch. The Shulchan Aruch, the very first Shulchan Aruch, means the main table. And over there he puts the bottom line, the results, the outcome, the law of everything that he went through in the Beis Yosef, and put it down in short form. In fact, just the book Shulchan Aruch itself could probably be fit in 1 or 2 volumes, small ones. And the old Shulchan Aruchs were printed without any glosses, without any commentary, and it was, you also see they have the old print, very old prints, 400 years ago, but it's very old editions of the Shulchan Aruch, and in it marked a day of every month. And the Jew was sort of expected to go through the Shulchan Aruch on a monthly basis. It was however many pages per day, and that was it. That was the bottom line. You had to know the Shulchan Aruch. It's hard to say that the Rabbi Yosef Karo envisioned the revolution of his work. This became the be-all and end-all of Jewish law, albeit that it was Rabbi Yosef Karo was a Sephardi. He came this is more out of Spain, and it was his contemporary about who will talk about next week. The reward of Moshe Israelish lived in Krakow. Again, with now there's the rise of Eastern Europe. Then he lived in Krakow, and it was with Moshe Israelish that made the crosses on the Shulchan Aruch, making it, giving it his commentary that it should be hot for the Ashkenazi world as well. But that was the Shulchan Aruch and the Rabbi. It was a general term. Yeah, we had the Sfardim, the Spanish Jews, and then you had, then you had the Ashkenazim. You had the Ashkenazim. Ashkenazim was a term for Spain. I mean, for Germany, for France. Then you had the North African Jews. Today, it's all been crammed into two, Sfardim and Ashkenazim. You have Yemenite Jews. But North Africa had more of a link with Spain. Geographically, it works that way, I think. So we'll talk about this. Yeah, this is the place. Tzfat was the place where everything melted in one. So that was the Shulchan Aruch. The Shulchan Aruch means a laid table, and he put out Jewish law as a laid table. It's ready to eat. It's accessible, fully accessible. Every major Jewish work has a tract commentary. You cannot, even if it's many Jewish books are actually written with the plan. The author, the Shulchan Aruch himself, writes in the beginning that this is the Shulchan Aruch. This is not to be built upon a scholarly work. Before you know it, the next 200 years, you buy a set of Shulchan Aruch. You buy today a set of 20 volumes. At least the newer editions will be buying 50 volumes, literally, because the pile up of commentary and criticism backwards and forwards on the Shulchan Aruch was extremely great. The third work that he wrote was a work called the Kesef Mishnah. Kesef Mishnah was a commentary on the entire Rambam. My interest in enough, I don't remember the exact age, but Rabbi Yosef Karo did not live very long. I believe he passed away, I'm going to get this right, I think he passed away at 48 years old. So he managed to revolutionize, in the halachic sense, to revolutionize the Jewish world forever and ever. And he is always, every bit of Jewish law today, from him and on, is based on the Shulchan Aruch. What does the Shulchan Aruch say? What the process of the Moshe Israelish of the Rabbi say? Then you get to the commentaries of the Shulchan Aruch. You work your way outwards. If you want to talk on a historic sense, you work your way down. But it starts with him, pretty much. It starts with the Shulchan Aruch. Anything that's written in the Shulchan Aruch is taken on for absolute, unless it's not spoken about the Shulchan Aruch, then you have to go on here and see if it was alluded to in other places, but the Shulchan Aruch was taken on as absolute. So that was as far as the rabbinic world. Rabbi Yosef Karo's shul today still exists in Tzfat. One can visit it. In the very same time, in the very same city, you had also some of the greatest poets and Kabbalists that the Jewish people ever saw. There was a man called Rabbi Yisrael Najara. Rabbi Yisrael Najara was a friend of Rabbi Yosef Karo, and he wrote a number of poems and liturgy, which again stay with the Jewish people until today. The famous song Kori Nolam, which many people sing on Friday night, which he composed. He was a Kabbalist. Now, by the way, I forgot to mention, besides Rabbi Yosef Karo being the genius and the great scholar that he was, and he revealed parts of the Torah, he was also the friend of Rabbi Yisrael Najara and his contemporary when it came to learning the secrets of the Torah. The Kabbalah, actually, he was very aware of the Kabbalah, even in writing his scholarly works. Another man who lived again in Tzfat at the same time was called Shlomo Alkabetz. Yeah, Shlomo Alkabetz. How do I know? Shlomo Alkabetz was a poet, again a great Kabbalist. and he was the author of the Rothschild'S. Again, something which is interesting. It says the Jews sometimes we don't have prophets, necessarily individuals. It says the Jewish people, the general Jewish people, have a prophecy of their own. That's what it says. There were certain things which were accepted among everybody. It was undisputed. This certain explanation. There were many explanations written on the Talmud and the Chumash. Some were adopted by the Jewish people unanimously. Some by only some. Some fell through the cracks. There are many hundreds, even thousands of works, which are hundreds of years old, and which never saw the light of day till today. They're sitting still handwritten today. They start because the printing is so cheap and so accessible. They started printing things from the Rishonim, from people who lived 600, 700, 800 years ago, which had never seen the light of day. Some, however, their explanation was simply took off. And the similar thing for poetry today. Just today, they're still printing poetry written in this era and before it. But certain poems and certain liturgy took off and were accepted by the entire Jewish people. And one of them was the Rothschild'S. Which Jew doesn't know about the Rothschild'S? Which community doesn't sing the Rothschild'S? And that's what it just happened that way. This was named Alphabet. The reason I say his name is encrypted in the Rothschild'S. Yeah, he's not going to be able to see. That's why they highlight the letters. Starts off local, that's the chorus. And then you look at the letters, go down. You see Shin, Lamed, Mem, Hey, Shlomo, Halevi, Halevi, Shlomo, Halevi. We've got to remember as well that these people were of holy stature. And Kabbalists, people, they were holy people. In fact, Rabbi Cairo wrote himself that it was on a certain Shavuos night when they weren't yet in Israel. He and Shlomo Alkabetz were learning together, and Elijah the prophet came to them and instructed them to go to Israel. Now, these are the kind of people we're talking about, so it wasn't. The Torah, it says, is split into four parts, four elements. And indeed, in this time in Tzfas, it was a glorious time in every one of these four elements. We have the simple meaning of the Torah, Pshat, it's called. Actually, it's an acronym for it. It's Paradise. Paradise literally means an orchard. But it stands for the word Paradise. Stands for it has four letters. Pei. Pei stands for Pshat. Pshat means the literal meaning. The simple meaning. Resh stands for Remez. Remez means the hint, what's alluded to. Gematria is a very good example of Remez. You have a certain series of words which stand for the same thing or stand have a certain beginning. Not the beginning of every word, not in America, but every word that there is alluding to something like Dalet is Drush. Drush, the Billigo word for it is Medrash. The root is the same. Medrash, something loosely translates homiletics. What's around? What's the richness of it? What's going on behind the whole thing? How we take, based on a verse, that we take it further, usually in the direction of the character of the person, lessons that we learn. And the Samach is Soid, Paradise. Samach is Soid. Soid is the secret. Soid is the deeper part of the Torah. So in Peshat, in the law element of the Torah, and Rabbi Cairo, he was the Rav. The Kabbalists Kabbalists myself, however, had a few, and these were the Soyed, the secret. Another individual who lived at the time who was the master of Remez and Drush. A lot of times they would go together. For the middle part of the drosha, of the explanation, the exposition of the Torah, expounding on it, was a man who lived in Tzfat at the time, who was called Moshe Alshich. The Alshich is known as the Alshich. He was the Darshan. He was the one. The Darshan literally means the preacher, and the one who would give the drosha on Shabbos. Well, a drosha in any good Jewish community was talking to people who knew what was going on in the simple meaning of the verse, and knew what was going on also in all this in Rashi and the rest. All of the darshan was when you had rabbis, who you had like Rabbi ben Yisrael. He was a sought after speaker. He was able to speak and to expound on the verses. And you can have the Alshich, if you pick it up, he has a set that's called Torah Moshe, I believe. Yes, it is translated into English. And he can have 50, 60 questions on a paragraph in the Torah, and with one explanation, the whole thing is a genius. Not just questions on meaning. A lot of times the questions will be on simple meaning, and with one look, which will take it looking at the verses in a little different way, from another angle, bringing in a new perspective, everything suddenly glows with a new light. It's an unbelievable. It was a goal-oriented thing. He was a holy person, and this was his. So he was the Darshan. In Tzfat, he was the one who was giving the droshes. He was actually, his books were composed out of his droshes on Shabbos. He would talk about the segment, and this was the final person that it was in Tzfat at the time was what we can call, his name is known by Jews as the Arizal. The Ari literally means a lion. What it does stand for is Aleph Reish Yud Adonenu Rabbeinu Yitzchak, our master, Rabbi Yitzchak. Zau stands for Zichrono Livracha, may his memory be for blessing. We don't give that title for too many people. Immediately after the name, say may his memory be for blessing. But we do to the Arizal. The Arizal, even on a historical scale, was of the holiest men the Jews ever saw, and of the greatest Kabbalist ever. The Arizal. He was born in Yerushalayim, in Jerusalem, in 1534. His father passed away actually when he was 2 years old, and he was brought up by his uncle in Cairo. He had to go to Egypt. He was taught by a man called Rabbi Ashkenazi, also quite an important figure. Rabbi Ashkenazi was a man who wrote a book called Shita Mekubetzes. Shita Mekubetzes means the gathering of all the opinions. The Shita Mekubetzes takes the Rishonim. He was from we're talking the line between the Rishonim and the Acharonim, the early ones, the later ones we mentioned the other time. This was sort of a line in between. The Shita Mekubetzes is used on a daily basis today in every yeshiva, and all maybe you want to learn a piece of Talmud properly, you take the Shita Mekubetzes, all the tractates, many tractates, and he was the one who connected all the Rishonim. A phenomenal job, because many of them we don't have today. He quotes them. He says, well, the Ramban said as follows, and the Rashba said as follows, but these two different with him, whoever it is, said another thing. He just quotes from verbatim, and it's a brilliant, piece of work. He was the teacher of Arizal as far as the revealed elements of the Torah is concerned, but the Arizal, everybody realized, was a lofty soul, one that didn't come often down to this world. Arizal spent about 6 years in seclusion. He had a little hut on the Nile. He would come up only for Shabbos, and it was there that he studied the Zohar, studied the Kabbalah, until he, which was something which we do, and he testified to himself that he was taught by Elijah the prophet, the secrets of the Torah. He came Kabbalah. He taught Kabbalah to many of to many students who had already been tremendously accomplished in the revealed elements of the Torah. He's talking great scholars, and wanted to go the stage further of learning Kabbalah and living a life of Kabbalah. He preached in many books. His chief student was a man called Rabbi Vital. It's known as the Rabbi Vital. He was originally from Damascus. He came to Eretz Yisrael, and he was the one who transcribed much of the teachings of the Arizal. And today the teachings of the Arizal come in a 15-volume set. Books Eitz Chaim, there's pre-Eitz Chaim, Shara Kabbalah is the entry into different intentions, what the Kabbalistic meaning of what the davening is, and Shara Gilgulim is a book which speaks about reincarnation, whose soul belonged to who. Again, this was a man of the Arizal who wasn't just he saw this. Kabbalah is something that you can for example, another interesting thing the Arizal did. You must remember the Arizal passed away at 38 years old. This was achieved when he was a young man. The Arizal was responsible for revealing many of the holy sites that we have today in Israel. The burial places, he was up in the Galil, and we mentioned on the previous occasion that at a certain time, because of the havoc and chaos that was going on in Jerusalem, being that was the place of Herod and that era, so much of the Torah learning and the greats of the Jews moved north. And many of them were buried in the Galil, and many of them were lost. Again, with that few Jews in Israel, and with whoever else which has had free entry into all these places, many of these places were lost. And it was the Arizal who went to place the base and just said that this was where it was. And today we have it marked. Today we have it marked hundreds of sites of different Tanoim, even the Jewish kings, going back all the way. The Arizal spoke very highly of the mikveh usage for men. And it's not just the obligatory mikveh, obviously for women, and the obligatory mikveh for men, as far as the sanctity is concerned on the Temple Mount, it would be possible, but the mikveh which would raise the person's holiness, similar to mikveh that would, the idea at least that the mikveh going before Yom Kippur, or the idea of going to the mikveh before Shabbos, on Shabbos, or Yom Tov before special occasions, and the mikveh of the Arizal exists today and is in use in Sfas. It's a stream, very cold, and people use it on a steady basis. It's considered a great merit to go at least once to the Arizal mikveh. Another important thing the Arizal did, besides teaching Kabbalah, disseminating Kabbalah, was the was the text of the davening. The text of the davening is not just a decision of what sounds nice. The text of the davening it's basically the right words to say, meaning it's the right buttons to push of what's going on online. These specific words and these specific texts, these chapters of Tehillim, when it comes to the Shemona Esrei, this word or the other word, or even not Shemona Esrei, literally the words, even the vowels, have it's not just the idea of meaning, it's accomplishing one thing or the other, and one who can see the map on eye knows what does what. And it was the Arizal who made, or not made from scratch, but who cleansed a siddur and made a siddur to be true not only as far as grammar and everything else is concerned, but as far as Kabbalah is concerned. That everything should be in what we have of it from the Chabad siddur. You have these that's new ones, but it should say in the beginning. There you go. Siddur Tehillah Hashem. This is a siddur called Tehillah Hashem. Al Pi Nusach of Arizal. According to the text of the Arizal, it was the Alter Rebbe of Nizam of the Adi who took the book of the Siddur of the Arizal and redid that again. vision of Kabbalah. He coined the phrase that in today's day, mitzvah, it is a mitzvah to reveal this wisdom. Wisdom of Kabbalah that was hidden and was stored away for those hundreds of years since the giving of the Torah and since man himself. That wisdom was to be taught, obviously in the right way, the right fashion, carefully, which it was. The Arizal is known as the Ari. The Ari is known as the word means a lion. It's an acronym, but the word Ari means a lion. And his students were called Bikurim Arizal, the cubs of the Ari. Okay, so he taught it to the lions. But it was something which, when one was ready, when one was able, it was a mitzvah to delve into this wisdom. And again, the idea was that as the exile was going deeper and further away from the temple, times where godliness was apparent, and physically even the Jews were, it was difficult and getting only more difficult. They needed a way of a lift, needed a way of connection to Hashem, which would be deeper than the conventional, deeper than the regular. And this was given to them by Kabbalah, and that was really from the Arizal. The Arizal is considered the father of Kabbalah, the one that everything pretty much originates from. There are others. For example, there was a man called Rabbi, Moshe Cordovero, who was came before the Arizal. The Arizal argued with him on certain aspects of Kabbalah, but the Arizal is considered, again, everything pretty much dates back. What does the Arizal have to say? And people until today use. The question is, if this person is a Kabbalist, it means that he's well versed in the writings of the Arizal. Again, the Arizal passed away at 38, very young. It was only 2 years that he taught Rabbi Vital. Everything was in the course of 2 years that he accomplished with him. Kabbalah is very difficult to understand. The reason is Kabbalah speaks. This is something which is not physical. So Kabbalah speaks, however, in humane terms. It will speak about the forehead, the feet, the eyes, of the supernal body. And if you don't know what you're talking about, it can be heresy. It's dangerous, in other words. If you don't know how to take it and how to divest it from what it means. And also, it's esoteric and it's holy in a way that a regular person is not regular even today, and even when it used to be. You had to be, you still need to be of a stature enough of knowledge and Torah to enter into Kabbalah. Can't study. They will open in three Chinese. I mean, unless they're very well versed. I mean, if you study yeshiva for enough time, delve into, properly, then you'll be able to go into it. And there were people, there still are people who know this. It's not just the Arizal. You have other books, many other books, but who know what's going on in it. But what many people will do is that what in a great way what Hasidus did is make those teachings much more accessible. You'll see that Hasidus often puts in this, you read the Tanya, often there's a few lines of Kabbalah, sheer Kabbalah, and which, in other words, you've got to know what it's talking about, you have to know those principles, but if you're well versed in Hasidus and then you go back to Kabbalah, you have a much better sort of understanding of what's going on, or what you don't know. It's a the analogy that they give for it. There's something one that was one Hasidic Rabbi who once gave an analogy like this. It's a good one. I think it's a good one. He said somebody who from a little town, the old country, not that well, the people doesn't know what was going on. this with hard example. And people really understand. Bring the thing down. I said, if you read the Zohar, this is again, those who read it, the Zohar speaks in a way which the Zohar speaks, it's not, if you don't know what the Zohar is talking about, then you don't know what the Zohar is talking about. Then those who don't couple, they mapped it out. As we read couple, basically, a lot of it is you're reading a mapping. You're reading an esoteric map, where, you'll talk, you have the tense, furious, the elements, those are different worlds, different details. Right, you mapped it out. Good. Right. So now we know. Now we can say it. You can say it over. So, but unless you're there, you're not in the big city, so you're able to repeat the map, you're able to sketch out the map. But if you bring what Hasidus did in a great way, was it used the physical experience, the physical body of the soul of the person to give, and it gave a lot of times physical examples and analogies that proved one of the great achievements, there's other achievements, but one of the great achievements of Hasidus was to bring down that esoteric knowledge in a fashion that would be readily understood, would be able to relate to and say, so this, at least in a certain sense, obviously, not in the actuality, but that you need to be there. You need people who live there. That was the Arizal. They'll tell you, because he saw it, because that's what he wants. But for us, regular people, so that's what the great way what the Hasidus did. The masters of the Hasidus did the trouble. They knew it all, but they were able to explain. They did explain to their people, which was a stage further. The masters of Hasidus always says that this was a stage further than they gave the Arizal. Then you had the Baal Shem Tov and his students, which, because the darkness became more intense, and because the Jews needed more darkness, meaning the lack of spiritual sensitivity. You had the days of the Arizal was at such a time they were greater, but then when the Jews died into generations descended, the sensitivity became less. So they needed an extra lift. They needed a deeper element to it. The depth was in a great way, and that all would be carried down into understanding, into physical understanding. We have to understand, yes, there was a number of, we have the question is from what perspective you look at it. Perspective. That was what was going on in the Jewish world then. What was going on in the Jewish world then was that you had the scholars, and the scholars were the scholars, and you had the regular people that were. So that's from a perspective of demographic. In other words, the question of what was going on in the Baal Shem Tov took Baal Shem Tov had two sides to Hasidus. If a simpleton would open up a book of Hasidus, okay, even today, without having a basic, I don't know what he's talking about, right? What the Baal Shem Tov do? He gave a certain tone to Judaism, gave a certain lift. The Almighty wants the heart. It's not just about the soul, it's just about being Jewish. That is on many levels. On the simplest level, he spoke to them, he aroused them, he encouraged them, and gave them Hasidus on their own level of understanding. The ideas of Hasidus, the way, the life of Hasidus, that's the teachings of Baal Shem Tov and students who knew the entire Talmud by now. He had students who were sitting there who were thinking in their own right. And the teachings that he taught them, and eventually what the Alter Rebbe, the other sitting thought, was tremendously deep ideas in the Torah, but in a fashion which was carried down to human understanding. That the person would be able to relate to it on a deep level, on a deep mental and emotional level. The teachings of Kabbalah are aloof. They speak initially, they start on a plane where the human being isn't there. with the Arizal. It started with the Arizal. This boom of the inner parts of the Torah, the esoteric parts of the Torah, the depth of the Torah, the boom of it, the spreading of it, began with the Arizal. And it was from the Arizal students and students of students that spread, that opened up yeshivas for Kabbalah, that learned Kabbalah and lived lives of holiness. And eventually, we'll see, 200 odd years later, that's when the Hasidic movement came on the scene. But he was the Baal Shem Tov was a direct student of the students of the students of the Kabbalists and eventually from the Arizal. So you had a succession, and he was the student of tremendous Kabbalists and started up that way on his own until, the new movement came about with new ideas of us that started to be born. But he himself was a Kabbalist. He was born of Kabbalah. That was for sure. Next week we'll talk about Eastern Europe. How the Jews started off in Russia and Poland, and lived in the parts of Poland, and should probably more closer to the names of places and people will start to get a little more familiar as it gets closer to us. We're only, say, 450, 500 years away from common era. So, hi everyone, and welcome to the next installment of Jewish history. We're going to speak in this lesson about Eastern Europe, the beginnings of the Jewish settlement of Jewish life in Eastern Europe. There's quite a junction because living memory today of the shtetl is still very strong, and it's only very recent that strong, or the main part of the Jewish people, the strongest element of the Jewish people, it's only very recently that we know it has moved away. It tragically was taken away, was destroyed in Eastern Europe, but we all can, many of us, most of us, I think, have even traced our lineage and also heritage to the Jews of Eastern Europe, aside from those who are Sephardim, who have a different background. Many of today's Jews will remember or will have been educated by those who were raised in Eastern Europe. The beginnings of Jewish life in Eastern Europe was in Poland. Actually, the word for Poland in Yiddish is Poland, and it was said that the word Poland was to be divided into two. Polin. Polin in Hebrew means poi over here, lin, lay down. Here, rest. Here you should rest. The Jewish exile is likened to the night. The night when things are dangerous, when things are dark. And even in exile, though, we desired rest. We desired to be able to settle somewhere. And therefore, it was guided from heaven that over here, you'll be able to find rest. Because for a while, for centuries, the Jews did find a haven in Poland. Wrote the Ramah, Ramoshe Yisraelish, about whom we have spoken, the one who wrote the glosses on the code of Jewish law, bringing in the minhagim, the customs of Ashkenaz, the Ashkenazic customs. The Ramah writes, quoting quoting from King Solomon, better to have a piece of poor dry bread with peace than a house full of delicacies but with strife. And he quoted this verse about life in Poland. Better having a poor, more simple life in Poland but a peaceful one, rather than being affluent in other places in Europe, in Spain, France, Germany, but having been to be persecuted. Everything in Western Europe pointed to the direction that the Jew was unwelcome there. It was time to move. The persecutions, the killings, everything that the Jews had to go through was just getting too much. Eastern Europe, which is today Poland and much of Russia, was not so cultivated. It was new, and there was economic opportunity. The landlords and the government, the king of Poland, were eager to get people in who were talented, who were able to read and write, who had different abilities, capabilities, had different trades. They really wanted to bring it into, to build up the country. And therefore, probably for that reason, the Jews were welcome there, and many Jews started to trickle into Poland. Poland didn't have, since everything was so new, it didn't really have a culture that the Jews would have to cope with, blend in with, or abstain from, or the Jews were not going to be distant from any particular culture because everything was new. So there was pretty much no common language between the Jews and the non-Jewish population. The Jews, the Ashkenazic Jews, the Jews from Germany, brought over their own sort of language, which was a Cholent, a mix between German and different other sorts of elements, and from this became Yiddish. There was a bit of Polish, a bit of Russian mixed in, but Yiddish still, the histories of Yiddish go back a little further than this. However, it is probably at the beginning, the time of when the Jews moved into Poland, that Yiddish became more developed and prevalent. Polish, well, they didn't really need to know Polish that much because, it wasn't necessary. They kept to themselves. They built their own communities. And so we find, slowly but surely, the Jews coming into Poland. For about 150 years, it was quite peaceful. In the first 150 years, we find that the Jewish population grew to about 500,000. But, things developed, and the old Europe started to creep into the developing Europe. Catholics came, and with them the priests, which were, age-old Jew haters, and it started again. Much of the persecution, or much of the hatred, much of the persecution started again with, you had so many accusations and many libels, and now and again you had the pogrom, you had many Jews, or a number of Jews being killed, but the government over here did intervene. The government, the king, at that time made a decree that it would be impossible to accuse or to make a libel on a Jew for doing whatever the Catholic priests were saying that they were doing, which was obviously untrue and quite outrageous. The Jews are doing mocking the Christian religion and all the age-old libels. The king of Poland at the time said that it would not be possible for such accusations to be made. Even though in general there was tolerance, however, nevertheless there were lifestyle wasn't all that simple. There was still decrees limiting Jewish ability. After all, you are Jews, and since you are Jews, Jews are not welcome anywhere and everywhere. There was the impossibility of the Jews living in the capital. They were not allowed to. They had a certain quota on the amount of houses they could build and where they could build it, and so on. A number of laws that were enforced, limiting Jewish ability in Poland. But with all the juggling, with all the building their own community, something which has been quite a privilege, something that they were not able to do as freely as in other places. Together with having to cope and having to wade their way through the government side of things, the anti-Semitic side of things. From all this, there was born something quite unique. We're in the year 1551. After about 150 years, when Jews had come into Poland, the Jewish community had become very strong. And something was instituted which was quite unprecedented before in history and has not happened afterwards either. It was called the Vaad Arba Arotzes, the Committee of the Four Lands. In August 1551, the king of Poland was a man called Sigismund Augustus, and what he did is he made a self-government, a self-governing committee, a self-governing body of the Jews. This was called the Committee of the Four Lands. There was the Four Lands. It was Poland, Lithuania, Russian Poland, and then also you had divided. It went backwards and forth. They ended up Greater Poland, Little Poland, Podolia, and Galicia. I believe those were the four countries, sub-countries, states that the Vaad Arba Arotzes was, and they had the capability of electing a chief rabbi, somebody who would disobey a edict, a decree of the Vaad Arba Arotzes, had a month to repent, had a month to make it right, or else he would forfeit his entire property to the government. So everybody was sort of happy. The government was happy because that meant a little extra cash. The Vaad Arba Arotzes, that made them very powerful. People would not mess around with them, and they were able to get a lot of good things and a lot of solid institutions for the community. They were able to get that through with the power that they were given by the Polish government. As we said before, there were some changes backwards and forth. In the middle of the 1600s, it became three countries, not four. It became Poland, Lithuania, Russian Poland. Lithuania afterwards made its own. And as we said, the Vaad Arba Arotzes were Greater Poland, Little Poland, Podolia, and Galicia. The Vaad Arba Arotzes would meet twice a year to decide on major moves and major things pertaining to the Jewish community. The smaller issues were taken care of by the Kehillah, the Kovel, the community council. Each town, each city had its community council that convened, and they would decide things for the local community with the backing of the Vaad Arba Arotzes. Again, if something got majorly out of hand, it would go to the greater committee who had control. There was 2 times a year they would get together. It was a great fair. You had a lot of great Torah leaders and great community activists that would come together. And besides being a time where certain things were decided, there was also a tremendously uplifting time when people would share ideas and share Torah learning and so on and so forth. the point a shtadler. Now, the Hebrew word shtadler means somebody who is going to intercede for the good of the community in the hierarchy, in the governmental hierarchy, in the rich and powerful, the way to fences, as they say in Yiddish, in the high windows, and those are the movers and shakers. Basically, to shmear, to get through anything that was going on, they would keep a very, very close look, keep very good tabs on everything that was going on in the government, and if there was any new appointment, if there was something that they would see that wasn't going right, they immediately did something about it, and so on. The Vad also instituted the Cheder system, the Talmud Torah, the place where Jewish children would get a Jewish education, and Jewish life started to blossom. There was a way, there was a method of how the Cheder system would work. You had the parents were able to pay, and they would get better service, they would get a rabbi, a teacher, a Rabbi, who was able to teach their children well. Those who were not able to pay very often, the couple, the local community would have a teacher there who was going to teach any child who wasn't able to pay that they would go to that Talmud Torah. So there was the Cheder, there was the teachers who were able to teach for money, and then there was those who were paid by the Kehillah. What ended up being is that no Jewish child went without an education, a traditional, strong Jewish education. Again, there was no public school system in Poland in the 1500s or 1600s. So, the education, many of the peasants were illiterate. They didn't go to school. The Jews, for all eternity, were educating their children, and this was something the Jews in Poland at this time were extremely strong about, was education. When children go to the Cheder, they grow up, and yeshivas started to emerge. The greatest yeshiva in Poland was the yeshiva in Krakow, in Krokę, and then also started the yeshiva in Lublin, in a place called Brisk, and also in other places as well. The interesting system that was created to support the yeshivas was the system of tag. A tog in Yiddish is a day. Tag is plural days. What that meant was, this was a system which lasted almost up till the war, many, many yeshivas, was that the boy would be sent to the yeshiva, and he was allotted a certain day to eat by a certain family. So family number one would take in a number of boys on a certain day and give them their meal. Then the boy had another house to go to for Monday, and so on and so forth until Shabbos. You had maybe somebody a little more affluent that was able to give a better meal for Shabbos, and then the boy would be assigned to them. And similar ideas of sleeping. Many of them had sleeping quarters. Each yeshiva had its own way of arranging things. Often there was the community provided certain places. Each yeshiva had its own way, but the idea was that it was the community that got together to support the yeshiva. So a system very beautiful, and it shows of the value of that they held the learning of Torah. And such yeshivas again cropped up many, many places that it was very rare, non-existent at this time, to have a yeshiva with a dormitory, which, in-house, providing for everything. At that time, it was all the kollel, it was all the kehillah that was doing this. And from the yeshivas, since you had Torah learning, we obviously will have the great leaders, the great ones of Torah, the Gedolei Yisrael, the great ones among Israel, and there were many at this time of relative peace, and therefore we find a tremendous influx in Torah learning and Torah teaching, and in the giants of Torah that came around that time, and we will go through some of them. We mentioned before the Ramah, Ramosha Isalish. Ramosha Isalish was born in 1530, passed away 1572. His father was the community leader, the parnas, the head of the community in Lublin. His name was Yisroel, and Ramosha, already at a young age, was appointed to be the chief rabbi of Krakow. His genius and his persona just got him that way, and he was, at a very young age, he was appointed for that job. The Ramah is known, Reb Moshe Isalish is known in the Jewish world as the Ramah. He was in connection, and he had at least some form of letter writing backwards and forth, back and forth, with Rabbi Yosef Karo, with the author of the Shalom Aruch, of the Code of Jewish Law. We mentioned earlier that Rabbi Yosef Karo, the Code of Jewish Law, was written by a Sephardi. Rabbi Yosef Karo was a Sephardi. He himself was born in Spain and was part as a young boy, but was expelled from Spain with the Spanish expulsion and moved to Tzfaz. And over there he wrote the Code of Jewish Law. Well, he was going to write it then according to the rulings and according to the customs that were prevalent in Sephardic Jewry. When this masterpiece, the Shalom Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law, reached the Ramah, reached the Moshe Isalish, that he decided that if Rabbi Yosef Karo had written the Shulchan Aruch, the set table, as he called it, Shulchan Aruch, the set table, well, the Ramah was going to provide a mappa. He was going to provide a tablecloth for the table. He was going to gloss the set table with glosses and with notes, which were going to contain the rulings and the customs which Ashkenazic Jewry had collected up over the centuries and had not really reached the Sephardic world, or vice versa for that matter, because of the lack of communication. So, this is what he did. And till today, his book is learned by thousands. If you learn the Code of Jewish Law, you will have right over there a Haggadah, you will have a note, and the note is the note of the Ramah. The Ramah, Moshe Isalish, was a sofer, he was a scribe, he knew to write a Sefer Torah. There was actually a Sefer Torah till the war that was written by him, that was kept in Krakow in his shul. His shul does still exist in Krakow. He passed away in Lag BaOmer, the famous day of the yahrzeit of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. He also passed away, Moshe Isalish, of Lag BaOmer, and his gravesite is right there in Krakow. You go right outside the window of the Bible shul of the women's section, literally right there you have, till today, till this very day, is the gravesite, is the burial place of the Ramah. And in pre-war Europe, this was a gravesite which was very, very frequented by hundreds and hundreds of people, especially on the day of his yahrzeit of Lag BaOmer. Similar idea to the pilgrimage to the gravesite of Reb Shimon Bar Yochai in Meron in Israel on Lag BaOmer. Similar idea would actually happen in Poland by the gravesite of the Ramah. This was the Ramah, whose name reverberates again on a daily basis by thousands and thousands of people who learn the Code of Jewish Law, learn the Shulchan Aruch. The next individual we're going to talk about is the Maharshal. Again, all these people are known with their acronyms, with the names, which letters which stand for their name. If you tell somebody, well, I'm talking about, I want to quote Rav Shlomo Luria, they may think twice as to be talking about the Maharshal or the Rashal for short. This is a word which is very prevalent. The Maharshal, Rav Shlomo Luria, was born in 1510, passed away in 1573. He was the Rav in Lublin in Poland. Jewish law something very new. So he said, no, you can't just learn this easy way going book. You have to learn the background. If you don't know the background, this can be very damaging. You can compare one thing to the other, and it won't be good, it won't be correct. Although he did, so he did, he composed works of halacha himself, a lot of times arguing, taking to task both the Ramah and the Shulchan Aruch itself, and as well as other authorities before him. He wrote a book called Yam Shel Shloimeh, the Sea of Shlomo, the Sea of Solomon, and he's very, very well known and often quoted in many, many halachic sources. Rabbi Sirgish, better known as the Bach. The Bach is an acronym for Bayis Chodosh, the new house. Rabbi Sirgish wrote a book on the Tur. You remember, there was a man called Rabbi Yaakov Bal HaTurim. He was the first one who codified the Jewish law as it is in the order and in the style that we have in the code of Jewish law. He wrote a book called the Tur. We went through this in a previous lesson. The Bach wrote a book on the Tur. He was a Rosh Hashiva in Krakow, and had a very famous son-in-law who was called David Halevi, better known as the Taz, the Turei Zohar, the lines of strips of gold. He wrote the Taz as a Pirush, is a commentary on the Shulchan Aruch. In many parts of the Shulchan Aruch, you will have the Taz. The first two parts, you'll have off on the side, you'll have in the middle of the Shulchan Aruch, and off on the side is the Taz. There was another individual who was known as the Shach, Rabbi Shabbos Kohen, the Shach. He wrote a book which also is a commentary on the Shulchan Aruch. In fact, many of those learning for rabbinics have to learn the Shulchan Aruch, the other Jewish law, the Ramah, Moshe Yisodish, the causes of the Moshe Yisodish, the Shach, and the Taz, as well as also the Tur and the Bach, or much of the Bach, as well as the commentary of the Rabbi Yosef Karo himself, that wrote the commentary on the Tur. You can follow me on all that. And there was a man called the Tzvi Yaffa. The Tzvi Yaffa wrote a book called the Lavush. The Lavush was there to address the Marshal's problem with the Shulchan Aruch, that he didn't have the reasons for the law. And the Lavush tried to incorporate as much as he could the reasoning and the background for the law, and published a 10-volume set of the books called the Lavush. Each one of them, Lavush means a garment, and there's the purple garment, the blue garment. There's various garments in the closet of the Tzvi Yaffa. He was actually a student of the Ramah and the Maharshal, so he received from his rabbis, his history teachers in that way. There was the man called the Smeh, Rabbi Yeshua Falk. He's also a commentary on the Shulchan Aruch. He was the Rav in Lublin. So that's as far as halachic authorities in this age are concerned. Again, we can see how so much was going on. There was Jewish life was extremely vibrant at the time. As far as Talmudic commentary, we also had a major explosion of greatness. The first one we'll speak of is the Maharshal. None of the Maharshal, his name was Shmuel Adels. His mother was actually called Adel, and she was quite a wealthy woman, and she enabled him to learn, to spend his life in learning and in commentary on the Talmud, and therefore he was known as Shmuel Adels, after his mother, who gave him the ability to be who he was, the Maharshal. He wrote one of those classic commentaries on the Talmud. In fact, if you open any volume of Talmud today, of the Vilna Shas, of the traditional Shas that exists as printed, which was originally printed in Vilna, Lithuania, you will find right after the Talmud, more or less, one of the first commentaries, if not the first commentary after the Rosh, is the Maharshal. The Maharshal divided his commentary into two, Chidushei Halachos, novelty of Meir of Lublin, his commentary again on the Talmud, on the discussion in the Talmud that's printed in many editions of the Talmud, right under the Maharshal, and he is famous for really having a golden pen. He wrote, and it's like sitting in a classroom where he just really teaches you the Gemara, he teaches you the piece of Talmud or the Tosfos, or the Rashi that he explains everything in the most beautiful style of writing. I'm going to zoom in on a very famous Jewish community, but a community which was among hundreds of towns, villages, and cities, but this one is very difficult to ignore. It was the crown of Eastern Europe for many, many years, the community of Prague. Prague was one of the oldest communities. It started around the year 1100, maybe even before. It started and stopped. There was actually a man who was the famous Stadler, we spoke before, the Stadlonim, the one who was going to intercede on behalf of the Jewish community. He was called Rabbi Yosselman. Rabbi Yosselman of Kozheim. He was a very famous Stadler of historic significance. And one of the things that he did was when the governor or whoever was in charge and control of Prague expelled the Jews, he was the one who would enable them with his expertise, got the government to re-admit the Jewish community. Probably the most famous individual who is associated with the city of Prague is a man, again, most well known by the acronym of his name, the Maharal of Prague. Maharal, he was called Yehuda Livo or Loi, and he was a man of tremendous greatness, wrote many, many books. He was the Rabbi of Prague and wrote many, many books on the Tanakh, on the Medrash, and on really many, many subjects. He has a Haggadah. He really created and made with his work not only quantity of knowledge, but also introduced a new outlook, a new light on Yiddishkeit, on Jewish thought, and was one of the people upon whom the Hasidic thought was based on. He started up the whole, it's very fascinating to read the works of the Maharal and how he approaches so many things from a very, very beautiful and different way. Again, we mentioned he was the Rav of Prague, and his shul, the Altanoi shul, still stands today. It's the oldest functioning shul, I believe, in Europe today, and it's still standing there. He was very well versed in all the sciences and philosophy. He was actually a student of a man called David Gans, who was a great astronomer. And because of all his qualities, his leadership qualities, his saintlyhood, his knowledge in all facets of knowledge, he was a great friend to King Rudolf II, who ruled Poland at the time. And obviously with that friendship, did a lot of good things for the Jewish community. Maharal is also well known in Jewish tradition as the one who created a golem. A golem, the golem of Prague. This was because in his time, unfortunately, the blood libel was getting very much out of hand. The libel that before Pesach, the Jews had to use Christian blood for the matzahs, a terrible libel, which was obviously as untrue as could be, but was constantly brought about upon the Jewish people, even in recent history. So the tradition goes that the Maharal was also a great Makubal, somebody who knew Kabbalah, Kabbalistic teachings. He created a golem, a being out of clay, which was sort of a robot, which was able to cast the fear of the Jewish community on those who wanted to destroy it with the blood libel. And the golem was alleged to be placed after its life was over, its job had been finished. The model of the golem was put in the attic of the Altanoi shop, and nobody goes till today up to the attic of the Altanoi shop. Another individual Rabbi will focus on, again from Prague, was a man called Rabbi Yeshaya Hurwitz. Rabbi Yeshaya Hurwitz is better known in the Jewish world as the Shalom. Shem Lamed Shalom. Shalom stands for Shnei Luchos HaBris, meaning the two tablets of the covenant. He wrote a book called Shnei Luchos HaBris, the two tablets of the covenant. He is known as the Shalom HaKodesh, the Holy Shalom, or his book as well is known as the Shalom HaKodesh, the holy person, the holy saintly individual. He wrote this book is the Shalom is very much Kabbalistic in its nature, again illuminating in a very, very brilliant way many of the foundations of Judaism, and became also one of the pillars upon which Hasidic teachings, which went into an absolute revolution, was built on. He wrote other books in Kabbalah as well. He was in Prague and then went over to live in Israel and is buried in Israel. The last individual who was of Prague fame was a man called Rabbi Yontif Lippmann Heller. Rabbi Yontif Lippmann Heller is known as the Tosfos Yontif. Tosfos Yontif is a Pirush, is a commentary on the Mishnah, and it's printed in many, many editions of the Mishnayos of the Mishnah today. You'll have on one side the commentary of the Vadia of Bertinoro of Italy, and then you'll have on the other side the Tosfos Yontif, the commentary from